650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Hope you had a great weekend. Appreciate you getting up with us. We have another draft that is in the books, and we are wall-to-wall today. Man, you texted me on Saturday, Seth. I think Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember. But you're like, there's so much stuff.
Oh, my gosh. It's so much stuff everywhere. You know, part of it is these damn athletes, and they all are doing their own podcast now. Yeah. So just CJ and Micah Parsons alone, we could do a whole extra show on those two.
Yeah, they're quite the duo, man. It's good to be with you. The draft is done. We are wall-to-wall on that today. We got a lot of other stuff to mix in. Hope you had a great weekend. Man, we could have been coming in here on a much darker note today if things had gone differently yesterday. We're going to get to the draft in a minute, and that's what we'll be mostly on today. But that Tank Dell story out of nowhere on Sunday afternoon, I'm like, okay, I gotta check and see if this would be a really morbid fake Schefter tweet for somebody to have. You know?
Right, and for those of you who don't know or only vaguely know about it, Tank Dell was shot at a nightclub a couple nights ago. He was one of 10 people shot when a 16-year-old was either shooting at somebody or shooting into a crowd, and Tank apparently got caught in the crossfire. And everybody has minor injuries, so this is where I get a little, there's the side of me that, okay, doesn't seem like anybody was injured seriously or killed, thank goodness, but a non-serious shooting injury in real life is different than a shooting injury and how it applies to football. Right. So if we could separate it into two things, all right, Tank is safe and healthy.
Yeah.
Or like is not life-threatening whatsoever. What is a minor injury when it comes to a shooting? Because if one of my kids got shot, I don't care about whether they're playing football or not. Right. It's a minor injury.
Yeah.
They're going to live. They're going to be fine. But in the other world, it's a little bit, okay, we'll get more details as things unfold.
If he, grazed the leg, could there be a leg injury? And Tank's already coming back from an injury, too,
right,
from the football season. So, you're right, Seth. Like, we've got the details that we need as far as Tank the human being we've got. He's alive. Reportedly, he was flying back to Houston yesterday. So I'm assuming he's back in town now. So that's all good. And I'm guessing we'll get more information as the week goes on. We expect to have Nick Caserio on with us this week. I would think either maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm still finalizing that, still nailing that down. But Nick is going to join us to talk about the draft. But obviously Tank will be a question. I would hope we get more information here as the next 24 hours rolls out.
Oh, I'm sure we will. You know, the fact that he was flying and everything was. Obviously, a couple people reached out to me saying that D'Amico needs to have a heart-to-heart with Tank, and I feel like that is a huge leap to conclusions. Like in blaming the victim, that somehow as far as he's a young man out at a nightclub, and other than that, it sounds like. So far, everything reported is that he was completely innocent and just happened to have really bad luck. It wasn't like he was targeted for any reason whatsoever, and it's one of those unfortunate, awful things that happen. And just again, it obviously could have been way more tragic.
Yep. So shout out to Tank Dell. Glad everything is worked out as best it can in a situation like that. So there's that off the top. Now, the rest of the weekend was spent stockpiling the roster with new players. So the Texans have 9 new draft picks. They did sign a few undrafted free agents over the weekend as well. And this is the first chance you and I get to dig in on any of this on our show, Seth. You did the draft. You did the draft show on Friday night with the 2 seconds and the third-round pick. I was on there on Saturday with John Harris when they drafted Cade Stover. They went on to add 5 more guys in the later rounds. So kind of went – it's interesting. Like, the draft in totality kind of went a little bit the opposite of the way I thought it might go with talent reportedly dropping off because of all the NIL and guys staying in school. They loaded up in the 6th and 7th rounds of the draft on kind of experienced older guys. I
think that's the thing, though. I feel like that goes exactly the way you would have expected, which is that unfortunate for the Texans, and I'm very happy with this draft class. I think that there's a certain effect that goes on after a draft where if you have high draft picks and if you draft name brand players like people who you recognize and have been talked about, then people think it's overwhelmingly an awesome pick. Whereas if you draft guys that a lot of people haven't heard of, they're down on it, or it's just naturally not as exciting. But I do think that the reports were true because Nick talked about it. Nick was trying to trade back up into the first round on Thursday night. They were trying to trade up in the second round on the second night. Presumably, he talked about the defensive tackles. He acknowledged that they would have liked some of the defensive tackles they were drafted earlier in the second round. 2 teams leapt above the Texans to draft defensive backs as the Texans drafted a defensive back. And I think that the devaluation of the later round picks because there were so few underclassmen, I think it really kept Nick from maneuvering as much as he probably would have liked to.
Yeah.
So the theory that Nick likes to try to find bands of player, I think it was 100% borne out because there was a band of defensive tackles. 4 defensive tackles taken in 5 picks early in the second round.
Yep.
3 defensive backs taken in succession right there when the Texans drafted. All of that, I think, is exactly how Nick would have seen it play out. He just wasn't able to maneuver the way he would have liked to.
Yeah, I would say the biggest surprise, and we're gonna keep the conversation today, I would imagine, Seth, kind of compartmentalized to the first 4 guys they drafted, as opposed to the guys they drafted in the 6th and 7th round. So I wouldn't worry too much that we're going to get hyper nerdy on the 6th and 7th round guys, although there are some interesting players down there. But I think like the bulk of this draft class, if you're grading it at all, and we'll get into how the pundits around the country think the Texans did. Kamari Lassiter with the 42nd pick, cornerback out of Georgia, and then Blake Fisher, who to me is the most intriguing pick just based on position, the tackle out of Notre Dame. And then in the 3rd round, they move up to get Kalen Bullock, the safety out of USC. People seem to really like that pick. And then Cade Stover, it sounds like he might be the favorite player that Nick Caserio has ever drafted in 4 seasons here.
I was surprised. Yeah, I was immediately after the pick, I was surprised because I try to stay off Twitter for the most part during the draft because it's just too much information.
They spoil things. They tweet out the picks before they happen.
I don't even worry about that. I'm more just I don't want to get distracted.
Yeah.
And I just saw a few comments about addressing the fact that so many Texans fans were upset about the Cade Stover pick. And I don't know if you've done a poll on it or not. I was very pleased with that, and I thought the fans would be because there was the name recognition that people love so much.
Oh, yeah.
But also, obviously, the C.J. Stroud connection. And also, as multiple draft analysts said, that Mel Kiper had that as one of his 5 best value picks.
Yeah.
Matt Miller, same thing. A lot of the different draft analysts looked at that as maybe one of the best picks the Texans had. So I think Cade Stover, my reservations about him as a blocker, after I dug more into it, I realized, okay, I'm being kind of tough on a kid that just started playing tight end because he's definitely willing to block. And he was a running back and defensive end in high school, went to Ohio State as a defensive end. He's really just learning the position. And there's parts of him as a receiver especially that look very fluid that you would never guess that he's just learning the position. So I thought I was very, very happy with the Cade Stover pick.
Dude, the tight end position has gone in one season for the Texans, from pre-Dalton Schultz from Learn Wasteland. Tonight you got Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover as your two tight ends.
Well,
and I know Stover's a rookie and hasn't taken a snap yet, but boy,
right.
it looks like there's a lot to work with there.
Well, and also, Brevin Jordan did some interesting things in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
Them using him as kind of a flex guy that can line up in the backfield, line him up all over the place. There was some value there. Now, he's going to be a free agent after this year, so who knows what happens with that. But for this year, it could be really interesting with the tight ends.
Yeah.
And especially if Cade Stover can pick up some blocking technique along the way.
Yeah, you got Schultz and Stover now for the next 3 seasons. Stover for 4, but you got those two guys at least together for 3 seasons. That's pretty exciting. Let me ask you this. I didn't get to hear you at the draft party. I was at the draft party. I was busy partying. So I haven't gotten to get your take yet on the Texans taking Blake Fisher with the 59th pick, taking a tackle there in the second round.
I think that I don't want to call it best player available, although it certainly seems like that's what it was.
The philosophy, yeah.
Yeah. I think that they see a lot of upside with Blake Fisher just because of his length and his athleticism. He's a classic 6'6", 310-pound rookie who's going to have to learn to play a little bit lower. He's going to have to, I think, kind of like Charlie Heck was a few years ago, there's some just natural maturation and strength that he needs to add. But as a run blocker, he shows us a real willingness to get down and root guys out, to finish guys. He likes to drive guys into the dirt when he can. There's just times where he plays kind of high and gets caught up underneath his pads. But as a pass blocker, I think the fact that he's able to get lower than shorter guys in the run game makes me feel better about his ability to bend his knees more. Sometimes these tall guys in college they get away with being really long and lanky. They gotta refine it when they get to the NFL.
Yeah, he's good. I mean, obviously watched a lot of him because where he went to school. He's a good player. It'll be interesting to see, if that's how robust that competition is at tackle. We know that they've got heavy investments in Tunsil and in Titus Howard. Blake Fisher was a right tackle at Notre Dame, so it would appear like Howard would be the one he'd be competing with, or are they doing something where they try to get the 5 best on the field? Nick was asked about that over the weekend, hey, does he have any potential at guard? And Nick kind of pumped the brakes on that. So that'll be interesting to watch play out. Kamari Lassiter was the top pick in this draft class, 42nd overall. He had the unfortunate, at least at the draft party, the unfortunate sequence of being drafted right after Kool-Aid McKinstry, who I sensed a lot of the people that were drinking beers out at the draft party wanted. And then Kamari Lassiter goes, and obviously a good play. You're drafting a cornerback out of Georgia. These days, that's about the same as drafting a cornerback out of Alabama, if not better. I contend, Seth, that if Kamari Lassiter's first name were Kool-Aid, that people would have been just as happy about that as they were sad that Kool-Aid McKinstry went off the board.
It's
yeah. Sorry, fans. I don't mean to.
Have a guy named
90% of you. The rest of you, the 10%, you broke down all the film on both these guys, I'm sure.
If we look at that, again, it was a band. I said 3 defensive backs drafted in a row. It's 4 defensive backs drafted in a row right there. Mm-hmm. This is where, in the long term, what you hope is that Nick's strategy of he likes the idea of having groups of players that you feel similarly about. Because what happens is teams, just like the Eagles, the Eagles obviously really liked Cooper DeJean. They traded up above the Texans to get Cooper DeJean. And just flashback to several years ago when, the Eagles really, really liked Andre Dillard. And that was the guy to draft. And, man, the Texans were just such schmucks for letting the Eagles do that to them. There's a price you pay for confidence in your own opinion, because Andre Dillard now is on his 3rd or 4th NFL team, just has not worked out, and Titus Howard has been a much better pick. You could argue that they shouldn't have given him the contract or whatever, but whatever. So I think that's where Nick was. I think he liked probably those 3 or 4 defensive backs about the same, and he wasn't going to be overly aggressive trying to trade up. Time will tell what the right pick was.
Yep, we'll see. All right, report card time. Nick Caserio hates draft grades. He hates report cards, but you know who loves them? Sports Talk Radio. How are the experts grading the Texans draft? We're going to give you the Texans' final GPA for the 2024 draft coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers is on your side on Mother's Day. You need an ally when it comes to winning the war against your other siblings. You want your mom to love you the most, right? Certainly that doesn't come with gifts of jewelry, but it helps.
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. It is a Reaction Monday NFL Draft. This past weekend, Texans come away with 9 new draftees. We'll meet them at the top of the hour. We'll do a little meet the rookie class at the top of the hour. We got headlines coming up. Astros get a sweep this weekend in Mexico City. I thought it was a little over the top that their social media decided to talk about taking the brooms out for the Colorado Rockies in Mexico City when you're 9-19.
Hey,
little
Sean,
victories.
There's one thing I've relented on, and as I've got older, I've stopped trying to be such a hardo, to use Landry's word. And you got to celebrate the tiny victories, man. You want to get on track with something. Stop. The thing about this, Sean, like in anything in life that you do, there's things that you're like, oh, why can't I do this? It's so stupid. You're having difficulty doing it. Start celebrating the small victories because it's obviously an obstacle. So for the Astros, simply winning baseball games had turned into a major task and obstacle. So when you win them, celebrate those victories. It'll help get you on track. Form the habit.
I'm with you. Like sometimes we conflate the manager of the digital social media side of things with the actual manager of the baseball team. It's not like Joe.
Espada was all over his own TikTok doing dances and everything.
Like Espada walked to the podium with a broom over his shoulder.
Espada was doing that country dance that I see all over the place, but with a broom in his hand.
Right.
Where you kick your feet out and everything.
Yep. Take that, Rockies. All right, so the draft was this weekend, and we know from their pre-draft press conference, or from his pre-draft press conference, that Nick Caserio does not like draft grades and report cards at all.
We're going to have on Monday, right, or Sunday afternoon, draft grades, right? I mean, it's the most ridiculous concept that I've ever heard of. Like, the players haven't even been in the building yet, and we're making an assessment about their performance.
Damn right we are. We're about to do it for the next 15 minutes.
I'll do him one better. I gave Blake Fisher a good grade for his video from the Texans locker room. I thought it was fantastic.
Solid.
Not to mention, if anybody saw Keon Coleman's press conference, oh my gosh.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
I give him an A+ already.
I'm mad at Nick for not trading up to get Keon Coleman after his
We've got
conference.
TikTok videos to do here, Nick.
I know.
Come on, Keon Coleman is gold.
You gotta prioritize the right stuff, man. All right, so let's do that. Let's go through this frivolous exercise of seeing what the experts think of the Texans draft class. And the first two that I'm going to get to here are two of the draft analysts that we canceled before the draft because of their analysis of the Texans taking a tackle with the 42nd pick.
Well, no, we only canceled them if they had the Texans taking a tackle and they didn't address the fact that Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard were already there.
Right.
We didn't cancel them for taking a tackle. Yeah. We canceled them because they projected a tackle in the first round without any mention at all of Titus Howard or Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, not just there, but extended last offseason, both of them, committed to. But so Mel Kiper, you're out of Payne and Pendergast draft jail. And you're onto the radar here with your report card. Well, here, Mel Kiper Jr., Seth, gives the Texans a B+. A B+ for their draft, and says for a team without a first-round pick, Houston had a nice Friday, filled a void at corner with Kamari Lassiter. He consistently locked down corners at Georgia, 2.8 yards per attempt as a primary defender. Kamari Lassiter had some good numbers last year as far as just shutting guys down. He says Blake Fisher had a chance to be a first-rounder if he came back to Notre Dame this year. He'd be a first-rounder next year, and the Texans get him. And Kalen Bullock had 9 interceptions in college, good center field type safety. And as you pointed out, tight end Kate Stover made Mel Kiper Jr.'s favorite pick list at 123.
Right. Yeah, the Cade Stover pick, I think, ended up being, and it's a perfect match too. You know, the old, especially when you get into the mid rounds, you know, there are much better places for some players than others. And I think, obviously, the connection with C.J. Stroud is going to help him right off the bat. I think the Texans probably had very good word of mouth from C.J. And I do think, I honestly think C.J. is, I would guess he's pretty frank in discussing his former teammates with the Texans because he is all about just flat out like, all right, it's about winning, you know? Like, I don't think he was going to blow smoke up Nick's butt just because he's a Buckeye. So I would imagine C.J. gave him really good word of mouth. And I think the only thing I would say is if you're grading just the names and the performances and everything, then there's that level of grade. I also like to look, though, at, okay, what was this GM trying to do? And I thought some things about Nick's strategy were borne out well, but there were other things, like the very fact that I think he was definitely trying to trade up for either a defensive tackle or a cornerback, and he wasn't able to do that. So in that regard, I think they might have underestimated just how devalued the later round picks were, and he just didn't have the capital to get up there, or at least the price was too high.
Yeah, sometimes you go, well, you can always move back into the first round. Like, well, it's not that easy. You got to find a willing partner, and you got to find a price, and meanwhile you're doing it while you're on the clock. You got 10 minutes to do it. It's not like you got all day to sit there and go back and forth texts and things like that.
Right. If you're in the bar at 12:50 a.m. in a place where the closing time is, 12:50 a.m. In closing time is 1 a.m. It's not like, hey, you got plenty of time to find a lady.
No.
They're like, no, you got to get to work.
You got to close.
You got to get hustling.
That's right.
You got to start throwing seventh-round picks at these ladies.
Sometimes they don't take those late-round picks, man. I'm telling you.
You try to go into a strip club with a seventh-round pick these days. Good luck.
Hey, is Chad Reuter the one that grades really easy?
Yeah, because he works for NFL.com.
Okay.
And the worst grade he'll give is a B-.
Okay, well, not shocking.
Typically. Every now and then he'll give a C.
Not shockingly. All right, so if you get a C+ or lower from Chad Reuter, you really got like a D-.
It's basically like you got kicked out of school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, then you can suck at Cleveland and your C+ from Chad Reuter.
Guess what he gave the Falcons?
What?
C+.
C+.
Yeah, so
the team that's getting widely panned for taking a quarterback with the 8th overall pick. He gave the Texans an A-. An A- for the Houston Texans, and Chad Reuter, who, by the way, was also canceled by Payne and Pendergast. He's out of cancellation jail now, so you've got a clemency now.
I'm scrolling through Chad Reuter right now, and I have seen the only C I've seen was the Falcons so far, and I'm all the way down to the Saints.
Cleveland got a C+. The Browns got a C+ too. Houston built on the momentum from last season's playoff run with a strong plan. Pre-draft trade netted the Texans a second-rounder and didn't prevent them from addressing a roster sore spot with Kamari Lassiter. Says Stover was an excellent choice in round 4. He'll be reunited with C.J. Stroud. Acquiring veteran running back Joe Mixon for a 7th-round pick earlier this offseason also factors into the draft grade above. So he's mixing Joe. He's no pun intended, mixing Joe Mixon into the. That was completely unintentional. I promise.
Whatever. But I see it in the notes. It's right here in the notes. You put it. Not true. And then after you put in brackets, you said, "Am I right, Seth?"
Yeah, that's right. Hashtag Am I right? So A- from Chad Reuter.
Good job, Chad Reuter.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the Lassiter pick preventing the cornerback spot from being a sore spot. Obviously, if Lassiter works out, that's the case. I do think that I am intrigued now by the competition at cornerback because you've got a whole lot of talent there. Mm-hmm. And, at least one of Okudah or Henderson will make the team. And you've added athleticism with those two guys there. So I'm starting to get intrigued by the cornerback position.
Matt Verderame of SI.com gave them a B-. For the sake of time, let's go to the worst grade that the Texans got. And I feel like Pete Prisco is probably like the anti-Chad Reuter. CBSSports.com.
It's hard to win his approval. He's a disapproving father. He is.
Yeah. So this would be one where the Texans.
I'm going just real quick, Sean.
Yeah.
I'm going through Prisco's grades.
Yeah.
There's like 2 A's along the whole. He's a tough grader. Yeah.
He's the professor you're trying to explain to your parents. Like, no, a C is really, really good in this guy's class.
Yeah.
Because he's a hard grader. He gives the Texans a C+. C+ for the Texans. Best pick, Kalen Bullock, rangy safety who will give him depth this season, but will eventually become a starter. He can run. Worst pick, says he didn't like the pick of Kamari Lassiter in the 2nd round. I think there were better options where when he went, guys like Mike Sainristil, the slot corner out of Michigan, says Lassiter ran a 4.64 at his pro day. I'm going to tell you something Nick Caserio does not want to hear about right now. 2 things. Report cards that Seth and I are doing in this very segment. And 2, 40 times where a guy like Kamari Lassiter is a 10th or a 10th and a half seconds slower than guys that got picked ahead of him.
One thing I noticed this draft is I think this year really maybe it's I think certain teams have been using the GPS data, the tracking data for a while now. and this is one of the things I think Nick really likes about why he's really only drafts Power 5 guys. It happened again this year, only guys from big conferences. You get that GPS data matched with going against future NFL talent, and I think you get a much better feel for how fast these guys actually are, as opposed to the guys that run good 40s and have good 3-cone drills, but it doesn't show up on the field. So I don't worry about that. Yeah, Prisco says he would have liked Sandrastrill better. Like, Sandrastrill is I don't even care if I pronounce his name correctly. He is a lightweight slot corner, and I just don't know if that's in D'Amico's bag. D'Amico wants guys like, if he's got a slot corner, he wants a guy like Des King that can come up and smack him in the mouth too. So I wouldn't downgrade it based on Lassiter versus anybody else. Now, if the Texans were trying to move up to draft Terrion Arnold from Alabama in the first round, that's a comparison that, man, I would not be surprised if the Texans absolutely loved Terrion Arnold.
Agreed. The other grades, B from Charles McDonald, Yahoo Sports, a B+ from Trevor Sikema, ProFootballFocus.com. You throw those 6 report cards into the mix, and the final GPA for the Houston Texans, Seth, 3.05. According to these 6 outlets that I found report cards from.
That's good. It's not good, but if they really nail the LSATs, they might get into they could get into law school. You're gonna have to apply to a bunch of places, but still, there you go.
Yeah, the MCATs, they can go to. They can still be a doctor. It's okay.
How about that 305 with a doctor? You can go be a lawyer somewhere. Okay.
I was about to ask you, would you rather your doctor have a 305 or your lawyer have a 3.05?
Is your last name Vanderbilt? I don't know.
You're right.
You're not getting into med school with that.
That's right. Some good text messages. People they're thinking on their feet this morning on the draft. Is Blake Fisher a message pick? I like that.
I don't. Okay, message pick. If you're drafting somebody to send a message, then that dude is cut already. Yeah. Like the guy that
and obviously they're referring to Titus Howard. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if the prospect of winning championships, making millions of dollars, doing anything else isn't enough to get the message, then them drafting a guy in the second round isn't going to send a message either. I think that it's Nick afterwards said, look, you flat out need a third offensive tackle. I think if it sends a message to us, maybe if you read the tea leaves, that maybe Charlie Heck needs to really step it up, because as of right now, when I watch Blake Fisher, I'll be surprised if he supplants Titus Howard this year. And I also, Nick flat out said he thinks Titus Howard is one of the better tackles in the league.
He did.
I think that there's something going on where people forget that Titus Howard has not really actually played his chosen position all that much lately. I think they look at his performance at guard and think that means he's a bad tackle. So I don't think it's a message pick. I think it's a genuine, you want a third offensive tackle, and you'd like that third offensive tackle to be able to develop into a starter someday. And then maybe a year or two from now they move on from Titus Howard. But I don't know if I'd call it a message pick.
Yeah, text message. A lot of people like the Stover pick. Stover, my favorite pick in the draft. If CJ vouched for him, that's good enough for me. And I think there's something to point out again, like you said, Seth. I don't think CJ is just going to give praise for a guy because he played with him at Ohio State. Right. CJ's going to get – now, maybe if CJ were on a podcast or something like that and someone asked him about Cade Stover and he was, lukewarm on him, he wouldn't throw the guy under the bus. But behind closed doors, CJ wants to win. He wants good players around him. He's not looking for a family reunion on Sundays.
Right. Yeah, I think that connection will be nice, too.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. So good job. 3.05, Nick. You got a B. So you have a GPA of a B, and I can tell from the audio we played earlier, you could give a damn about that.
I can't wait to tell him all about it.
Oh, no, I'm going to tell when we get him on, we're going to see what he thinks of his GPA for sure.
We got to have him we'll go down through every single one. We might have to read him Prisco's.
Yes.
Prisco was, so when I was a young player in Jacksonville, Prisco was the beat writer. And Prisco would go at Tom Coughlin. It was actually pretty impressive.
Yeah.
They battled. Kind of the same way that guy in Tennessee used to battle Vrabel.
Kuharski?
They were it was fun to watch as a player. Because you're kind of
it's
stick
brave.
It to him, Vrabel.
Right.
Or stick it to him, Prisco.
You're the voice of the voiceless right now for us. Yeah. Thanks, Prisco. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some headlines. Update. No new update, but you haven't heard the news, I shouldn't tease that. Tank Dell was involved. If you hadn't heard the news, he was one of 10 people that were victims that were involved in a mass shooting in Florida. He's okay. They've repaired the wounds, and he was on a plane back to Houston yesterday. It doesn't appear to be serious, but we'll get more news on that as things roll out. So we'll hit that in headlines. The draft, the Astros sweep the Rockies. We got some NBA playoff updates as well. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. Men's T Clinic. mensteaclinic.com is where you need to go. If you've heard me talking about the Men's T Clinic, so I'm talking to you guys right now, 6:36 in the morning. You're in your car. You're tired. You're grumpy. You're going, where's my motivation? If you're somebody who goes to the
Yeah. Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Texans and the Tank Dell news. Came down yesterday afternoon. And Tank Dell, if you missed the news, he was one of a handful of victims, 10 in total, involved in a shooting in Sanford, Florida, at a private event on Saturday night. The shooting took place early Sunday morning, like just after midnight. No casualties. In fact, everybody, the 10 victims, all treated at a local medical facility, including Tank Dell. And he's back. He presumably is back in Houston. He was traveling back here yesterday. The Texans put out a statement yesterday afternoon saying, "We've been made aware that Tank Dell was a victim of a shooting in Sanford, Florida last night. He sustained a minor wound, but has been released from the hospital, and he is in good spirits. We are in contact with him and his family, and will provide more updates when appropriate. But we ask that you please respect his privacy at this time. Thoughts and prayers with everyone involved in the incident." The shooter was a 16-year-old. There was an altercation at the party. Some video surfaced I saw last night, Seth, of the actual melee that had ensued. The video is kind of choppy. The video is very choppy, but you can see the melee ensuing, and then some footage of people running for cover. You can hear the shots. It's the same jarring stuff we feel like we see way too much. But yeah, 16-year-old shooter who's been apprehended and charged with all sorts of different felonies, potentially.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
Obviously there's the human side of thing, which is thank goodness that nobody was seriously injured. But then there's the football side of things where you wonder, okay, when it comes to shootings, a minor injury is usually like, oh, thank goodness, it's not life-threatening. When it comes to football, that same injury might be a little bit more football-threatening.
Maybe.
So I don't know. Who are the notable guys who got shot with minor injuries, but it affected? Like Joey Porter got shot in the butt.
Dude, I have no idea.
And I think he missed some time with that, right? So that's a minor. You get shot in the buttocks. Like it's not a life-threatening. I would call it a minor injury, but you try to play football, then that's a whole different deal.
Yeah.
Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump got shot in the buttocks.
He did.
But he was able to carry his friend out of danger, right?
He was. Yeah. The adrenaline kicked in. Yeah. Him on a plane 12 hours afterwards is probably a pretty good sign, I would say, that he's flying.
And to clear everybody, I don't know if I doubt it was a shot in the buttocks if he was sitting on an airplane.
Right. Yeah. So Tank Dell back in Houston, and I'm guessing we'll learn more as the week rolls on. Meanwhile, the draft took place over the weekend. Texans picks were all on Friday and Saturday. They've got 9 new rookies plus a few undrafted free agents that they signed. D'Amico Ryans is excited about the class they've brought in.
We're very excited about all the guys that we brought in. Feel like all these guys are quality players that add to the depth, add to the competition of our team, and so we're excited about the guys. We like all the guys that we were able to pick, and we want to work with these guys. And we're fired up about it.
Do you have a favorite pick in this draft by them, Seth?
Okay, I'm a little bit torn on that. I think Cade Stover is the go-to because it feels like at least according to DraftNix and whatnot, that was the value pick. I like the upside of Cade Stover in that he's still learning the tight end position. And he's got a toughness about him. He's everything you expect a farm kid to be. Like he just certainly doesn't look like he's afraid to get his hands dirty. And some of my concerns and reservations about the blocking are definitely, like, after watching and listening to people, it's more a matter of just needing more time and just more technique and more reps at it than it is anything else. He's willing to do it, but this is the modern NFL where that's not a deal breaker anyway if a guy's not an awesome blocker.
He was a good interview on the draft show on Saturday when I hosted. He cursed. He's 1 for 1 in getting dumped in interviews as a Houston Texan.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
He and I can bond over farming and cursing on the radio.
Yeah. That's right.
He did it. It took me until my 6th year in the NFL. Yeah, 7th year in the NFL before I got dumped on the radio for cursing.
Yeah.
He's already right. He's like a seasoned vet already.
Oh, he's a prodigy, this kid. He's a prodigy.
You gotta remember, though, I feel like it happens more these days because these kids get used to being on podcasts where you can say anything.
Yeah.
And then they don't even know the FCC exists.
Yeah.
So they get on the radio and they don't even, they got no filters.
That's what I told when he did it. I'm like, hey, Cade, we're not on a podcast. That's exactly what I said to him. We'll play that audio for you. Censored, of course, but we'll play it in Acknowledge Me. Cade, spoiler alert, Cade's going to get acknowledged. And to be clear, he wasn't cursing up a storm because he was mad he dropped to the 4th round or trying to be like all like, gung ho and whatnot. He was talking about a smoker that he built, and he said it just didn't operate all that well, except he used an adjective.
That's right. Yeah, he said it was a poorly built smoker.
Yes, and not so many words.
It was basically manure is what it was.
Right. It was manure. Texans. We're going to be talking wall to wall about the Texans draft today. So that's in the books. As far as the NFL draft goes, I would say that most of the storylines were night one. This was a pretty ho-hum week. I mean, it was cool. It's the draft. Yeah. I'll watch it from beginning to end. But there was nothing. I would say probably the most noteworthy thing as I was doing day 3, Seth, 4 hours of day 3, the only thing that was really jumping out of significance was the fact, like, holy crap, we are going a long time without any quarterbacks going off the board.
Right, because they all got drafted in the top 12.
Right. Like 6 get drafted in the top 12.
Guys that should have gotten drafted, honestly, like in the 5th round, are now going in the first
round. In the top 12.
It's just the NFL can go die as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the way they got to quit it. They got to quit it with this quarterback nonsense.
We went from pick 12 to pick 150 without a quarterback. It was wild. Yeah. Like none the day that you were on day 2, 0.
I feel like, and honestly, I do feel like that's evidence like of what I've always said is like, man, so many of these guys that previously would have gone in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th round are getting drafted in the top 15.
You've been justified for sure.
Justified. The other big one too is the Falcons. I haven't reconsidered my opinion on the Falcons. The only thing, sometimes when something looks really stupid, you got to step back and ask yourself, all right, what information would make this not stupid?
Yeah.
And I'm really starting to wonder if like Kirk Cousins' Achilles, the fact that they seem to be awful eager to get in on the physicals and chatting with the trainers and everything during the process. I wonder how Kirk Cousins' Achilles actually is.
God, if there's any like questions to where you got to draft a quarterback about it, what were you doing spending $180 million on the guy?
Well, yeah, that would be the stupid thing. But it would make the Penix, at least the Penix thing would look better.
Yeah.
Because it would be like, oh, okay, well, they really screwed up, but at least this was they got to figure out a backup plan.
They've done something stupid. We're just not sure which it is yet.
Who would have thought a guy in his upper 30s with an Achilles tendon tear might not be ready next year?
That's right. Hey, Seth, the Astros won 2 games in Mexico City this week, and
they slapped down the hated Colorado Rockies.
Yep, 12-4 on Saturday, 8-2 on Sunday, so 2 blowout wins. I think the most significant thing to come out of this weekend, because I like the 12 runs and the 8 runs against the Rockies in Mexico City is like
what's the elevation? 12,000 feet.
It was. They showed a graphic yesterday. It was 7,000. The stadium was at 7,300 feet.
Yeah, there was. Is it the 5th highest city in the world? Yeah. I don't know, major city, whatever it is.
I'm not sure.
It's high. It's
I'm
up
not sure. So I don't take much from the offensive stats. Fromber having a solid 5-inning outing though in that environment, coming back from the elbow, that's significant. You know, because I saw a stat yesterday. I think it was Wexler tweeted that when it's Fromber, Justin Verlander, Christian Javier, or Ronel Blanco starting this year, they're 7-0 with an ERA under 2. When it's anybody else, the ERA is like 9. The bullpen's ERA is like 9. Yeah. Every other pitcher on this staff is 2-19 this season. Those 4 guys are 7-0. So they've all been banged up at some point. Other than Blanco, they've all been banged up at some point this year.
You can say all you want about Fromber pitching well, recovering from a scary inning, all of that. He fielded a ground ball and threw to first without issue. That's a big deal for Fromber. That's it. He might be better than before he was injured.
And Joey Loperfido is a Houston Astro. Got called up last night. Way to go, Astros! You've ruined another young prospect. I'm talking about the players themselves, not the Astros. Have no. They've got to bring him up. They've got no choice. Yeah. And yet, I will blame the players for ruining another young prospect. There you go. He's going to come up and he's going to strike out 73% of the time. Way to go! We'll see how he's used. I mean, he's an outfielder by trade who's kind of picking up first base as he goes. My guess is he's going to be used more as an outfielder than a first baseman. We'll see. If you put any human being with a highlight glove at first base, they'd be better than Jose Abreu. Highlight glove. Base. It's called a cesta, Seth. Is what it's called. Cesta. Yeah. I refuse to believe that's what it's called. That's what it's called. It's a highlight basket. It's a cesta, and they play in a fronton, okay? Hey, you know what? There's a highlight fronton 10 minutes from my house growing up.
You know what'll make you feel old, Sean? When you were gone, when you abandoned me for those few days, and Sean Bijani was in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they show Highley on ESPN every now and then in the studio. It's not, you know, and Sean looked up and he didn't know what it was on. I'm like, oh my God, has it been that long? And was I that young when Highley was a thing?
It's on the, you know what it is, Seth? It's on the station that carries the Ash. It's on Space City Home Network. And when that's on in the studio here, like that's some of their filler material. Okay. Yeah. I miss the infomercials. Dude, the 80s? Highley? Yeah. You kidding me? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to know the rookie class. Getting to know our rookies. There's a certain Sports Radio 610 personality that I think is going to take a real liking to Kamari Lassiter. We will have that for you coming up next.
Were the Texans focused on positional need with their day two? AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's, you're just getting in your car. Let's get to know the rookies. Let's get to know your new Houston Texans. We had no first-round picks, but 2 second-round picks. So let's start with the 42nd pick in the draft.
H-Town, where we at, baby? Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and get straight to it. With the 42nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter, defensive back, Georgia.
All right, there you go. That's Christian Harris announcing the pick right there. Here was Nick Caserio on Friday night giving his assessment on Kamari Lassiter.
Lassiter is position flex. He's played in the perimeter of the formation. He's played inside the formation. I'd say he plays with a linebacker type mentality. I mean, he's a corner, but he tackles. He's tough. He's physical. I'm sure there'll be a question about his speed and how fast he ran, but he's not slow. So, the speed really wasn't a concern of ours. So, the time's the time, but, we're drafting football players. We're not drafting track teams. So, I know speed's important. I'm not saying speed's not important, but we don't feel that that's an issue for this particular player. And when you watch him play in the SEC, you don't walk away and have that concern.
Yeah, someone texted Seth a little earlier. We were talking about Kamari Lassiter and his 4.6 40 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Someone's like, didn't Kyle Hamilton fall to 14 because of his bad 40 time? Yeah. And he was an all-pro. There's football speed and there's track speed.
Yeah, Kyle, that's a whole nother, that's a podcast episode. Kyle Hamilton, ran the worst 40 ever. He was, zigzagging down the course. It was weird.
Right, yeah.
But he knows how to run to the football in football. I think that Lassiter, especially this last year, he really showed a lot more ability to recognize, ability to pattern match when you realize what route the receiver's running, you intercept the route, all that kind of stuff when you're off the ball that D'Amico really, really likes. I think that's probably what appealed to them. I feel like it's a difference between him and Bullock. Bullock's got great ball skills. Lassiter, not so much. So you hope that Lassiter. One of my YouTube followers said that it's okay that he has bad hands because because nobody tends to catch the ball anyway. So it's contagious. The bad hands are contagious. He was third in FBS in terms of catches allowed per target. He's just was very, very good last year.
He allowed 136 yards passing all year. That's it was crazy.
Calls himself the locksmith.
Yeah. What do we think about that?
I'm not sure if I'm crazy about that nickname. He had that huge lock on his chest.
Yeah.
And which was cool, but I don't know. Somebody pointed out that a locksmith is supposed to unlock things,
That's
right?
my whole thing with it. Yeah. That's
as opposed to locking things down.
Right.
Well, no, I mean, a locksmith has to be good at, he's got to sell you the right locks too. He's got to, it's not like they only deal with unlocking.
I'm undecided on the nickname yet. I got to wait. I got to meet him first and see if I like him. Then I like the nickname. If he rubs me the wrong way, I'll be like,
that's true.
You have a stupid
nickname.
If he's
good,
nickname
it's going to be an awesome. If he's good, it'll be an awesome nickname. If he's bad, it'll be a
100%. And it's a ready-made endorsement too for whatever lock company around here. Here's Kamari.
Oh, Landry just got Landry can do a podcast with him.
Locker. Oh yeah. All right, Kamari Lassiter on becoming a Houston Texan.
Man, I've been saying for a long time, I was like, man, I really want to go to Houston. And I was just, saying it, very slightly, not knowing that, it was going to come true. And I got the call earlier, and it was just surreal. You dream about having that call your whole life. And my phone disconnected. I had bad service, so I hung up right in the middle of the phase. But But man, whenever I got a call back and it was the fifth round, man, it was just a wave of emotion. See my mom, my grandma, my pops, all my family here, and just seeing everybody just be so happy. It's something that I'll never forget.
I think there are two things about that. One is that I think a lot of the draft picks seem genuinely excited to play with D'Amico.
Yes.
Marcus Harris, the 7th round defensive tackle, I watched the phone call with him and D'Amico. It was from an Alabama TV station, and it was like he just looked like he genuinely like D'Amico had just adopted him. Like he was I
saw the same footage. I'm like, this kid's reacting like he just got drafted 15th overall. He looked like one of those kids that just went in the first round.
With Lassiter, he talked about Derek Stingley and watching him, and I think it's exciting if you're a cornerback with the prospect of playing opposite of somebody like that. I would point out to him that, it might mean that you get more safety help, but it also does mean that you're the target of choice. If Stingley's got things on lockdown as a veteran player, then you're going to get opportunities to make plays on the ball. You'll have opportunities to, if you better do good, and maybe you'll have more opportunities to catch some football.
Do you think he's the starter in week 1? Total guess right now, obviously, but just
it's a 100% guess because of Kuda and Henderson. I would say probably not, just based on nothing other than he's a 2nd-round pick, and there's a competition there. So I think he'll play week 1. I think he'll be in the rotation.
That makes sense. Here is Kamari Lassiter. John Lopez, if you're listening, you may have a new fishing partner here.
And if we're not chopping it up with the guys, I like to go fishing.
Nice. All right, so pond fishing or deep sea?
Pond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any interest maybe deep sea eventually? What if you get drafted by Miami or
Houston? We could try it maybe.
Pull up some barracuda.
How big are those?
Get about.
Okay.
Yeah. Shark fishing.
Nah.
Yeah.
The eyes when he said shark fishing was funny. He got super serious. He was like, no.
And like barracuda is something you want to catch or something. You know what I mean? Like, how big are those?
I was curious about that. I was the guy interviewing him. I think was he was just doing his best to keep
it light. Yeah. So there you go, John Lopez.
Plus, he had the wrong size. He didn't do the right size on the barracuda.
Oh, he didn't?
No.
So Lopez, if you're listening, Kamari Lassiter, I feel like Lopez looks for is like campaigning for the NFL draft guide to have like a checkbox as to whether or not guys like fishing. You know, so he knows going in like the Texans drafted 9 guys and 5 of them are fishermen.
I would say when I find out that somebody's an avid fisherman, it does make me more inclined to like them. I'm kind of like, part of it's jealousy because I've never been good at sitting still and fishing.
Same.
So I'm always like, I wish I could be like these guys. Mm-hmm. So it's fishermen and porn stars. That's where I'm like, I guess it wasn't meant to be.
Boy. And when you find a porn star who is a fisherman, Seth really, really likes those guys.
It gets kind of weird, actually.
Yeah, it's a little strange. Peter North told us about a deep sea excursion he went on one time, and Seth couldn't control. Seth had to leave the room. All right. Blake Fisher was the Texans' other 2nd-round pick. Here's what that sounded like.
With the 59th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Blake Fisher, tackle, Notre Dame.
Damn. Do you think Christian Harris hated the fact that when he went up there to announce, he had to announce a Georgia guy and a Notre Dame guy?
Oh, that's a good point.
You know, he's an Alabama guy. Like, I got to introduce these. I know they're my teammates now and everything, but blah.
He looked skinny, didn't he?
Christian Harris,
yeah.
I couldn't tell. I was at the party and I was kind of glancing up at the screen. I couldn't really tell.
He's an incredibly lean dude.
Yes.
But he had relatively easy names to pronounce too. Not like some of those poor saps that had to. Who was it? Oh, Warren Moon had to announce Devondre Sweat. And he actually didn't butcher it or anything, but there's some names. Real quick side note, Sean.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell should not be as bad at reading things as he is.
I think his back issue was affecting him at this. I saw the same thing you did. I'm not. I guess I am kind of making an excuse for him, but why am I doing that for Roger Goodell? Yeah, you're right. Get better,
Has he ever
been
good at reading them? I feel like he always struggles a little bit. Like, dude, prepare a little bit. Can you look it over before you go out there?
It was way more. If it's been a problem, it was more noticeable this year to me. You're right. Here was Nick Caserio on Notre Dame tackle and now Houston Texan Blake Fisher.
6'5.5", 315 pounds, long arms. plays strong, plays physical, played against good competition, well coached. The offensive line coach, former offensive line coach at the University of Wisconsin. So played with JP. So, I mean, I think our program will benefit him, but you can't have enough tackles in your building. So, I mean, right now we have, really 4, including Charlie and David Sharp, who we signed. Blake is another tackle, but we're going to double tackles. So you're going to need 3, and you all have seen us play. At some point, they're going to have to play.
Yeah, I think when he says we're going to carry 4, you're going to need 3. He's talking about on game day. They're going to need 3 tackles.
Well, and just at some point, he's almost conceding that at some point somebody's probably going to get injured too.
Yeah.
So you definitely, that guy's going to play. So it is a big year for Charlie Heck, obviously now. And I think the other, with Fisher, I think it's a perfect guy that gets taken in the second round for a reason. If he had the height and the weight and the athleticism that he does, and he just absolutely dominated the competition, he would have easily been a first rounder. I think there's parts of him where he plays like a tall guy. Sometimes guys will get up underneath his pads a little bit, but then there's also other times where he does a really impressive job, especially in the run game, of getting underneath guys and rooting them out. He gets up to the second level really well for a big guy. So there's something to work with there. And sometimes it's just a matter of physical maturity with some of the taller guys. It takes them a little longer to get that man strength. Charlie Heck has really been like that. So I'm optimistic about him and intrigued, because I think he'll fit the zone running scheme very well. And I think with his length and his athleticism, a lot of the other stuff is just a matter of getting reps and doing it amongst better competition.
Here was Blake Fisher on the Zoom call with the media saying he wasn't sure the Texans liked him.
They kind of hit it. You know what I mean? Like when you can kind of tell, you kind of sense like, okay, like this team could be in the play. But I really didn't get any signs from them. I had a quick Zoom with them, a couple weeks ago, and, that was it. And then for about the combine, I haven't heard anything else really. So, to kind of know that there was a team, interested, in me kind of, under the rug, if you will. Is a blessing, a blessing for sure. Let me know that somebody believes in me and believes that, I can be, a big contribution to the group.
So do you think his most likely scenario where he sees time this year, Seth, is probably injury to somebody else, you would think?
I think so. I don't think he's going to come in and immediately compete for a starting job. It'll be a pleasant surprise if he does. Yeah. But, I think his competition for playing time right now is with Charlie Heck, I think.
Okay. That makes sense.
Off and like George Fant last year played well enough that he went off and got a pretty nice contract.
He did.
I honestly, again, I hope Dave Tepper has picked up on the fact that for a couple years in a row now, the Texans draft picks don't even know the Texans like them. Whereas in Carolina, Dave Canales, the head coach, had to give Xavier Leggett a hard time about basically telling the entire world that they were going to draft Xavier Leggett.
Yep.
Like it honestly is some kind of Mickey Mouse crap. Like when you're drafted at the end of the first round and you're telling guys that you're going to draft them, it's stupid. It's really stupid because
it's not one of two things.
For one, you should just be in the habit of not showing your hand to anybody. For one. 2, like if some player that you really love falls for whatever reason or what have you, like then you've lied to a young kid. Yeah. It's Mickey Mouse crap. That organization, they got to get their crap together.
Dude, it was funny. I was listening to Carolina radio this morning before our show. I just kind of was jumping around to some of the cities in the draft that are noteworthy, and they were talking about the draft on WFNZ, and they like their draft class, but they're like, well, people need to understand this is going to be a couple-year process here to rebuild this roster. And I'm like, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
You just draft the right quarterback.
Yeah, man.
If you don't have a hedge fund owner who's just obsessed with analytics and S2 cognition scores, maybe you would have drafted the right guy.
That's right. Let's get to the third round. Kalen Bullock, safety, USC. Here's what it sounded like.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 78th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 78th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kalen Bullock, defensive back, USC.
That was Don Aponte, who's like one of the bigwigs in the NFL. She reads like an elementary school teacher.
Well, I prefer that to Goodell.
Yeah,
Maybe she could have coached. Maybe she could have elementary schooled Goodell up a little bit in the back room.
Yeah.
I did feel a little jilted. I felt a little screwed over that this person that I didn't know was announcing the pick. It had no affiliation or ties to the Texans at all.
Well, don't worry, because in about 3 minutes we're going to do Acknowledge Me, and the best pick announcement of the entire weekend will get acknowledged in the next several minutes here, and that would be the 4th-round pick for the Texans. We'll get to that in a minute. Here is Nick Caserio, Texans GM, on Kalen Bullock, the safety out of USC.
He's rangy. He covers ground. He plays the ball well. He has good movement skills for a safety. He started his career as a corner. I'm not saying he's a corner, but he moves well for his size. He's 6'2", 190 pounds. Honestly, some of his best football is probably in front of him. He needs to get stronger. I mean, he'll be the first to tell you that. So I think there's some developmental opportunities with him relative to his frame. We're talking about a guy at 6'2", 190 pounds, who ran 4.5, that moves well for his size, plays the ball, is instinctive, is an eraser in a deep part of the field, has to improve as a tackler, which goes back to improving his playing strength. So hopefully our program will be beneficial to him in that respect.
Okay, so that was Caserio on Kalen Bullock.
I don't like the discrediting of the 40 time for one prospect and then citing the 40 time for another.
I love it. I love it.
Because we're going to get to Jamal Hill, the linebacker, in a little bit possibly, too.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, all right. Like, is he fast? Yeah, he's fast.
Yeah.
He's fast. His ball hawking ability, his ability to track the ball, and just how he's long and lanky, and it shows up because he gets turnovers. He's very, very willing to hit. He's just... He's so skinny. So he's got like there's times where either like I think he sometimes is trying to compensate for the fact that he's not all that strong. You know, Nick talked about how he's got to gain some strength. So he comes in with poor tackling technique or with poor leverage at times. So they'll have to coach him up on that. But there's a lot to like about him. And it seemed like D'Amico and Nick really liked the guy as a person too. You know, we had him on right after he got picked on the draft show. And he was just all charisma and confidence, man.
Yeah.
After he got off, I was like, we got to work on this kid's confidence. As a joke, because he was basically talking about he was going to come in and take over the world.
Well, here he is right now describing his style of play.
I would say I'm a very diverse DB. You're going to see me playing everywhere. I'm going to come and give my all to this organization no matter what. I'm going to leave everything out there on the field. I'm going to always come out here every single day. I'm going to get the best person on and off the field always.
You know, and he grew up like 15 minutes from USC. His dad died when he was 10, which is relevant because I think, for one, Caserio talked about his backstory and how it's just amazing that he even is where he is. But also, he knows C.J. Stroud, you know, and C.J. Stroud has given him some advice as Southern California kids, and I think they're going to have that common bond of having had to deal with like disruptions in their household to an extreme degree when they were young men.
That's great. That is good having CJ there for him. And I would say what else is good for Kalen Bullock, if we're just looking at trends, the last 3 third-round picks by Nick Caserio, Nico Collins, Christian Harris, Tank Dell. Pretty good. This is the opposite of the run of third-rounders, as you've pointed out, Seth, last week. The third round was where Texans draft picks went to die for about a decade. And now, Nick is crushing it in the third round since he got here.
Like the thing that got flipped on its head was it used to be there were a lot of Texans third round picks who seemed like, wow, they've got the physical ability of a first rounder, but maybe they just don't like football that much. Like their flaw was that they didn't like football. Now I think it's like the strength is that the guy is passionate about football, and maybe the other flaws are something different. But I'd love to have a room full of guys that actually love football.
Yes. You know they're going to work their maximum to get the most out of whatever they are, and if not, at least they left it all out there. All right, let's do some acknowledging, shall we? So those are the top 3 guys on the Texans. Cade Stover was the 4th pick for the Texans. He got picked in the 4th round. They traded up to get him, the tight end out of Ohio State. We acknowledge each and every Monday big performances, big deals, big stuff from the last few days. So let's start with Cade Stover and acknowledge him.
Acknowledge me.
Really, really, I think popular pick by Nick Caserio. A lot of the experts really like that pick in the 4th round. Nick Caserio himself, I think, really likes this player. We'll play that audio a little later in the show. But Cade Stover was on the draft show after he was picked. He came on with me and Cecil Shorts and John Harris. And John Harris asked him at the very end if he's a barbecue guy. And Cade Stover, he's 1 for 1 on getting dumped on interviews as a Texan.
I got one for you. Okay, you're coming to Houston. I don't know what you really know about Houston, but you can come to Houston and eat. Are you a barbecue guy? Is that something that you mean? Are you? What's your big food calling?
I'm a massive barbecue guy. I actually have I built a smoker at my house here. I actually built it about so. It's kind of shitty, but it works.
Oh, okay. Cade Stover is 1 for 1 in getting dumped in interviews. That is great.
Are we sure that Cal McNair?
Cade, we're not on a podcast here. This is a radio. All right. That's all right. That's
sorry, guys.
No, it's all good. I feel like
we love it. We love
fits
it.
perfectly with the Texans culture.
Yeah, the three people on the air right now have all been dumped at some point.
Yeah, don't worry. Welcome to the club.
Are we sure Cal McNair didn't make this pick? The fact that you built a smoker?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Cal. This is the one time I ran out in Cal and out in the wild was at Academy when he was going to buy some supplies for his smoker. I was just, like
the big barbecue guy.
I feel like that was back before everything had kind of turned for the perception of the ownership of the Texans, and it was like. I can brag about it now. At the time, I feel like I would tell a story and nobody cared about it. But I was like, it's pretty damn cool that you can just run into an NFL owner looking for smoker supplies at Academy.
Trying to buy pellets.
Yeah, it's not like he didn't have one of his minions run out to get it or anything.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
Regular dude.
I blame YouTube for the smoker. He was just probably on the wrong video or something.
For Cade's crappy smoker that he built?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. He built his own smoker. It's pretty good. He's a farm guy, though, so he's used to having to fend for himself to some degree, right? I mean, you farm guys are a little more handy than softies like me.
In theory, yeah. In theory, but like as you can hear, it's not always the case.
Doesn't always turn out, yeah. Maybe the best part about Cade Stover. Well, let me back up. The best part about Cade Stover getting picked is getting Cade Stover. But I would say of all the pick announcements that took place with Texans draft picks, and maybe overall the one that got the most attention was our guy Sketch, world-famous streamer from the Houston area whose uniform is basically a C.J. Stroud jersey.
Our guy
Sketch.
Yes.
He's our guy.
Acknowledge me.
That's right. We acknowledge Sketch. Thank you, Ben. We're acknowledging him for this, and I'm gonna grade his announcement of the pick of Cade Stover when this is done. But he's getting acknowledged, so I think you know where this is going.
Make some noise! Come on! This is football! Come on!
It's Sketch, people. Love this guy.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 123rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 123rd pick of the NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Cade Stover, tight end, Ohio State.
Oh.
A+. A+, and here's why. I'm not just saying it because it's Sketch. A+, he got up there. He got the crowd riled up, which is good. Yeah. He didn't get up there and tell stories. He didn't get up there and try to be funny. He
didn't got to give a motivational speech.
No. He got up there. He got the crowd riled up. He read the pick, nailed the name. Now, Cade Stover, I don't know how else you'd pronounce it, but A+ Sketch, because there were so many people that got up there, guest pickers, Seth.
Yeah.
And you're sitting and you're waiting and you're like, okay, stop talking. Just make the pick.
Well, the worst ever was
I didn't want to bring it up. That's your guy. That's your guy.
The Vikings pick.
Sketch is my guy. Ed Marinero's your guy.
The thing about Ed Marinero is he's awesome to have a beer with.
Right.
But he treated that like he was having a beer with the audience.
With 8 million people, yeah.
Sketch, this is where I was impressed with Sketch, was because I still barely know who he is, other than just like the vast majority of the audience there doesn't know who he is either. He's internet famous, but that means that the masses don't really know who he is. You could see why he's internet famous, though, when he got up there. Like, oh, this kid's got a charisma about him. And there's the key. He said, it's football.
Yeah.
Like, that was it. He appealed to everybody there.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was trying to, he was just saying, let's go. His energy. He was genuinely excited just to be at the draft. It was really cool.
Yes. Yeah. A+. Good job, Sketch. All All right, this is where I'll mix in a little NBA playoff. I got a couple playoff acknowledgments from sitting on my chair for 8 hours yesterday and watching basketball. Jalen Brunson scored 47 of the Knicks' 97 points in their win over the Sixers yesterday. Jalen Brunson was unstoppable yesterday. I feel like if Jalen Brunson was kind of hanging around on another team like 10 years ago, that would have been the guy Daryl Morey would have gone and gotten. Jalen Brunson. He's just so damn efficient. He's so good, and he's got a few moves. Those little floaters in the lane are just completely unstoppable. He was a Dallas Maverick. Dallas people have to be killing themselves over that.
I'm jealous of a floater game. That was always, remember Harden forever. It would be like, we're in the playoffs now. There's actual rim protection. I'm going to bust out the floater. Not really.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Harden.
Well, now the floaters.
I'm going to acknowledge James Harden.
To throw one of my floaters at him.
I'm going to acknowledge James Harden. 33 points yesterday against the Dallas Mavericks in a win to even that series on 17 field goal attempts. He was super efficient. 15 points in the fourth quarter. It was just playoff James yesterday, Seth, is what that was.
I know. I didn't watch the game. I looked at. That's all I needed to see that really angered me was the 15 points in the fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter, man. He took over.
Did he hurl any passes off into the stands?
No, he only had 2 turnovers in the game also.
Well, but that's the one. Yeah, I don't care about the points. How many turnovers in the fourth quarter?
2 turnovers. That's it.
Some of those. Oh, God. Now I'm having flashbacks. It wasn't just the turnovers. It was the lazy turnovers.
How dumb they were.
Quarter.
Yeah, no, they should have counted for 4 turnovers.
Like oops.
Yeah.
I couldn't dribble all of a sudden.
Right. Really had to have a behind-the-back pass right there. With 5 minutes to go in the game. No, but James was good yesterday, man. And I'll tell you what, James Harden was one of several Houston athletes to get up and out of here during a period of time where I thought to myself, I am always going to root against this person. I hate them. I don't have severe hatred for James Harden. What I found I have severe hatred for, the Dallas Mavericks. Not a very likable basketball team. I'm not a big Luka guy. I'm not a Kyrie guy at all. So I found myself actually rooting for James and Russ and the whole gang yesterday.
The Mavericks are bad for America.
Yeah. Okay. And
they really
Mark
are.
Cuban,
they really are.
Mark Cuban.
They're one of the greatest problems we face today.
Yep. So they lost. Even to 2 in that series. Okay. The New Orleans Pelicans are really bad at basketball, at least in the playoffs there. They did make the playoffs, so I should point that out. But Charles Barkley was going off about the Pelicans, and getting destroyed by the Oklahoma City Thunder. So the saying is always, 1, 2, 3, Cancun, when a team's getting knocked out, because then they're off to vacation.
They're off to a banana boat somewhere.
Yeah, they're off to a banana boat. Exactly. So on Inside the NBA on TNT, the NBA studio show, Shaq and Chuck were doing their thing on there, and here's what it sounded like after Pelicans lost to the OKC Thunder.
Disappointed in New Orleans. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston. That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna sit into Cancun. We're gonna sit into Galveston with that dirty ass water be washing up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. Y'all gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're not taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. No, we're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water.
It is technically dirty. It's there's a lot of silt in that water there.
Shaq,
as well as
Shaq's reaction. That might have been the funniest thing that Shaq thinks he's ever heard in his life. Like Shaq was.
You love that.
Shaq was doubled over.
He's a Houstonian of sorts.
He's
does. Got roots here.
He does. Yeah. He's got a house in Pearland. Owns a couple 24-hour fitnesses, or at least he did. Here, I don't know if he still does.
I probably do. He seems like a buy and hold. He doesn't buy and hold stock. He actually buys and holds businesses themselves.
Yeah.
So I believe he probably
and then gets a little extra money by speaking for them, or at least a little extra efficiency and bang for his buck. Doesn't have to pay spokespeople. He just goes and speaks for them himself.
Charles apologized, but then took a shot at San Antonio.
Yeah, it was good.
Time.
I saw that last night. That was after I have certain times of night where I just shut down. Like, okay, I'm just tired of pulling up audio for the day. It was funny.
I like that he pronounces it Galveston.
Galveston.
Yeah, it sounds like a rich person.
Yeah.
You know, to go hang out at Galveston.
Galveston. Yeah. So Charles Barkley, you get acknowledged. Hey, I'm going to acknowledge a texter. I don't even know this person's name, but they texted earlier in the show. I'm going to acknowledge 3162 on the text page.
Acknowledge me.
It says, "Good morning, guys. Don't know if y'all remember, but a month or two back, I asked for some advice for a job interview I was going on, and y'all gave me great advice. Just wanted to let you know that I got the job, and I appreciate y'all. It's the little things. Y'all are freaking awesome."
If I remember correctly, the advice I gave him was to be sure he kept the focus on what he could do for them.
Yep.
Like how he could help them.
Yep.
Not what he needed from them or anything.
That was your advice. My advice is always to go in with more questions for them than they have for you. That's always my good questions. Not do you match? Not like do you match on the 401k?
Right.
What's your health care like?
Why do they call them butterflies anyway? Like just don't go in there like your Google questions.
Right.
That's what Google is for.
That's right. So good job.
I Googled that this morning, by the way.
3162.
It's frustratingly unclear why they're called butterflies.
Really?
There's like 5 different theories.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you vet which one's best.
We're going to do it in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah. I'm going to acknowledge Seth Payne.
Acknowledge me.
And Sean Pendergast as well. I think we should get a little credit for that guy getting that job right there.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'll acknowledge myself.
Okay. Give it to me.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge Seth.
Yeah.
Okay, my theory about the defensive tackles being kind of an amorphous blob of similar dudes. I think the fact that 4 defensive tackles at the top of the second round went in 5 straight picks, 4 out of 5 picks were defensive tackles. And Johnny Newton, who a lot of people thought was going to be in the second half of the first round, wasn't even the first one taken in the second round. It went Ruka Rororo, Johnny Newton, Tavondre Sweat, and then Braden Fisk.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty much how it was for defensive tackles. I think teams evaluated them all differently, and there were a bunch that were going to go in the second round.
What was your reaction to Sweat going 39th overall right there?
I was surprised.
Yeah.
I was really surprised. Now, they run a 3-4 there, so he's going to play nose tackle. That makes a lot of sense.
For those who don't know, he's a Titan. He got drafted by
He's a
Tennessee.
Titan, right. That makes a lot of sense for him to play nose tackle there. And I love Sweat's potential. He's just he's got a concerning stretch of issues with personal discipline. He acknowledged that he partied too much back when he was younger, so he didn't party at all this year during the season, but then he got a DUI afterwards. And then at the Combine, just flat out said, nope, I weigh 365, and that's where I'm staying, where it's clear and obvious that, if he would just lose 20 pounds, he could be all-pro.
Mm-hmm.
It's that big of a difference. There's a huge difference between 365 and 345.
Okay.
So I like to take him in the second round. I feel like that's a bit of a gamble, but I wish he didn't go to the Titans because I want to personally root for him. I love the way the guy plays football until he tuckers out because he's just too damn big.
No, now I'm hoping he's at the buffet 3 times a day. He's a Tennessee Titan. I hope he blows up to 450 pounds.
Remember, he's in a state now where there are state legislators angrily defending first cousin marriage.
Right.
We played the audio last week, everybody. I don't think that he can be trusted to eat well in this state that backwards.
That was some of my favorite audio because literally it was a news report about this legislation you're talking about. And literally the first 3 words were first cousin marriage, in the news. And I'm like, this is amazing. This is going to be the greatest news report ever.
It's like first cousin marriage might be on its way to being banned in Tennessee, but not without a fight.
Right? That's what it was. That's exactly what it was. I felt so bad for the reporters who were clearly from, Northern Virginia or something like that.
It's like the Hatfields are fighting the McCoys because the McCoys don't want to let the Hatfields marry the Hatfields.
Right, right. You got this kid from New Canaan, Connecticut doing news in Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm like, get out of here. They told him, how many podunk markets do I have to go to before I'm not reporting on first cousin marriage legislation?
And the defense thereof. Yeah.
Oh my, right. That's a bunch of hillbillies dying on an actual hill for first cousin marriage. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you, Sports Radio 6.
My favorite part about that story was that it showed there were still quite a few states that like have arcane laws that allow first cousin marriage.
Right.
But Tennessee's the only one that needs to address it.
Right. Because people just don't do it anymore.
Right. Like some of those laws from the 1800s, they're weird, but like it doesn't matter because nobody cares. Like Tennessee, they're like, okay, this is getting out of hand.
Tennessee, they have like mixers with their first cousins.
We can't keep having hospitals overrun with all of these inbred issues that we're seeing.
Someone's guessing on the text page that it was Jack Easterby that we gave advice to go get a job.
Oh, Barry, I'll tell you what, Jack will not take the advice of not making it about himself.
Yeah.
So curious, here's a tip, everybody. If you're somebody who purports to be in the people business and the business of helping people, but you talk to them for an hour and it's a nonstop recitation of their own accomplishments, just think twice. Okay?
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. All right, some fun stuff coming out of the draft. I don't get mad, I should say, at our GM very often. But, Nick, I'm a little upset that you didn't trade up to go get this guy based on his press conference over the weekend. You are going to hear some amazing audio that wasn't even really part of the press conference. You're going to hear that coming up next. We just got done talking about an NFL football player that should, with Seth's advice, drop,
he needs. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, some fun moments from the draft this weekend. In press conferences, Keon Coleman.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for compiling these. I know how I get so overwhelmed, and there's like all of these awesome tidbits over the weekend, and when I start thinking about trying to grab them and everything, I freak out. So it's thank you. I appreciate you being not addled like I am.
I may be, but for Keon Coleman and Chris Ballard cursing his ass off, I'm willing to muscle through the agitation.
Yeah.
So this is good stuff. Keon Coleman, wide receiver from Florida State, went to Michigan State for a couple of years, as he points out in this audio. Here's just to set the scene here. Keon Coleman, he went 33rd overall. He was the first pick of day 2 to the wide receiver needy Buffalo Bills. Might be a good fantasy pick this year, Keon Coleman. He may end up being the number 1 wide receiver.
Guy with a huge catch radius.
Empty wide receiver
on a team that just lost its top 2 wide receivers, right?
So little advice there. But he will definitely be on the all-press conference team this season, and he's off to a great start. He had on a heavy yellow coat in the press conference. And at this point, the press conference hadn't even really started yet. He was just kind of BSing with a few of the reporters there about his jacket. And the mic was hot. So here's what it sounded like.
Nah, man, you forgot I went to school in Michigan for 2 years? Guess where I got this from, though? That I'm saying you got to guess. You're going to be wrong, though, but guess.
Time is up.
Nah. Macy's. What you mean? They be on sale on the rack, all the colors. Look, $79, $89, nice little deal. You can get the trench coat for like $100. Nice little. I'll take you there personally. I might go get some more colors. I need a blue one and another red one.
Gotcha. I'm with you. It's good Thanksgiving sales too. That's what I usually do.
See, I ain't know nothing about Thanksgiving. I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime. You gotta shop a season or 2 before, just in case, and they be cheaper. Cause you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? Who we starting with? Oh, we could go. Oh, my bad. Hold up, y'all can hear me? This on? Or this off? All right, bro.
I mean, he's awesome. I had no idea he was this good.
He is the Macy's Brandy. I played that for Brandy, and she's like, yes. The Macy's, the sales on coats at Macy's are incredible, especially this time of year, or like right after, even, February, March, whenever people stop buying winter coats. Yes, dude, that's when you go to Macy's.
Keon Coleman, I'm going to tell you I can tell you this with 1,000% certainty. He buys all of his wrapping paper on December the 26th.
Yeah.
He cleans out the Valentine's candy like on February 15th and 16th, right?
He's going to be one of these guys that, for like the reputation that athletes have, which is well-deserved in a lot of ways, of exorbitant spending. There are a lot of guys that just, they were raised frugal and they stay frugal. And it's really impressive because like against extreme peer pressure at times, they refuse to budge. And I could see Keon Coleman being that guy. Which you feel good about that because this isn't a guy that's going to be all of a sudden like acting up for money reasons for whatever reason after 2 years or 3 years into his contract.
The best part of that to me, and you got to see the video to see this, but this is me encouraging you to go out of your way to find the video, is the look on his face when whoever guessed wrong. He's like, no. Macy's.
He's funny. He also said that he went out to walk on the practice field, and he said he scored 3 imaginary touchdowns in 30 seconds, and that's got to be a team record. He went out hey kids, that's another good lesson though too. Aside from the good cheap deals at Macy's, man. Never stop visualizing. It's important. Visualize. He's gonna be a pro athlete. When he's 40 years old, he'll still be out there visualizing, catching touchdowns.
It's good advice. Yeah, Kamari Lassiter, you better end up being a good football player. Otherwise, I'm gonna be like, dang, we could have traded up from 42 and gotten Keon Coleman at 33.
You better be out there on the turf at NRG Stadium practicing interceptions.
Imaginary
right now.
Pick sixes. Yes. Go set a record. Go be great, Kamari. All right, next one here. Good draft-related audio. This was another pretty good pick announcement. I have no idea who the pick even was, but this was Carl Nassib, former Cleveland Brown, walking up to the podium and gives some advice out to the young players right before he announces Cleveland's pick.
Latest Browns pick.
I saw a lot of diamonds last night. I want to tell all you draft picks at home, save your money. It's not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep, all right? Remember that.
Good advice.
All right, thanks. Wasn't he the one in Hard Knocks? Now that this dawns on me, like in the moment, wasn't he on Hard Knocks giving advice out to teammates?
With a very unrealistic understanding of how the stock market actually works.
Yes.
Yes. He had a nice straight line that shows exactly how money compounds at 12% every single year.
Right.
There's a man who had never invested his way through a recession. I'll tell you that much. Sure, you can live off of 8% of your portfolio. It's easy. 12% a year, every year.
That's it. That's it. I had forgotten that
you can
was.
Save your advice, Nassib. I'm sitting there at home watching. I was like, oh, you're going to live through the tech bubble, you stupid.
Yeah.
But it was before the real estate crash, so I'm glad he probably figured things out.
Yeah.
Before the Great Recession. That's you know what? Good advice, but like, all right, don't be a buzzkill. You know, come on here. Thanks, Uncle Buzzkill.
Mr. Know-It-All. Yeah.
I didn't like Aiden Hutchinson's suit on draft night. It made me uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah.
There's something about Aiden Hutchinson that annoys me. I don't know what it is. It's kind of the way he kind of got like a hunched over way about him.
Yeah.
And he was wearing like in the style of the day, wearing a way too tight suit, but it was even too tight by today's standards.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it. He should have saved his money on that suit.
He should have, yeah. Hey, Nassib, can you go get in Hutchinson's ear? Look at that. Look what he's wearing over there. All right, Chris Ballard, GM for the Indianapolis Colts. They drafted Adonai Mitchell with the 50th overall pick. I would say, Seth, if we had to identify a player who you go, oh man, that guy is sliding, you know, who was the big slider this year?
Yeah.
Adonai Mitchell was, and it wasn't that big a slide. This draft went, other than Michael Penix getting drafted 8th overall, a lot of this draft, and maybe Bo Nix going 12th overall, a lot of this draft kind of went, for the most part, according to close how people saw it, generally speaking. Yeah. A.D. Mitchell was probably the one, though, that people are going, okay, well, this guy, especially when you see all these receivers flying off the board. You know, these are teams that clearly wanted receivers. End of the first round, Ricky Pearsall goes off the board. Xavier Leggett goes off the board. The very first pick of the second round is Keon Coleman, who we just heard from. And there were others. Lad McConkey got picked. There were others getting picked along the way. Adonai Mitchell was thought to be like pick somewhere between like 20 and 30 by a lot of folks. Yeah. He gets picked 50th overall by the Indianapolis Colts, and there was some smoke out there about Adonai Mitchell, maybe some attitude issues. His being a diabetic got brought up late in the process, or at least became public late in the process for whatever reason. Chris Ballard does not like unnamed sources dragging kids down.
I don't know. I mean, I read some of the bull that was said on TV. I mean, just the typical, excuse my language, our typical league. Unnamed sources, bad interview. That's such bull. I mean, it is. It's bull. Like, put your name on it. I'm tired of, we tear these young men down. These are 21, 22 young men. And if people out there can tell me they're perfect in their lives, it's crap. It's crap. This is a good kid. And, for those reports to come out, I think I said it last year. It's bull. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language. I don't, but I do.
Okay, that was funny at the end. I don't, but I do.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, so that's what that was. That was sorry, not sorry. Yeah. Here, my thoughts on this. Look, I think it's cool that Chris Ballard's sticking up for this player he just drafted. I mean, they're married now. Like he's taking up for him. I guess the only thing I would say, Seth, is that he did slide to 50 when everybody thought he was going in the 20s. Like there appeared to be, either the draft pundits putting all these mocks together were all wrong before the draft throughout the entire process, and he's really the 50th best player, not the 25th, or several of your peers believe whatever it is they were hearing from the, quote, unnamed sources.
Right. I think it's tough because, I mean, there's no way to police it, right? When you talk about, when it is anonymous quotes, because a lot of the times, frankly, a lot of it is true in various instances. The concerns about Johnny Manziel, that people thought were so stupid and wrong. It turns out that the reports on Johnny Manziel were way nicer than what was actually being said behind the scenes, you know? Like way nicer about what was behind the scenes. And but there's times like last year when Mike Lombardi said CJ Stroud is not an easy guy to coach. That kind of smoke that is just, I don't know, put out by whom to try to make somebody fall or whatever it might be. But I was getting retroactively angry this weekend sitting and thinking about those reports about CJ being hard to coach, because it was right after I had watched CJ breaking down the film on The Athletic about that incredibly complex play and scenario he was in, and just the relationship that he and Bobby Slowick have. That sometimes it's 100% garbage. I think the people that need to know usually know better. Like the teams know. But like those guys are like those kids' families are having to hear that out in public. Those kids themselves have to hear it. It's if you're one of the person that floats those things, I do hope you rot in hell. Like if you float an inaccurate thing just to try to gain favor with a journalist or something. I hope you die soon and that you die and that you spend the rest of eternity.
I agree with the sentiment, and especially with Ballard, like what he's saying in general. If he were just saying that and there wasn't a pick attached to it, I'd be like, yeah, man, you're right. Like people shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
This particular player did drop quite a bit. Like I do wonder what other teams were hearing about him. Yeah. Like with CJ, obviously, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans didn't believe a word of whatever the unnamed sources stuff was out there. They took him second overall.
Sean, I'll tell you that the other thing about Ballard, we've noticed this before, but man, Ballard has rabbit ears. He pays attention to a lot of what's in the media.
Yeah.
Like to the point where I watched one of his press conferences a couple weeks ago, and he had like 5 or 6 references to, what the media will probably say or what you guys have said or how you criticize me for this. Because otherwise, like he's pretty well respected. I feel like he just needs to take the D'Amico approach and just be completely ignorant to almost all of it.
That's good advice. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. Let's get to the 8 at 8 up next here. The 8 stories, 8 big stories, the Ocho. We will get you ready for your day with those. Coming up next, stay there.
How does Coach D'Amico feel about the Texans? KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to it. The 8 at 8. 8 stories to get your day going on Monday. These are stories from the weekend. Here we go.
One.
All right, the big story this morning, Tank Dell, Texans' second-year wide receiver, was one of 10 victims at a mass shooting in Sanford, Florida. Before you get to, Tank's okay. He suffered a minor wound. He's actually should be back in Houston. He was traveling here yesterday, so unless he ran into travel issues, he is back in Houston. The Texans issued a statement yesterday, and you should know that the incident took place at a private event in Florida shortly after midnight on Saturday night. And all 10 of the victims were treated, and no casualties, thank God. 16-year-old shooter who was apprehended and is being charged with obviously multiple things. Texans
Being
said
a
this.
dumbass, mostly.
Yep. Texans said, we've been made aware that Tank Dell was a victim of a shooting in Sanford, Florida last night. He sustained a minor wound but has been released from the hospital. He's in good spirits. We're in contact with him and his family, and we'll provide more updates when appropriate. But we ask that you please respect his privacy at this time. Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone involved in the incident. So this is something, obviously, Seth, that could have gone a whole lot worse on Saturday night involving Tank Dell.
Right. And, it's the first and foremost, apparently all of the injuries for all 10 people who were shot suffered minor injuries, so nothing life-threatening. So I don't feel too guilty about, from a football side of things, kind of wondering, okay, minor injury after you get shot means, okay, it's not life-threatening, but from a football perspective, it could be a major injury, so we just don't know.
Yeah, you and I could go back to work after that injury. You know, we don't use our legs.
So it's a whole different deal. So we don't have a lot of details on the matter right now.
Yep, so we await details on that, and we'll certainly keep you posted here on Sports Radio 610 as those details continue to come out.
2.
There was a draft this weekend. The Texans drafted 9 players. It was actually, oddly enough, the busiest part was the last hour and a half of the draft, where the Texans wound up taking 5 of the 9 players they took. They were draft heavy in the 6th and 7th round.
Yeah.
The headliners in this class are the day 2 guys and the first pick of day 3. The day 2 picks, of course, were Kamari Lassiter, the cornerback out of Georgia, Blake Fisher, the tackle out of Notre Dame, and then in the 3rd round, the Texans moved up to get Kalen Bullock, the safety out of USC, in the 3rd round. In the 4th round, they moved up a few spots to get C.J. Stroud's former teammate, tight end Cade Stover out of Ohio State. D'Amico Ryans is very excited to coach this group.
We're very excited about all the guys that we brought in. Feel like all these guys are quality players that add to the depth, add to the competition of our team. And so we're excited about the guys. We like all the guys that we were able to pick, and we want to work with these guys. And we're fired up about it.
There were a lot of hugs. A lot of hugs kept popping up on social media between Nick and D'Amico during the draft.
They were really happy after a lot of the picks. The Blake Fisher one was the one that probably got the most scrutiny from fans, and I get that, I understand it. But they were very happy, or at least they seemed to, if we're going to read body language. So I think that for me, the adding to the defensive backfield is, obviously that's 2 of your top 3 picks. Those are the ones I really, really hope work out. Blake Fisher, I think, is, I don't want to call it a developmental guy, but just given his body type and I think a need to learn how to play with better pad level at times and to just develop some more strength is probably not going to be competing with Titus Howard right off the bat. But I can definitely see the upside there. For a tall guy, he moves real well in space. So when you're thinking about zone blocking schemes, working up to linebackers and safeties, I can see where they really see something in him. And there's a lot to work with there. But I think the other 2 guys are probably going to provide, if it works out, if they're good players, they can provide a more immediate benefit.
Yeah. I think long term, like deep down, D'Amico and Nick envision their secondary for the next several years, eventually being Stingley on one side, Lassiter on the other, and then Jalen Petrie. And Jalen Petrie needs to play better, but I'm talking about what they're seeing in their head Jalen Petrie and Bullock as the two safeties.
So one of the write-ups on ESPN from some guy I'd never heard of said that now Jimmy Ward can move back to his preferred position, slot corner.
He hated slot corner.
The reason he hated Kyle Shanahan at the end was because Kyle made him play slot corner.
That's right.
I don't think that's – the reason he wanted to come here was because D'Amico told him, yeah, you'll be playing safety. People just make stuff up, I guess. I don't know.
Yep.
3.
All right, the Astros. Good weekend for the Stros. Maybe having the draft to distract all of us was a good thing. Yeah.
Just to be clear, he didn't hate Kyle Shanahan, but he had a little bit of a rift with Kyle Shanahan over that scenario.
Right. The Astros, they, I think in life, you know what? Things are going bad at work. Life's getting me down. You know what? I could use a trip to Mexico. And that's that was just what the doctor ordered, Seth, for the Astros. Now, oftentimes it's Cabo or Cancun, Puerto Vallarta, maybe, something like that. In this case, it was 2 baseball games in Mexico City. Did the trick. 12-4 on Saturday, 8-2 on Sunday. They destroy the horrific Colorado Rockies. Get a solid outing from Framber Valdez. Kyle Tucker really seems to like hitting in Mexico. He took a few over the fence in the stadium there, and it was a good weekend for the Stros.
No joke. I think that Framber, sometimes you're even happier when a pitcher struggles a little bit and then catches himself. That's how I am with Framber, always and forever, because you're always going to wonder, all right, where is he mentally and how is he handling everything? So for him to struggle a little bit with his command and then come back and look very, very good Framber. That was very encouraging to see.
Yeah.
I think Justin Verlander, when interviewed, looked happy as hell to not have to pitch in that environment.
Yes.
And
I was nervous. Okay, it's funny. I was nervous about them having that be Framber's first start back. At the elevation. He's been gone with the elbow. You go there, and he gets – what if he gets shelled? And it's not really because it's him. It's just because he's – now, of all the pitchers that would be – inclined to get he's not a fly ball pitcher, so that's probably something that factored in.
That helps.
If it were Javier might have given up 10 runs if he was pitching in Mexico City.
I wonder though too if it's almost like sometimes when I was a rookie I had to play against Jermani Dawson, who's an all-pro center.
Yeah, he's good.
Just one of the best centers of all time and absurdly athletic. And my defensive line coach told me basically listen, man, you're going to get beat really bad a few times. So just go out there and just go for it. And that's the same advice he gives to everybody when you play Jermani Dawson, because he was so quick that you're going to get reach blocked a few times, and you just couldn't worry about it. You couldn't let that affect your game. I feel like you could give that same advice to a pitcher in Mexico City. Listen, man, they're going to hit a few home runs on you most likely. Don't worry about it. It's you just got to go out, and nobody's going to blame you for having home runs hit against you at 8,000 feet of elevation.
Not at all. And I think the other thing is that Framber only pitched 5 innings, but he was on a pitch count. He only threw 70 pitches. He was well on his way. He's he was at least a year ago or a year and a half ago Mr. Quality Start. I think that's to me he was on his way to having a typical Framber start. He had to get taken out after 5, or they wanted to, just because they're bringing him back gradually.
So his changeup was working well too, which all these guys are adding. Just about all the pitchers have added a changeup to their arsenal this year, or they're throwing more changeups. Which, in my own theory, is that if the fewer fastballs, the better in this day of the ever-present UCL injury. But so far it hasn't prevented the pitchers from getting injured. They haven't torn a UCL, knock on wood, but over time, fewer fastballs might mean that they get injured less. It's just been a bad year to roll it out.
It's a long play. Yep.
4.
Number 4, the Astros are bringing up Joey Loperfido from Sugar Land. He hit his 13th home run of the season. It's April 28th. He hit his 13th home run in the minors yesterday, and the Astros decided to bring him up. I've not seen what the corresponding move is yet for Loperfido. If it's, I've seen
Cabbage or something.
Cabbage I think was the extra guy they brought up because they were allowed to carry an extra guy for the Mexico series.
Oh, that's why. Okay, good. I was looking for that and I couldn't because I was like, where? Because I was looking for the corresponding move for Cabbage.
Yeah.
I thought I was just being stupid.
Nope. They're allowed to bring an extra guy from Mexico. So the speculation is it could be Greg Kessinger. Maybe this is when we get a DFA of Jonathan Singleton. I don't think anything's happening with Jose Abreu. I don't think there's a corresponding move where Abreu is gone. So we're waiting on that. But I'm excited to see Loperfido and see if what he's doing at the minor leagues, good and bad, translates at the big league level, because while he has hit 13 home runs, he strikes out a lot. So
he's really good at striking out.
He's excellent at striking out, yes.
Yeah, so that's this is where I think old school baseball dudes worried about hurting a guy's development. I am in agreement with those guys right now. So if he ends up coming up and is a mental wreck after striking out 29 times in 32 at bats, I blame Jose Abreu for destroying his career.
Yeah,
that'll be the end of it.
If they want to give him a big chunk of Jake Myers at bats, cool. I'm cool with that. Let's see what you got with the kid. So
by the way, and then Payne, worth mentioning too. I was glad to hear Payne, you getting some love on the broadcast there on ESPN, just as a reminder, because sometimes we get caught up in our own complaints that he's looking like a different dude this year.
Yeah, he does. He hit a home run yesterday, so that was good to see.
5.
Ezekiel Elliott looks to be back with the Dallas Cowboys. Sources: Ezekiel Elliott, Cowboys expected to agree to deal. He's expected to agree to a 1-year deal today, reuniting him with the franchise that took him with the 4th overall pick in the 2016 draft. Of course, Zeke was with the New England Patriots last year. Did some good things, but that was a really bad Patriots team. It wasn't great. He's under 4 yards a carry. He's not even remotely close to what he was when the Cowboys signed him to that big deal back a few years ago. I don't know, man. Like, if I were a Cowboy fan, I know we have Cowboy fans that listen to the show. This almost feel like salt in the wound right here. This feels like, okay, the Cowboys haven't done anything. Like, I saw a graphic yesterday, Seth, that listed all the Cowboys who've left, and it's like prominent ones. Like 10 of them have left, and then their acquisitions, and it's like Eric Kendricks, one other guy, and now it's going to be washed up Ezekiel Elliott is like their next big signing. Yeah.
Got a lot of credit for, like, last year in New England just not being disgruntled, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know. I would hear about people would be like, Elliott's actually doing all right, and then you look at it and you're like, oh, yeah, he ran for 3.1 yards per carry.
Yeah.
All right, cool. He ran for pie. We got to listen to some of the Jerry Jones later this week, too. The quote of the weekend for him was when asked about drafting 3 offensive linemen in what they believe is a strong offensive line draft class. He said, "Why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is."
That's pretty good.
It is a good one. Yeah, it is. It's not quite. It doesn't quite work, except it works perfectly.
Yes.
It's a very, like Yogi Berra quotes, where it's not. Yeah. It doesn't quite make sense, except it makes perfect sense.
You got to consider the messenger for sure.
6.
All right, some NBA playoff.
That was like that. There's a Yogi Berra-ism I came up with during the Astros game on Saturday when that dude, he missed third base by tripping on third base. It was. I don't know if you were doing the broadcast at that time. He was rounding third, and it was ruled that he missed it. Bregman kind of just casually walked over and touched third base. But it sure looked to me like he tripped over third base.
Oh, really?
And he missed third base, yeah.
There would be a Yogiism for that. NBA playoffs yesterday. The Knicks take a 3-1 lead on the Philadelphia 76ers. Jalen Brunson was incredible in this game. They win 97-92. C.J. Stroud was at this game. He was courtside at Knicks Sixers yesterday in Philadelphia.
Why was he not working out?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Come on, CJ. Don't you want it?
What's up with this?
Don't you want it, man? It was kind of cool, though, like they're doing a whip around of celebrities at an NBA game, and there's your quarterback getting acknowledged.
And him being the guy that
celebrity.
That
was cool.
It wasn't like those days from a few years ago when, we'd be like, hey, which celebrity Texan was at the game?
Right.
Roy Lopez. It's a little bit different.
Not a lot of Davis Mills love going on courtside at NBA games back in the day. The Clippers tie their series with the Mavericks yesterday at 2. James Harden, 33 points. He was really good yesterday. Indiana takes a 3-1 lead over the Giannis-less Milwaukee Bucks. And Kevin Durant swept out of the playoffs, Seth. The Phoenix team that was put together to be a super team, Durant, Devin Booker, they bring in Bradley Beal this offseason, swept out of the playoffs by the Minnesota Timbies yesterday. So, yeah, Durant, man. That's key.
How old's Durant now?
Probably 34, I would say. 34. He's drafted in 2007. He was 18.
He's always younger than you think, isn't he?
Yep. So, swept out of the playoffs.
35.
35. There you go. Amazon reportedly has a framework in place for a deal with the NBA for a big chunk of their broadcast rights starting in 2025, 2026. So the next big phase of streaming being the way you go about watching things is the NBA. And this is not like the NFL reportedly, Seth, where the NFL has a package with Amazon, but it's just Thursday night and the Black Friday game.
Yeah.
And I think Amazon has a playoff game as well. Amazon's expected to get a big chunk of these games, including maybe even conference final games with the NBA.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, so this is
They
reportedly...
can deliver them to me by drone. I'll be super. Or if I can pick it up in a locker. Can I go pick this up in a locker at Home Depot or
By the
something?
next day.
So you're going to be offering this at Whole Foods now?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. So ESPN is expected to retain a big chunk of this. I think... I don't like to get too super nerdy on the broadcast things, but the reason I bring this up is that the entity that carries the NBA that this seems to be putting the most pressure on to get squeezed is TNT, which has I think they, other than the games themselves, may have the most valuable NBA commodity with their studio show. People who aren't even basketball fans love the studio show with Charles Barkley and Shaq. Now, NBC is reportedly in on some of these talks. There's nothing stopping, I don't think, NBC from going and maybe reassembling that crew possibly. But that would be the thing for me. Like, man, I hope TNT retains a little of it because I like that studio show with those guys.
So, Amazon for Thursday Night Football, I think one of the biggest issues for a lot of people is that Al Michaels is the play-by-play, and he plans on returning for 2024. At least as of December 30th. I don't know if I missed anything. I feel like a lot of the stuff they do from a technical standpoint, like the picture quality and everything, I think is awesome.
Yeah.
I think some of the other stuff, like how their halftime crew or their studio show, the people are going to be split on that stuff always and forever. I really like the quality of the actual football viewing experience has been impressive to me. I feel like with basketball, they could take that even to another level because it's indoors, it's a smaller area and everything. But like I'm kind of blown away by some of the visuals sometimes on that Amazon broadcast.
Yeah. No, I'm cool with it. I like the direction this stuff is going for sure.
8.
Roger Goodell, speaking of TV and speaking of schedules and whatnot, reportedly pushing, no surprise, pushing heavy for an 18-game regular season. That was one of the big stories coming out of the draft. Goodell did some media and looking for a President's Day weekend Super Bowl possibly, which I know people have been pushing for a long, long time, so you can have Super Bowl. I think they for sure want to keep Super Bowl on a Sunday, not move it to a Saturday. So you keep it on a Sunday, and then most of America has the next day off. The 18-game regular season would potentially include a couple of bye weeks in it, and he wants more international games, Seth.
You know, this I'm not going to fight it anymore. I don't know. Like, eventually they'll be playing 36 NFL games in a season. It's honestly, Sean, it's part of the trend of what's happening where people realize, like, okay, when you break things down, like, quantity matters more than quality in a lot of things in life now. Like, 'cause people will just keep consuming stuff. So, like, hey, a 2-hour movie is great, but how about a 16-episode miniseries instead? Yeah. And I'm raising my hand for it.
Give it to me.
Sometimes when I watch a good movie now, I'm like, oh, I feel all empty inside because really this would be I'd like to watch 8 of these in succession.
That's true. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for sure.
So likewise with a lot of things, I think they just realize, like, all right, yeah, maybe we dilute the quality of it, but people are going to keep watching, so they're just going to keep adding on and adding on.
That's the funniest.
I'm not going to fight it because I'm a sucker and I'll keep consuming it all.
That's the funniest thing to me is when they're like, quarterback play has really dipped this year. This is really going to hurt the NFL. And then literally the next headline is like, ratings up 9% over last year's week 3. Like, no, people like watch sports. They like the fellowship of it. They like the live aspect of it when so much stuff is now on demand and recorded these days. There's an energy to it. All right.
If they could just figure out a way to keep guys from getting injured, it would be
perfect. Boy, that's next.
Hey, fix that first.
Fix
Roger.
that.
Can you fix this human frailty thing we've got going on here?
They're trying. Okay, I want to bring something up about that in the next segment, something that got approved over the weekend.
Steroids?
But C.J. Stroud, no, not
Those
yet.
will not keep you healthy for sure.
Not yet.
That's not even me trying to be a good dude. You will pop a biceps tendon like that. Yeah.
C.J. Stroud had some excellent thoughts on that Bleacher Report broadcast on scrambling for quarterbacks. This was really interesting.
Some next level stuff on CJ.
Next level stuff, and I think may make some people understand why he does some of the things he does during plays on game day. I thought this was really, really good, and we'll have it for you next.
The pick is in. Entries.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, man, the more clips leaked out from that Bleacher Report broadcast for the draft, that the alternate broadcast that Bleacher Report did with C.J. Stroud, Micah Parsons, Adam Lefkoe hosted it. They brought in some guests on Zoom, including Stephon Diggs along the way.
Wait, leaked out or just as they come out? Like,
as they come out, yeah. I don't mean like...
Okay, these aren't like leaks or anything. Yeah.
No, they're not top secret. I'm just saying they trickle out.
I got
over
excited
the
for a minute. Okay.
Yeah, this is a trade secret CJ's giving away. So the one of many that surfaced this weekend, and there's so much of it that we'll probably be playing a lot of it over the next several days. It's C.J. Stroud. He's always relevant here. But I thought this was really interesting, especially in light of the fact that one of the critiques of C.J. Stroud coming into the league was that he didn't use his legs very much.
Right.
Not that he's a bad athlete, but he didn't scramble very much.
Well, they didn't know if he he didn't have a lot of examples of it. They just assumed that he just preferred to always stay in the pocket.
Till the Georgia game, and then he did some good things in the Georgia game. Here was C.J. Stroud. This was an interesting comp. He compared scrambling as a quarterback to NBA offensive so NFL defensive players defending scrambles. He compared them to offensive players in the NBA. Take a listen.
I look at scrambling like NBA players hit jump shots. Defenders get to spots when it comes to scrambling, in my opinion. They get to their spots quicker than we can get to their spots. Just like Anthony Edwards drives down, he crosses back, he gets to his spot, he hits a shot. They get to their spot, they get their sack in a scrambling dynamic. So like for me, those guys are just as fast, just as quick, a lot stronger, and they know once they don't get home, okay, and the ball's not out, I'm getting to my spot.
Right.
And more times than not, like
they're going to be faster to that spot than you are.
And usually by that time you're either going up and out as a quarterback or you're going completely out.
All right, you were a defender, Seth. Does that comparison hold water to you?
Yeah. So I was a little confused. You were saying, like the defensive players. Anyway, okay, yes, but like as a defensive player, you've got certain landmarks that you're trying to get to.
Yeah.
And that even if you don't technically win the pass rush. You can still squeeze the pocket and, at the proper depth and everything. So CJ, understanding that, knows that, like some quarterbacks maybe make it more of a mystery than it needs to be. That it is really just like it's almost like there's a standard thing that's going to happen unless somebody's completely unblocked. And then that's on the quarterback, usually. Or a lot of times it's on the quarterback for not realizing that somebody was going to be completely unblocked. That you got to learn how to manipulate that. And that, the ball's got to come out before that guy gets to a spot, or you got to be on the move. You got to be moving up in the pocket, or you got to be scrambling out the back end. I think that's what his ability to grasp that and learn it in the middle of a season is what was really impressive. Because you went through phases this year with CJ where, early on took a bunch of sacks. And when I say early on, I don't mean like the first 8 games of the season. We're talking about the first 2 games of the season. 11
sacks
in the first 2 games,
yep. 11 sacks. Yep.
So he took a bunch, and then all of a sudden, he didn't get sacked at all. He figured it out that, I got to get rid of the ball. I either got to throw or scramble or do whatever, but these guys are going to get to me at a certain time. And he learned it. And then, so as he was doing that, it got really good, but then it got to the point where, his completion percentage wasn't that good, partly because it wasn't because he wasn't accurate, like some people that weren't watching would say. It was because he was throwing away the ball when he should be throwing away the ball. Then he realized, okay, I got to find a better balance here. There's got to be a balance of risk that I can't be getting sacked all the time, but I also can't just be dumping it away, or I need to learn how to throw to the running backs, get better at, this is what really got better, being sure, because this is a quarterback's responsibility, being sure that those receivers, when they are hot, have their heads turned and looking at me. Because early in the season, some of those guys were just like, oh, there's a blitz. I'm just going to keep running my same route. The idiots. That's on the quarterback to get those guys right. That got right. So there were like 3 or 4 stages of his evolution that for like Deshaun Watson came along nicely in terms of becoming an actual NFL quarterback over the course of 3 seasons. 4 seasons, really. 2020 was when he really came into his own. But like CJ did a lot of that stuff in 1 season. It was crazy.
Well, take a listen. To your point about those first 2 games, he talked about when did he really start to learn his lesson on taking hits?
Was it the first preseason game against the Patriots that taught you that, or was it?
A little bit. The real one was Baltimore and really Indianapolis. I played Baltimore week 1, the Colts week 2, and those were the 2 games that stuck out. And you can tell in week 3, like I came in with a whole new mind. I was banged up. Like I was going through it at practice. Like my neck was hurting, my back, my thigh contusion. And I was like, man, I can't do this every week.
Yeah,
he's mirroring what you just said, basically.
When did he separate his shoulder? Was that not until
I think that was
3rd or 4th week?
I think it was. I can't remember. I think it was early in the season.
In that he couldn't keep track of.
Yeah, he just didn't put it on the list. Yeah.
Well, and you and I, and I mean, there were the entire season. There were times where, man, like watching in person, watching him come to the sideline at times, that was a welcome to the NFL type of deal. But yeah, I think again. The willingness to throw the ball away or to understand the constraints you're in that you have, it's something that so many quarterbacks they're either too stubborn or too stupid or just for whatever reason too aggressively minded to figure it out. That's one of those things. It's not an intelligence thing at all. It's almost more of a maturity thing, and that's where CJ just how freakishly mature he is in some ways. That might have been the biggest testament to his maturity, was the way he understands the constraints of playing quarterback.
This was interesting. He talked about some advice he got from Justin Herbert when they were working out before CJ's rookie season last year. Some advice he got from Justin Herbert about scrambling and running. And so if you're wondering at times when CJ throws the ball away or checks down when you're wanting him to do something else, I think this provides a pretty good window into what his mindset is.
And it's funny, man. I actually trained with Justin Herbert in the weight room when I was coming out, and we were in Orange County at Proactive, and he was like, man, one piece of advice I give to you is do not run too much. He's like, get down, get rid of the ball. Like, to the world, throwing the ball away or like taking a check down looks like a negative play, but in our eyes, like, man, you saved a hit, you protected the ball, and now you give your team and you give guys like Tank Dell, Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz, Steph, Joe Mixon, you give those guys another chance to be elite.
Yeah, and that's where, like, Peyton Manning was the master of that. Like, he would just get rid of the ball. He wouldn't take contact. That's why it's so weird that he ended up with the neck injury that he did, because otherwise, like, for most of his career, he was very, very healthy because he just did not take hits. And it does, and you saw that reflected in the completion percentage this year, too. It's a little bit, it's like investing money. Like, you got to wait for it to compound, for it to take effect. So he was, like, sub 60% for a while.
Yeah, he was.
But as it starts to click, and as you start to reap dividends from it, then all of a sudden the numbers start coming back up. And I mean, it goes, like, what did I tell you last year after he got drafted? And I would hear him talk. I was like, this is a guy, I'm not worried about CJ and his money. Like, this is a person who understands compound interest.
Yes.
Like, this is a person, because he talks a lot about how tiny things every day really add up over time. And, like, with the injury prevention, too, that's the same thing. It's not the one huge hit that you need to worry about. It's the accumulation of trauma time after time, week after week, all of a sudden where your body just isn't mechanically aligned properly. And then that's when the huge, because a lot of times, like, guys that get hit a lot, people love to point out, like, well, yeah, but then he tore his ACL while he was running in space. Like, yeah, but it all adds up.
Yeah.
It all adds up. And you just got to you got to keep putting money in the bank in that regard.
CJ understands the odometer on an NFL quarterback's body pretty well.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
That's the first thing he said after talking about checkdowns and throwaways. The very first thing he listed, you saved a hit. That was the first thing.
Well, it's all, yeah, like the whole, I mean, it's kind of like, you know what? Like, driving 55 miles per hour everywhere doesn't guarantee that you won't get in a car accident, but it guarantees that you won't die going 100 miles an hour,
right.
which is much more likely when you're going 100. You're playing the odds, you know, and you got to, and over time, these days guys are playing 20 years. Over the course of a 20-year career, taking 3 less hits per game is a lot of hits avoided. You know?
It's a lot. Yeah. Well, yeah, and you talk about the compounding. Like, with each year that you age, saving those hits means even more, the older you get. What would it have looked like if Kayvon Thibodeau were a Houston Texan instead of Derek Stingley Jr.? Here was Thibodeau in an interview recently saying that he was hearing the Texans were going to take him back in 2022.
It's actually funny. I got 2 calls on draft day. I got called by the Texans like, yo, if you're there at 3, we're going to draft you. 3 came, and I did not get drafted. It was okay, though. It was okay. I ended up getting drafted to the best team possible. But
what were they thinking in Houston?
What was I thinking in Vegas? That was the real question.
What were you thinking?
I thought I was going to Houston, and then it was, times changed.
Yeah.
Nah, but it was a good time.
Would you rather have Derek Stingley Jr. or Kayvon Thibodeau, Steph?
Thibodeau's been healthier, but Stingley's got more of a guy I'd want to hang out with.
I mean, now you got Will Anderson, so it's a bit of a loaded question. It's
What's that?
I said now you got Will Anderson, so it's a bit of a janky question.
Right. Yeah. I'm curious about his version of the story. I think that one thing that happens a lot in the draft is that a team says, hey, there's a good chance we'll take you, or we really like you, or if things happen, and then we'll draft you, and all the guy hears is like, oh, yeah, you're going to take me for sure. He ended up going 2 picks later to the Giants.
Yep.
I wonder why they would have told him that. What was their thinking there?
Yeah, I have no idea because they literally didn't take him.
Right, yeah. I don't like it. It's the fact that, like, Kayvon Thibodeau, the pre-draft smoke and what have you about him was just, there were a lot of people that wondered exactly, like, what was his deal. I wonder about exactly what was actually told to him.
I'll give you a hypothetical as a reason, is that maybe they're telling him that so that he tells his agent that, so that his agent puts it out there in the universe so that the Texans might be able to get somebody to move up to 3. Maybe Caserio at that time, D'Amico wasn't in the building. That was a Lovie Smith draft. Maybe that's a tactic, is that you use that player and his agent as a vessel to get the word out that you're thinking of taking him, knowing full well the Giants really like him, and they're maybe trying to get the Giants to move up a couple spots to get him, right?
This is what I don't believe about it, which is that Caserio is absurdly close to the vest on all of this stuff. Like, he's not shown any evidence that he's a guy that wants to float smoke to anybody at all. Like, he just wants to keep everything as quiet as possible.
But I think in the moment in the draft, I take that. We don't know when the Texans called him and said they're taking him. In my version of it, they're calling him like as 1 and 2 are coming off the board that we may take you at 3, where it's all hectic like that, and hoping to get that out in the universe so maybe they can get somebody who really loves Kayvon Thibodeau to move up and go get him, thinking the Texans are going to take him at 3. You know, we really like this guy.
I mean, the other chance, too, is that, you know, the Lions took Aiden Hutchinson. Maybe the Texans thought the Lions were going to take one of those DBs.
Yeah.
And maybe well, look, so, I don't know if Casario has yet to draft a non-Power 5 guy, except on a technicality, Tank Dell.
Right.
Like, so maybe he didn't like Sauce Gardner, and if Stingley had gone to the Lions, that, like, as evidenced by this draft, they could have used a cornerback, that they were going to be out on Sauce Gardner, and they would have taken I got to think there was an if in there at some point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
The same thing happened to me when I was look, you're young, you're dumb, different teams are telling you different things. I thought that the Jaguars, they told me that they were going to draft me in the second round, and I talked to my defensive line coach about it later, and he explained to me like exactly what he had said, and I was like, oh yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Okay.
Yeah,
gosh, things. I'm dumb. Yeah, and it wasn't like him like manipulating me or anything. It was just clearly me misunderstanding the way things
how you
worked.
heard it. Yeah. 3 big questions for the Texans that came out of this weekend. 3 big questions surrounding what didn't happen with the Houston Texans this week, and we've got those for you coming up next.
Hey, you know, we were talking about what happens when you get in an accident because somebody's driving 90.
Change. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A quick programming note, Texans general manager Nick Caserio will join us 7:30 on Wednesday this week, so make a note of that.
You know what we're going to do, Sean? We're going to have him grade himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hate other people's report cards. You must love your own.
Just like having your kid punish themselves. Well, we're going to have him, hey, Nick, what grade do you give the draft?
Yeah.
You know what he's going to answer, I guarantee? Incomplete. You just don't know yet. You're going to,
sure.
Come to me in 3 years. Yeah.
For sure. It's interesting because I got the text that we're ready to go with him 7:30 on Wednesday. That's leading into a segment where I still think there are some questions that people have about the Texans draft. So these are things that we can maybe bounce off Nick on Wednesday this week when he joins us. He was actually asked about this first one because I think there were people maybe surprised, Seth, that after day 2 they still had not drafted a defensive tackle, right?
Yeah. So this question was, I believe DJ Bijani asked this after Friday night's draft where they had not drafted a defensive tackle in the second or third round.
Yeah, we'll see. There's some opportunities there. There's a number of players that we liked, and we didn't have the opportunity to add them to our team. I think we're excited about the players that we've added. So, we've signed some players in for agency. We signed Foley. We signed Tim Settle. We signed Danico. We have some players that have some flexibility there in the front. So, like we talked about last week or whenever it was, if we had to go out there and play football, we'd be able to put a team out there regardless of whoever we drafted here. So, nothing's really changed. So, there will be opportunities, I'm sure, between now and September to add wherever we feel necessary. So if we feel there's an opportunity and we feel there's a spot that we need to add somebody, there's going to be players available. So we'll try to make good decisions, and if there's a situation that makes sense, we'll certainly pursue it.
We'll get to the position in a second. He was very clear about that Saturday in his press conference, Seth. He said, he didn't say, not his exact words, but they're at 90. They signed a few undrafted guys, so they're at 90 now. But he was pretty clear, don't get too attached to some of these guys.
They're gonna, some of these guys have lost their job already.
Yeah, there could be a lot of churn coming, even before OTAs, that kind of thing.
So the one fun thing about Nick, as long as he's the general manager of the Texans, is that there will be activity. There's always trades. There are always and we've gotten. I don't want to say we've gotten spoiled by it because not like everybody wants trades and activity all the time, but it does get kind of weird in the first couple of rounds there when there's no trading going on and you're just standing pat. Diana Rossini had the report on Thursday night that Caserio was trying to trade up into the first round, and then Nick basically confirmed it in the press conference on Friday night. I think where your mind goes, this is pure speculation by me, but it all kinds of seems to add up. Look, we go into this draft thinking, man, it makes a lot of sense for the Texans to draft defensive backs and defensive tackles. He's asked specifically about defensive tackles on Friday night, and he says the opportunity just wasn't there. Well, it feels a whole lot like the 4 guys who were drafted ahead of the Texans that evening. At least one of those guys was probably on the Texans' radar or on their wish list.
You would think,
and they maybe were trying to trade up to get him.
Yep.
Or either maybe Cooper DeJean and Kool-Aid McKinstry, these are defensive backs. 2 teams hopped ahead of the Texans to draft those guys. I don't know if the Texans liked either of those guys better than Kamari Lassiter, but it's certainly possible. But I think the defensive tackles specifically, they probably liked Rukaroro, Johnny Newton, or Braden Fisk. I'd be surprised if it was Tavondre Sweat just because of the scheme fit. But 3 of those guys, I bet one of those guys I'm sure they liked.
So that's question number one. About defensive tackle, and they ended up drafting a defensive tackle on day 3, Marcus Harris, who was a very productive player at Auburn. He was all SEC.
I like him a lot.
I do too.
Just his size works against him at times, really to an extreme degree. But then there's other times where he's awesome. So I'll be pulling for him. He plays his butt off, and he really he's undersized, but he's really strong and has an ability to get into the backfield. So he's just got to hopefully learn a few things technique-wise.
Let's get to a couple other questions. This one, no audio with this one. This is just one that saw a lot of people after the draft, Seth. Texans didn't draft any wide receivers with any of their 9 picks. The only passing game skill player weapon they really drafted was Cade Stover. They drafted Jawar Jordan, the running back, in the 6th round. But as far as traditional pass catchers go, Cade Stover in the 4th round. But no wide receivers. And so even Ocho was texting in this morning. You had all these wide receivers. You didn't draft a single one. This is malpractice. My first response to those people is you kind of did draft a wide receiver. His name is Stephon Diggs. You traded back 19 spots to get a second-round pick you used on Diggs. But this is something you and I talked about last week. They didn't draft a wide receiver. So are we maybe buying C.J. Stroud's scouting report on John Mechie right now and how he looks, that they didn't draft any wide receivers?
I think with wide receiver that it's not a huge priority right here and now necessarily, and that it wasn't. Maybe they were trying to trade up to get Ladd McConkey or Keon Coleman or something in the 2nd round there, but I just wasn't overly concerned or worked up about it. I think now that we have 3 really good wide receivers, I feel like now people are treating it like it's your birthright to always have 3 awesome wide receivers, when usually the team that wins the Super Bowl has 2 really good receivers at best. It's just not, it's the exception, not the rule, that good teams have 3 really exciting wide receivers. So I'm not overly stressed about it. It would have been nice, but I didn't. If they were gonna be aggressive in going after something, I wanted it to be either a defensive tackle or a defensive back.
I can get with that for sure. Third thing, as you mentioned, reportedly Nick was trying to trade up into the back end of the 1st round to get somebody. We can speculate as to who that was, and I can 100% assure you, if we were to ask him Wednesday, he would not tell us who it was, because that player is on another team now. But we can speculate based on the types of guys they've drafted, particularly since D'Amico got to the building, I think, especially. But Nick's been fond of Alabama guys for a while now. This Terrion Arnold story that Kyle Brandt brings up in an interview with Terrion Arnold, this is before the draft.
Yeah.
Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama, who I think is 2 thumbs up on Payne and Pendergast. From what we know, we love this kid. This is a great story that Kyle Brandt gets out of him about his high school janitor named Mr. Biggs. It was his high school janitor.
Mr. Biggs, I've been working with him since I first got to my school at John Paul. I got there in 11th grade, and just the opportunity to work with him, I valued it every day. The life lessons that he taught me, from fixing those screws or standing up on the ladder when my football coach walked in and almost killed him for doing that before a football game. He's a great man. He always says, his favorite phrase is, "You treat me better than I deserve to be treated." Mm-hmm. And I always tell him, man, you treat me better than I deserve to be treated. It's an honor just for me to be able to talk about you on your behalf, or me to sit up here and just give you the praise that you deserve because you're a janitor. I think people, they don't value things like that, but when you go in there and you watch somebody have to get on his hands and knees, clean the toilet, clean up stains, it makes you appreciate life. And when he does it with a smile on his face. Sometimes, you'll see people litter. You'll be like, oh, okay. But you don't think nothing of it because somebody has to come and pick it up. Mm-hmm. So it's the same thing in the school. It just allowed me to appreciate what people do. I'll never forget, it was one story. I don't know where it happened at, but I'll never forget when the garbage people, they went on strike.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because they wanted a raise.
Sure.
You don't think about that, your trash getting picked up every Monday until it don't get picked up, and it just continue to pile up. So it's the same thing with him. And people like that in the world, obviously they value us as athletes. We're entertainers. People could say, oh, man, you're this, you're that. But it's those people like that deserve to be uplifted and valued, too.
He's basically cornerback Will Anderson. That's who he is.
Well, yeah, and on the broadcast on Thursday night, on the ABC broadcast, Nick Saban was talking about Terrion Arnold and talking about how his wife's favorite player on the team is Terrion Arnold. I was saying Miss Terry loves Terrion Arnold, but it gets too confusing. And that he sits right next to Nick Saban in meetings. But Saban said it with kind of almost like a smirk on his face, but like Terrion Arnold's got a lot of personality and he's probably entertaining to Saban sitting next to him. It sounded exactly like Will Anderson, who sounds exactly like DeMeco Ryans. Like, and it between the Alabama lineage and the defensive player side of the ball and all of that, I thought, man, if the Texans are trying to trade up into the first round, that's probably who they're trying to go for, especially because, obviously they can use a defensive back. So that would have been cool. But he also, was that part of the same story, Sean, as the one where he gave his jersey to Mr. Biggs?
Yeah, well, the video was playing in the background. So that was a video. Yeah, so the video of what you're talking about was playing in the background while he was telling that story. But yeah, that's what that was. No Alabama guys in this draft class, huh? I'm thinking
the Texans draft class.
Texans draft. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Texans draft class. Yeah. So that's the first time in a few years that's happened. Usually they take 2. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
That's why I know maybe the part of that's why I was convinced it was Terrion Arnold.
Yeah. It's good hypothesis.
It's not a slam dunk that they have to take an Alabama guy, but my goodness.
Seems logical. All right.
Oh, you know what, though? That is one thing to feel good about with Lassiter. I'll tell you next.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you. Yes, we'll get to know the rookies, including Kamari Lassiter. And does Nick Caserio have a favorite of all these guys? I think he might. We'll get to that coming up next.
It wouldn't be a Nick Caserio draft without a trade. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. You know, it's interesting. We were just talking about Alabama players, and Texter brings up a good point. The Texans, of course, have had good success drafting Alabama players of late. 2 in 2022 and then 2 again in 2023. No more Nick Saban, maybe the end of half of the Texans draft being Alabama alums. I did think about that this weekend, Seth. We can ask Nick about that on Wednesday when he joins us. Nick Caserio joining us at 7:30 on Wednesday. But I do wonder, like, if Nick Caserio seeing Nick Saban retire is kind of like watching a restaurant that you love to go to every weekend. All of a sudden, the chef leaves, and you're like, okay, well, I'm not sure if I'm not sure how great the dinners are going to. I mean, I'm sure they'll still be pretty good. It's an upscale restaurant. They're not going to go get some scrub, but that's been pretty fertile ground for the Texans in the draft. You know,
he mentioned specifically, like with defensive backs.
Yep.
After they drafted Lassiter, that Georgia and Alabama are probably the best at coaching up the defensive backs. So yeah, there's a certain element of toughness and a certain element of like refinement, I think, that you get from Alabama defensive prospects, especially. That I don't think that you can't just assume that it's going to be that way moving forward. Not to mention, you just don't know now with any of these colleges, like how many guys are even going to like spending 3 or 4 years with Saban is a lot different than transferring in and spending 1 year with somebody else.
Yep.
So, but that was one thing they said about one thing he said about Lassiter. He was talking about just how well coached he was, and that's important. I got a text from Dan Matthews, who's now back in town but was in Atlanta for like a decade.
Yeah.
He said 2 things to keep in mind. One was that he played special teams really well at Georgia because Kirby uses starters on special teams. 2 was that Georgia players used to talk about how practices were tougher than the games. They would go full contact on Tuesdays and call it Bloody Tuesday. And 3,
really?
I
love that.
So, same thing as it is in Alabama. There's certain programs where you just don't worry about whether guys can handle tough coaching or anything.
Great point.
That's how the SWAC has been forever, too, is like some of those. There's a tradition in the SWAC of some of those schools where they have brutally difficult practices. So, like, you get a guy from a lot of the SWAC schools. I don't know, it's probably changed over time. But, like, you get it from some of those SWAC schools, like, those guys don't mind being coached hard or, like, practicing hard because it's nothing like what they had to do in college.
Here was Nick Caserio on Friday night after the Texans drafted Kamari Lassiter. Here's Caserio on Lassiter.
Lassiter is position flex. He's played in the perimeter of the formation. He's played inside the formation. I'd say he plays with a linebacker type mentality. I mean, he's a corner, but he tackles. He's tough. He's physical. I'm sure there'll be a question about his speed and how fast he ran, but he's not slow. So, like, the speed really wasn't a concern of ours. So, the time's the time, but, like, we're drafting football players. You know, we're not drafting track teams. So, I know speed's important. I'm not saying speed's not important, but we don't feel that that's an issue for this particular player. And when you watch him play in the SEC, you don't walk away and have that concern.
I think there's an interesting thing about Lassiter that intrigues me. And remember, especially in the second round, like, everybody's going to have things they need to work on. First round, everybody has things they need to work on.
Sure.
But with Lassiter, a lot of the things that are areas of improvement for him are also specifically tied to things that are very positive about him. So, for one, like, he's really good at anticipating routes and recognizing and anticipating routes. But in doing so, sometimes he gets a little too aggressive, and he can be beat that way if he guesses wrong, and gets beat. Not even on a double move. Sometimes he just guesses wrong and he gets beat on a cut. So that does happen, but I think that's very coachable. The other is that he has an appetite for destruction in a very good way. Like, he will fly up and just torpedo himself towards anybody and everybody. But in doing that, sometimes he comes in a little out of control or with bad form or with bad leverage. But the willingness is there, and the good plays are there, too. There's plays that he makes in the backfield where it's really nice tackling. There's others where he's a little out of position. So I'm optimistic that the things he needs to work on are very correctable. One of the things that doesn't show up on a 40 time, but that I know drives people insane if they don't have this skill, is that he is really, really good at, like, when he's face guarding a guy, reading the receiver's eyes, knowing when the ball is coming, turning and disrupting instead of sticking his hands up in the air and hoping for the best. Like he does. That's why it's so weird that he's not that great at actually catching the ball.
Yeah.
Because he's incredible at actually getting up and making a play on the ball. But he's not so great at actually coming down with the ball.
Maybe
but otherwise, like he really does some of the harder to coach, more infuriating things really, really well.
Here's Kirby Smart. If you're wondering what the mentality of Kamari Lassiter is, this was Kirby Smart on Lassiter's decision to play in the bowl game this season. Keep in mind, they were playing Florida State, who played nobody. They beat Florida State like a drum because Florida State everybody opted out of the game. Kamari Lassiter was not going to opt out of that game.
Kamari Lassiter had a 1-2 grade, first, second round grade, and Kamari had to make a tough decision like all these other people. And I called Kamari in and I talked to him and I told him, Kamari, you should come out for the draft. That's my opinion. You're one of the top corners in the draft. You got to make that decision. Okay, that's one decision. Then the second decision is you got to decide if you want to play in this bowl game. I don't know that you got a lot to gain in this bowl game, Kamari, but I do know who you are, and I do know how you practice, and I do know how you lead, but I'm not going to be disappointed in anything you decide. He came back about 3 or 4 days later, and I met with him and his mom and talked to him and fully expected him not to play in this game. He called me 2 days later, said, Coach, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sitting out. I'm over there coaching. I can't do it. I want to be out there. I want to play with my guys. And I think he did it against his mother's will, to be honest. Now, I don't know that. But I think he did it against his mother's will because that's who he is. So all these teams that go shopping, this dude right here wants to play football. That's all he cares about is playing football and his teammates. He ain't worried about the next thing and all that and all that. He said, I want to play football. And he played football for the University of Georgia. And he did it when he didn't have to do it. And that's what's different at this place than a lot of other places. Thank you.
This is the thing I'm noticing, I think, is that guys not playing in a bowl game is not a check against them because so many guys are doing it nowadays, but it's very much a check in your favor if you do it. Like Will Anderson and those guys, I mean, that's one thing. The stark disparity between the recruiting conversations Nick Saban was having this past year with NIL and everything compared to like his recent experience with Will Anderson, where Will Anderson and the other guys who were leaving in the draft that year got together in a non-playoff bowl game, which for Alabama is a letdown, and said like, no, we're playing in this game.
Yeah.
You know, like that was big, and I think that the Texans probably would have drafted him anyway, but I know they were really impressed that he played in that bowl game.
Yeah, they like that. Then that's where we have fun with Bryce Young on this show. But Bryce Young played in that bowl game that you're talking about with Will Anderson.
Yeah.
You know, like it's against Kansas State.
The cynical side of me right here, Sean, would say, all right, Kirby's a smart dude. He probably figures, I don't really have any control over whether he's going to go off in the draft or not. But as long as I make a big show of showing him that I want the best for him, maybe I get. If I wasn't going to get him coming back and if I wasn't going to get him in the bowl game, I'll really show my love and how I respect his decision, and they know it's your choice completely. I don't want you to feel bad about it. And that's enough. My coach kept me from transferring that way my junior year
really?
in college.
Okay.
Yeah. Came in basically gave me the speech about how he loves me and he wants the best for me. And if I transfer to a bigger school, he'll cheer for me and everything. And I felt like, this is the person I've always needed in my life. I can't do it, and I stayed.
I just like how Kirby used that whole minute and a half of audio at the end to make it about the University of Georgia. Like he billboarded the whole thing at the end. He's like, that's what we've got here at Georgia. Thank you. And he walks off. Yeah.
12-dimensional chess,
That's
Sean.
it, man. That's what he's doing. All right, let's get to some of these. We'll rapid fire some of these because we got to get to Cade Stover. But Blake Fisher, tackle Notre Dame, goes 59th. Here was Nick Caserio on Blake Fisher.
6'5.5", 315 pounds, long arms. Plays strong, plays physical, played against good competition, well coached. The offensive line coach, former offensive line coach at the University of Wisconsin. So played with JP. So, I think our program will benefit him, but you can't have enough tackles in your building. Right now we have, really 4, including Charlie and David Sharp, who we signed. Blake is another tackle, but we're going to carry probably 4 tackles. So you're going to need 3, and you all have seen us play. At some point, they're going to have to play.
Yeah, that last part's key, I think. We all followed a team this year that had to start Austin Deculus in week 4.
I forgot about that.
The injuries come fast and furious sometimes.
Poor Austin Deculus. Yeah, that's man.
Yeah, no disrespect. His family listens.
No.
Probably.
I'm saying like it wasn't. Yeah, he's like Austin Deculus is going to take. Gosh, how many years is it for him now? It's the third or fourth year.
He was in that 22 class. He was in the Stingley class. Yeah.
I think I still have. I don't know. There's something there with Austin Deculus.
Yeah.
Maybe I just like his hair. I don't know. But. I don't think he was ready last year.
Sure.
I think that, you always need a third offensive tackle. I honestly, I know McClain tweeted something about this weekend. People are just dead set against ever believing that a pick is best player available. I do think that it's always on a sliding scale, and there's times where, especially in this draft, where Caserio is having a hard time moving around via trade as much as he likes to. Yeah. I think this may have very simply been a case of best player available. That the guys in positions that they really would have liked to draft just weren't there. So at that spot, you're like, okay, who's the best guy on our board? It's Blake Fisher. Here we go.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance like 10 guys they really liked flew off the board in the previous 15 picks. In between Lassiter and Fisher getting picked.
And Nick pointed out that a lot of offensive tackles were taken immediately after him. I don't think he was saying it as an argument or anything. But, 2 more guys would go in the second round, and then a few more early in the third round. So it was one of those bands of players that you're talking about.
Yeah, it was a clump.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock was the third-round pick for the Texans. Safety out of USC. They traded up 8 spots. So they finally made a trade up. They didn't move off of 42 and 59, but they did move off of 86. Up to 78, they draft Kalen Bullock. Here's what the Texans are getting, according to Nick Caserio, with Kalen Bullock.
He's rangy. He covers ground. He plays the ball well. He has good movement skills for his safety. He started his career as a corner. I'm not saying he's a corner, but he moves well for his size. He's 6'2", 190 pounds. Honestly, some of his best football is probably in front of him. He needs to get stronger. He'll be the first to tell you that. So I think there's some developmental opportunities with him relative to his frame. We're talking about a guy at 6'2", 190 pounds, who ran 4.5, that moves well for his size, plays the ball, is instinctive, is an eraser in a deep part of the field, has to improve as a tackler, which goes back to improving his playing strength. So hopefully our program will be beneficial to him in that respect.
So there you go. Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC.
Yeah, I think it's funny. In a lot of ways, he's like the anti-Lonnie Johnson. Like, if you think about Lonnie Johnson was a guy who came in as a corner. It turned out to be just way too big to be a corner, so they moved him to safety.
Yeah.
Bullock's the opposite, which is that, boy, he seems a little too skinny to be a safety in some regards, but you're not. I don't think you should be tempted to move him outside to you shouldn't move him outside to cornerback at all. I like that his length is reflected in his play.
Yes.
You like to think about this tall, lanky safety who can go up and make plays on jump balls and deep balls and everything like that. Yes, he does a really good job of understanding where the ball is going to be and how to get to it. He's willing to be physical. I thought there were some things, the way it was phrased in some of the reports I read this weekend, I think were a little inaccurate in that some people acted like he didn't have an appetite for physicality. He has an appetite to come up and stick people. He's just not sometimes strong enough to do it the right way. So when you hear Nick talk about gaining some strength, I think there's certain elements of his game and certain things you might ask him to do that, he's not going to be a box safety anytime soon.
So Nick Caserio, we just played him talking about the 3 players they drafted on Friday, and very complimentary of all of them, likes all of them, obviously. Very scouting report-ish when it came to kind of his breakdown there. Here was Nick Caserio on Saturday talking about Ohio State tight end Cade Stover, who the Texans moved up a few spots to get in round 4.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's elite. This guy is as tough and hard-nosed a player that they had in the program. Just kind of going back to the question and D'Amico's answer about developing players, I'd say Cade's a good example of a player who's only played tight end for 2 years, so he's certainly not a finished product, but he has the mindset and the work ethic to improve. How he was raised. This guy is everything you want in a football player And then Moore, I mean, he probably played hurt this year. I mean, I think he had an MCL or had an issue where, quite frankly, it would have limited some other players, but he just braced it up and he just kept playing football. So, I mean, I don't want to speak for D'Amico, but I think we feel the same way. This is probably one of our favorite, football players in the entire draft, regardless of position, because of his mentality, because of his mindset. And he still is developing as a player. I mean, 2 years ago, he was playing defensive end in the Rose Bowl against Utah. Now he's, played tight end for 2 years, and here he is getting picked in the bottom of the 4th round. And his position is, we think tight end. That's why we drafted him. So, but I mean, blue collar as they come, and from a makeup, traits, toughness, mentality. I mean, this is an elite guy.
Yeah, I'll tell you another thing, too, and I was glad. I'll credit one of our listeners for, I had mentioned his blocking, Cade Stover, before the draft, and one of our listeners after the show texted me with a couple things, or DM'd me with a couple things, and I did. I was guilty of this. I was guilty of reading a bunch of synopses, and I'd watched a little bit of Cade Stover, just highlights and everything, but I hadn't really given credence or even thought about the fact that he's only been playing tight end for a couple of years. There are multitudes of examples of him not just blocking, but blocking with really good form. I think there's also an element that he is still, there's situations he gets caught in at times where you can see that he has a lack of experience, and he doesn't have the body. He's not going to be Gronk, nobody ever will be again, probably in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried at all, A, about his willingness to block. I mean, that's absurd. But B, I think for his body type and everything, I think he'll be just fine because he's going to work at it. So, and then, he's another guy, you look at his physicality and the run after the catch, everything that Nick just said about his grittiness and everything, that's all very true.
Use the E word, man. Use the E word twice. Elite. He said it at the beginning and the end. Elite for the 123rd pick in the draft.
What's the worst E word? Text in 713-572-4610.
Oh, if we were oh God, they called him the E word, that kind of thing. Iguana.
Yeah, I can't think. What Ben?
What'd you say, Ben? Iguana. Is that an E word? I thought that was
being silly.
He's being
Look at Ben.
Ben, we're talking to a guy who doesn't know what a chimpanzee is. So you think he's going to know the proper?
No, I was brushing up. I was playing primate flashcards this weekend. Sean, what is this?
I'm sure there's a really obvious one that I'm missing.
Yeah.
I'm just not wired that way, people.
Right. No, you don't have hate in your heart. Absolutely.
You people need to understand that.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Reaction Monday from the draft. If you're looking to get excited about being in the AFC South, we have some audio for you coming up next. The person you're about to hear from is probably going to be running one of the organizations in this division someday, and it's pretty glorious.
Ooh.
You're going to enjoy this. Yes, coming up next. But you know what else you're going to enjoy? Prize Picks. Once you download the app and start playing Prize.
before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so this is kind of funny, right? We're in the AFC South, so you got the Texans, the Colts, the Titans, and the Jacksonville Jaguars. And it's kind of a fun division ownership-wise right now. It's really fun now that, Cal and Hannah are everybody's king and queen here in town.
They're cult heroes.
They're cult heroes, and it's fun because
they're like they are to us like Duran Duran is to England, I think.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, Seth.
Like pop appeal, but also like cult hero status.
So in Indianapolis, we've got Jim Irsay, who we've had a ton of fun with through the years, right? He's of the quartile.
In the upper quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
You've got Amy Adams Strunk, who everybody just despises right now.
Ugh.
And now and forever, right?
Yeah. She's a little just petty.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's petty. She's even pettier than we are.
Yeah, I know. Which is like we're paid to be petty.
Right.
She's just doing it for recreation.
Yeah.
It doesn't serve a purpose.
You're a captain of industry. Act like it, okay? And then we've got the Jacksonville Jaguars, where
captain of collecting checks from the family trust, but okay.
Shad Khan, actual captain of industry before getting into the NFL. And I don't know what they think of Shad Khan in Jacksonville right now. The team is better than they've been on the aggregate over the last several years.
I think they generally, the thing about, sorry, not to go off on a huge tangent.
No, I'm legitimately wondering. I know you talk to people in Jacksonville.
Well, right. I mean, people are going to get frustrated with ownership and the decisions they make and the GMs they keep and all of that. But I think the biggest thing about Jacksonville is like for a team that was perennially, floated out as the team that's going to go to London or the team that's going to get moved, like Shad Khan is a billionaire who very much invests in Jacksonville.
Yes.
So I think at the end of the day, they're only going to go so far with any criticism of Shad Khan because they know that, if another owner had bought that team 15 years ago, they might be out of there.
They'd be gone. So I think what's interesting, too, when you look at this division is Shad Khan is the only first-generation owner in this division right now.
The one that made his money and bought the team.
The team, because Cal is obviously, he and the family are inheriting the team from the late Bob McNair.
Yeah, no, and especially guy came over from I want to say he's Pakistan.
Yeah.
From Pakistan as a college student, and then invented a bumper that ended up being the bumper that's on 60% of all cars in America. He is a pick yourself up by the bootstraps.
Yes.
Made in America story.
Entrepreneur.
That's really, yeah. It's a really good story.
Right.
And then
right. So you got the Texans, second generation, and we just mentioned we like what Cal and Hannah are doing right now. You got Jim Irsay, who, as a second-generation owner, look, they've won a Super Bowl with him there. So he's quirky, but team's been largely successful. Amy Adams Strunk, the team has not been good by and large since she inherited the team from her dad. She is second-generation. And now you got Shad Khan, and what's coming down the pipe for the second generation of Khans someday?
Yeah.
It's funny you should ask. Tony Khan is Shad Khan's son. He is involved in the soccer team that Shad Khan owns in some sort of executive position. He's director of football science or something like that for the Jacksonville Jaguars. But Tony Khan spends most of his time owning and writing storylines for and now appearing on camera for his wrestling company called All Elite Wrestling, which you can find on TNT and TBS throughout the week.
Which knowing nothing at all about wrestling, but having attended one of the events, I thought was awesome.
It was fun.
It was the first time I've ever just wholeheartedly jumped into buying into wrestling and having fun with it, and I had a blast.
Yeah, I enjoy the product. I watch it, not every week, but I watch it a lot of weeks. I enjoy it. So Tony Khan is both the actual and storyline owner of the company, and he appeared on TV last week welcoming a wrestler who had been fired back into the company. It's Luke Perry's son, the late Luke Perry. It's his son.
Luke Perry died?
Yes, Luke Perry died. Yes. Yeah. Passed away.
Well, you can do the rest of this segment yourself. My goodness, I didn't even know.
You're going to be all right?
Okay, so Luke Perry's
kid gets welcomed back into the company. His name's Jack Perry. Jungle Boy is his name.
Does he have sideburns?
On screen. No, he's got big curly hair. So he's got big foofy curly hair.
Making a mistake not having sideburns.
So he in storyline punches Tony Khan in the stomach. Tony Khan goes down in a heap. two other wrestlers who are kind of like Jack Perry's buddies in storyline come out, and they're trying to like, hey, Jack, calm down. You shouldn't really do that to the owner of the company. And they just say, screw it, and end up giving a spike pile driver to Tony Khan and drive his head into the mat. And so now he's showing up with a neck brace on. He's fine. It's a storyline. But he was sitting in the Jacksonville War Room all weekend with the neck brace on, selling the wrestling storyline that's ongoing. He winds up.
The pictures are so funny.
They're hilarious because he's a goofy-looking guy.
And he's really, if you guys were watching on YouTube when he interviewed him at the Super Bowl, like, he is a quirky guy. He's just kind of I loved talking to him, very interesting and everything, but he's just kind of quirky.
Yeah, he's quirky. Yeah, Seth and I interviewed him on Radio Row. So Tony Khan winds up doing a hit on the NFL Network with Mike Garafolo and Steve Weish. They're back in the studio. He's on a split screen, and they're interviewing him, and they ask him about All Elite Wrestling, and and compared it to WWE, and here's what Tony Khan said.
We are the most successful sports startup since the AFL. Pre-merger. There has not been a challenger brand that has gained as much market share as AEW. In many, many, many years. We are like the Pepsi of pro wrestling, and we're up against a really evil juggernaut. WWE is our competitor. That's who we're facing. AEW, like the Pepsi of pro wrestling. WWE's like the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. And I'm really proud of what we do down here.
All right. I think, all right, Tony.
Yeah, you know the old Pepsi challenge where they put a can of Pepsi and a can of Harvey Weinstein on the table?
I'm sitting here trying to figure out, like, where's he going with this? Because, I don't know if, like, aligning yourself against Coke in any metaphor is a good idea, just from a branding standpoint. Yeah. So maybe he realized that midway through and he's like, no, instead of Coke, I'll say Harvey Weinstein.
Well, the Harvey Weinstein thing comes from all the accusations against Vince McMahon.
No, I know. Yeah, I know, but he was mixing metaphors in a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was goofy. Yeah. It was stupid.
I know where it comes from.
Yeah, well, the audience might not. That's why I'm saying. Like, so Vince McMahon, the former owner of WWE, is accused of a lot of really bad stuff and got let go by the company. Yeah, so it didn't just come out of nowhere, is my point.
And he was wearing a neck brace while he was saying
While he was saying it, yeah. So
all because Jason Priestley battered him, theoretically.
Yeah, theoretically. So
or was it Ian Ziering?
It was actually Shannon Doherty who gave him a spike pile driver. She came out along with the chick Jenny Garth, and they spike pile drove.
I'm like the Shannon Doherty of pro wrestling.
Right. And she's like the Sprite. Okay.
Yes.
So here was Tony Khan as he's wearing a neck brace in this interview on the NFL Network with two NFL reporters who are trying to do football stuff, probably.
Yeah.
They asked some offhanded question about the wrestling, and this is where it goes. And Mike Garafolo asked him, so what's the prognosis on your neck injury?
What's the prognosis? What are the doctors telling you?
Well, to be honest, I think you're going to have to tune in to AEW to find out what they have to say.
There we go. Me.
You find out on TNT and TBS what my prognosis is and what's going to happen to me.
I'll tell you what, save all that stuff. Just tell us who you're taking tonight. We'll take that here. How about that?
Well, guys, this is the NFL Network. There's a lot of people watching. I can't give out that kind of sensitive information. And also, a lot of things have to play out in the second and third round. And you can bet Trent and Doug and this great group, we're going to make good decisions and keep trying to make the team better. I think a lot of great things happening in Jacksonville this week.
He's saying all
this.
And
I'm going to go make out with Tori Spelling.
He's saying all this with a storyline wrestling neck brace on.
That's awesome.
He's going to own the team
I actually enjoyed when you and I were talking to him. I think it was on Friday, right? It was the last day of the Super Bowl. That's when Radio Row, or the media center as they call it now, starts kind of sputtering out. I actually enjoyed his promotional part when he was talking about the wrestling, because he did it. He was pretty interesting in doing it. It didn't sound like he was, reading. Obviously he's not reading copy or anything. I actually enjoyed that part.
They didn't on the NFL Network.
Really?
No,
they take themselves so seriously.
Yeah.
Some of these TV football people are like, they got all wrapped up in their head. They think they're journalists, and they're like secretly ashamed of themselves that they're not. It's all weird. Get over yourself, some of you.
See if you can sense it. If you watch the video, you can see Steve Weich and Mike Garafolo like rolling their eyes when they're asking the prognosis or whatever. Let's see if you can hear the phrase.
What's the prognosis? What are the doctors telling you?
Well, to be honest, I think you're going to have to tune in to AEW to find out what they have to say.
There we go.
Me. You find out on TNT and TBS what my prognosis is and what's going to happen to me.
I'll tell you what.
Silly me. You can hear one of them.
Somebody doing I could tell one of them was doing that thing where you like passive aggressively grab your stack of papers and start like pushing it down on the table. Yeah.
I think one of them was.
Okay, I'm cleaning up, ready to go here. Okay.
I got to go back and watch.
That's a power move. You got to start doing that more. Sometimes when you get upset with me that we were supposed to have gone to break, but I'm still talking, just start pounding your papers like that. Yes.
I know what's going to happen. Ben, the first time I do it, he's going to go, I can see you stacking your papers there, Sean.
Yeah. What?
I love that. Tony Khan, man, he's going to own the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Now when he owns the Jaguars, and then that's when people will get nervous about it. Now Shad Khan doesn't look like he's kicking the bucket anytime soon. He looks like he's loving life. He's a bad influence on Jerry Jones. He is because he lives life to the fullest.
He does.
And Jerry can't keep up anymore.
Tony somehow got his dad to work into this storyline. Like when Tony got pile-driven into the mat, you had like a lot of referees and officials from AEW coming out to check on him as they're bringing the stretcher out. Shad Khan came down and he was checking on his son, like.
Man, I'll tell you what. Like if Ballers, the TV show, is still around or something like that, it's like on the surface of it, this is a plot for a TV show about the NFL.
Yes.
Where, like, you've got this owner who is, like, a hardworking dude that made his fortune, but then he's got this son that, like, has 19 different businesses going all the time, and, like, it's incredible. Like, it's wacky stuff that, they got it's a whole thing. If they Sean's stacking his papers. Fine. You know what? You do the next damn segment by yourself. Let's see who's wearing a neck brace tomorrow. What do you feel about that? Pendergast?
This is how I feel about it.
Go to break, you stupid Nick.
I feel like this. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Charles Barkley went nuclear on the state of Texas over the last 2 days. He didn't get just one. He got an ocean and he got a river walk in the last 2 days. We have that for you. And also the player I wish the Texans had moved up and gotten based purely on his press conference. We have that for you coming up next.
Ownwell.com. If you love paying your property taxes,
texansturf.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick, Seth, we got a lot of people texting in E-words. You asked E-words. What?
You had said something about an E-word. Like a dirty word, and I couldn't think of any bad E-words, like that you can't say in public, or that you should never say, like a slur or something.
There's a few people.
So tell me the slurs.
There's a few people that are just taking a lowercase e and sticking it in front of a slur or a curse word. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like an electronic version of that insult. Yeah. So there's a lot of people sending that in.
So you can turn any word into a
Right. Yeah. If I want to get fired, I'll start reading them. Someone said esthetician. Why is that an E-word? It's a noble trade.
Do you spell that with an A or an E?
I think it can go either way. I think
either way.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it can go either way. Someone said evil is the worst E word. I guess theoretically it is.
Well,
evil.
technically, yeah, I guess, yeah. But the word itself doesn't seem to have any. You can say that anywhere.
Like
you can say that in church frequently. Yeah.
Right. Now this is a word you can say, but this is the closest thing to like an insult to somebody.
Yeah.
Nut in Clear Lake sends this in. The kids say the worst E word you can be called is extra.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's so extra.
It's a little extra, yeah.
He's so extra.
Yeah. So there you go. But E, I
thought you were saying nut in Clear Lake was the dirty thing you couldn't say.
Well, that's...
I lived in Clear Lake for a little while.
That all depends, right? That all depends.
I'm married. It's cool.
That all depends. Yeah. Charles Barkley. Speaking of Clear Lake, down that direction, you keep going, you get to Galveston. Charles Barkley on TNT on the studio show after another New Orleans Pelicans disappointing loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. The discussion between the panel there, which included Shaq, was, is it time to send the New Orleans Pelicans to Cancun? Here was that exchange, and Charles just goes in on Galveston.
Disappointing New Orleans. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston. That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston with that dirty ass water be washing up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. Y'all we gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're not taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. We're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water.
Hey, man.
Hey.
Just because it's true doesn't mean you have to say it.
Right.
What the hell? It's actually, Charles doesn't understand what it's like to be in this city in the summer months, and just how after a while you stop putting on airs about how pristine your water needs to be, and you just need to cool off. Damn it!
If he was
getting that Galveston water,
sometimes you do. It's that hot. If he was going to be true to the team he was talking about, New Orleans, the Pelicans, and those of you from Louisiana know this, he would not have said Galveston. He would have said Grand Isle. Grand Isle, Louisiana is like the Galveston of Louisiana.
Is that their slogan?
We're the Galveston of Louisiana.
It's Louisiana's Galveston.
Should be. Dude, my ex-father-in-law used to love to go to Grand Isle. Man, he loved Grand Isle. And it looks Galveston. Have you been to Grand Isle?
No, I've not.
Yeah.
I've probably driven through it, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, on I-10. No, but I like, as far as Galveston, when our kid was younger, we went to Galveston pretty regularly because it's the closest. Look, it's the closest to a beach type experience that you're gonna have.
Sometimes just sitting near water is calming. You don't have to go in the water. Sometimes just sitting near water helps.
Well, no, and it's got I go in the water all the time, but it's got a vibe to it. It's got the beachy vibe to it.
Yeah.
You know.
So Charles kind of apologized, I guess, right, for Galveston, but then he just took his nukes and just pointed them at San Antonio yesterday?
Yeah, and then also went back to Galveston.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was, you know what? It was like Harvey. Remember, it was like Harvey was, oh no, it's bypassing us and it's going to San Antonio. Oh, crap.
Sitting on us again for 4 days.
There was like a 12-hour window where we were praying for San Antonio, like in a good way. Like, oh, everybody keep your mind on San Antonio. They're about to have it rough.
Yeah. No, it came back. Okay, so I like that analogy. Here's Barkley the day after his Galveston rant. He said this.
So how do you like Galveston now? It's beautiful.
We're not going there.
Would you go on vacation?
You've got a chance. Hell no, I ain't going on vacation.
You've got a chance to wipe the slate clean here.
You got to just say, I would go to Galveston. Let me tell you something. That water's so dirty, I'd rather go to San Antonio. I'd rather go to San Antonio with them big old women. No, I'm not going to Galveston. I want to go to the beach down in the river walk and watch them big old women walk around San Antonio.
So you know what? Okay, so you know what? We're going to
rather go, Chuck? San Antonio. You know, that's what they invented Victoria's Secret, Chuck. Why is it secret? Because them little women down there, they can't get in them cute little underwear. They wear bloomers down in San Antonio. Oh, my God.
Somehow,
Victoria's Secret down there.
Somehow we are going to transition from that to this.
You like no parts of Texas.
Charles has immunity, right?
Most respected sports journalists.
Dude, I know. That's their NBA studio show. That's what makes
They're
it
not
so
journalists, but whatever.
Yeah.
Then one of the replies to that, I saw that on Twitter, I think. One of the replies had a picture of if Game of Thrones was set in San Antonio, and it had Khaleesi sitting like in a very big white flowing gown, like looking like the woman that
a fat version of her
that Charles was describing.
Oh my God, yeah, dude. Charles in San Antonio, man, like he can't resist.
Do they have it when he goes to San Antonio? Do you think it's kind of like do you think people like hate him there?
Probably.
Or do they just like a Simon Cowell type of thing?
Probably, yeah. They know in San Antonio, like they know,
It's America. Like it's honestly like, what are you going to pick on any city anymore? We've all got struggles with weight in American cities,
to be clear,
countryside and the suburbs.
Yeah. No, I'm not even saying they know it's true. I'm saying they know it's the narrative about them. You know what I mean?
They know it's all kind of like it's WWE.
Yeah, it's shtick. Yeah. Keon Coleman, first pick of the second round of the draft, wide receiver out of Florida State, spent a couple years at Michigan State. Relevant because he was getting, as they were just sort of chopping it up and hobnobbing before his press conference. This wasn't even a question in the press conference. This is just Keon Coleman, new Buffalo wide receiver, just BSing with the media. And somebody asked him about his heavy yellow coat that he had on. And he proceeded to give out some pretty good shopping advice.
Nah, man, you forgot I went to school in Michigan for 2 years? Guess where I got this from, though? That's what I'm saying. You got to guess. You're going to be wrong, though, but guess.
Tom Izzo.
Nah. Macy's. What you mean? they be on sale on the rack. All the colors. Right. Look, $79, $89. Nice little deal. You can get the trench coat for like $100. Nice little. I'll take you there personally. I might go get some more colors. I need a blue one and another red one.
Got you. I'm with you. Who's good Thanksgiving sales too? That's what I usually do.
See, I ain't know nothing about Thanksgiving. I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime. You got to shop a season or two before, just in case, and they be cheaper. Because you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? Who we starting with? Oh, we could go. Oh, my bad. Hold up. Y'all can hear me? This on or this off? All right, bro.
Clearly, the social anxiety disorder that he suffers from, so severely.
Talk about anything.
Hasn't hurt him. No, yeah. Yes, great advice to wait until after winter is over to go buy your winter coats and anything winter related, and vice versa. Especially at Macy's. Macy's does have really good deals on stuff.
Although in Buffalo, I feel like that window is like a week. To go get the summertime,
before everybody starts stocking back up for winter.
The summertime in Buffalo lasts for like
never
10
a good
days.
never a good time to buy a snowblower in Buffalo. They're always marked up.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's obviously you're joking there, but I did say that coat was more yellow than maize, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, no, he went to Michigan State. He just said he lived in Michigan for a couple years. Is that what you were saying, Maze?
Oh, okay. But it was a yellow jacket.
It was a yellow jacket. Yeah. Okay. I think they were just wondering why he had a heavy coat like that because he was.
Where did okay.
Yeah.
Where did the one reporter suggest that he got the coat or guess?
I couldn't hear. Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Tom Izzo.
From Tom Izzo?
Oh, from Tom Izzo.
Like, okay. Pre-NIL.
So he made a little joke himself.
Yeah. I guess that Barkley thing came from the fact that Beyonce's mom called him out. about the Galveston crack.
The second time, like when he was supposedly going to apologize.
Right.
And
Yeah,
then
that
he didn't
last.
apologize.
No, that didn't last.
It is true. I mean, like, there's not. Like, Galveston's water has issues. It's just it's at various times has very high bacteria count. It's got issues. But you don't have to advertise it on mass media. That's awful if you would do that.
Text message: the bad E word in Houston. Easterby.
Oh, Easterby. Oh, okay.
That's the E word right there. Yeah, that's the E word.
I thought you were bringing it back around and saying E. coli.
No.
So, yeah, Easterby, that is a bad one. Damn Easterby.
Bad word. Landry Locker is here. What's going
up,
on?
man?
How are you, dude?
I'm doing fantastic.
Where's your co-host?
He's here. He's taking care of some business.
Gotcha. All right.
Pooping?
Okay.
Gotcha. How was your shindig on Saturday, man?
It was good. It was fun, man. It was very fun to enjoy day.
And that was where
that was in the Daily Sports
Dailies.
Club.
Yeah,
there was a lot of people came through. It was a fun time for sure.
Oh yeah, somebody at the a couple people at the draft party on Friday night mentioned that they were like all excited about going to your event on Saturday. So,
yeah, they came through. Figgy put it together. Nice little collab with He-I and Cody Stutes.
Yeah, that's cool.
You know what? If you guys aren't our listeners, if you're not following Figgy on Instagram, I suggest you get in now while the getting's good. I think Figgy's going to blow up as a social media superstar.
Yeah, he's really good at it.
No, but I mean like blow up. Like just get in.
Get in now. Yep.
Yeah.
Get in now.
He's about to start to run up on celebrities and video him. That's his next big step.
Oh, really?
He's just going to roll up on whoever.
How did he not wind up at the Chuck Norris gala that I was at on Saturday?
No idea.
Yeah,
I didn't even know Chuck Norris was still alive, if I'm being honest.
He's 84. He's 84 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
That picture, he looked pretty damn good.
I know he looks good.
I mean, he looks great.
84.
84?
84, yeah.
I hope I'm still roundhouse kicking fools at 84.
I would love to get my leg up that high. That would be really, really cool. So what'd you think this weekend?
I mean, it wasn't like the world is ending type of draft, but I do think it's kind of a little bit of a wait and see. I described it as meh, and I don't mean that as like a bad thing. I think there's, if you look at Casario's 2-year window and you look at the best case and worst case scenarios, I think it's fine. But let's just put it this way: like those mock drafts that people put up, if you would have put that one up, I don't think too many people would be saying, "Wow, you really cooked there." You really did your thing. And the tackle thing is interesting, especially based on some of the stuff that Casario said. But I don't think it was bad.
Yeah,
as Casario seemed to like it.
Casario really likes Cade Stover.
Yeah, he seemed. Oh God, yes. Good Lord.
That's where the E word came from. We were talking about the E word. He used the E word twice in describing.
He loves Cade Stover.
Loves him some Cade Stover. Yeah. Do you have a favorite pick?
Favorite pick? I would say probably Bullock. I like safeties who can cover, so I like Bullock. I also do I'm kind of lenient. I'm not like a film guy. I don't pretend to be a film guy, but I do think there was like a cultural issue with USC's defense to where if you just blindly put in the USC tape and watch USC defenders, you're probably going to see some problems, but I don't necessarily know that it's all their fault.
Right. Yeah, it's not like every single player on it. No, it's kind of like Texas at various times before they got good again. It was like there's good players there. It just, man, they cannot tie it together. It just, I think you're exactly right on that, Landry.
So you got to feel a lot of potential, and there's a lot of untapped potential with USC defensive players. Probably.
Yes, and I like tall, fast, and that's the most excited I've seen them in the war room too. When Bullock was picked,
they were pretty pumped about a few picks.
And Bullock was the one that they said they got calls after that evening with guys saying like, "Oh yeah, we were right about to draft him. We wanted him." And
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
That's a classic where like a lot of teams are kind of seeing that this guy's flying under the radar and they're getting excited about him and the prospects. So yeah.
All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Antibodies to you, you upper echelon elitist. Yeah.
All the E words.
Yeah.
All the E words. All right, we are done. We're out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, I think, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Yes, we do. And it is one of the best Reaction Mondays, 713-572-4610. How you feeling about the Texans draft? Because I think this was an interesting one. This was, if you want to listen to Nick Caserio talking about 2-year plans and everything like that, this might have been the draft for you. Started it off with cornerback Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia. There were some more intriguing names, I would say, that went before. You end up taking Kamari Lassiter. Nick Caserio makes it clear we're not drafting track guys. We're drafting football players. So Kamari Lassiter, your first.
Was that shot at Miami?
I don't know what it was. I will say that.
Shot at the Chiefs?
If they were going to draft for need, I think cornerback was where you should do it. I was leaning more towards, if you're going to draft for need, go with the corner instead of the defensive tackle. And I don't want to say this was just about need, but I think they kind of drafted for need. And the sales pitch from Caserio, you're talking about him moving all around, all that. Like, I don't think you plug him in and he's automatically your number 2 corner. I think maybe you can get to that point. But this felt kind of like drafting for need, which if you were going to do that, we're fine with that. Then you had things getting real interesting. Then it got real strange because I'll raise my hand and say I kind of rolled my eyes when I'd see these mock drafts and they had the Texans drafting a tackle, but I'll be damned. The Texans take Blake Fisher, the tackle out of Notre Dame, and Blake Fisher, in a perfect world, probably doesn't play this year. Right? I mean, if we're to take what Nick Caserio said, he said Titus Howard is one of the best tackles in the NFL. You think Laramie is one of the best tackles in the NFL. You draft a guy, and you don't expect him to play this year, which is fine if you're being proactive. I think in a perfect world, this guy becomes better than Titus or better than Laramie, or perhaps to where you feel comfortable enough letting either one of those guys walk in 2 years, and he's one of your starting tackles once you have to start making the tough decisions like letting C.J. Stroud or anyone go. But it's hard to get excited about
to say, is there a perfect world around here when it comes to the offensive line?
I mean, the perfect world is he never plays. The perfect world is Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil play the whole time. And the realistic world is those guys miss games and this guy's able to fill in accordingly.
I agree. I think the perfect world would be Titus Howard playing the full season and not getting hurt.
Then you have round 3, the safety. We wondered, are they going to get a safety? Are the Texans going to draft a safety? Well, they did. And this is the most excited that I've ever seen Nick Caserio. Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC, actually faster than your corner. He's big, fast, ball hawk type of safety, not really the box safety that we're used to around here. Kalen Bullock is the final pick of day 2, and this was Caserio getting a little hardo after day 2. And we're going to see the transition of Nick Caserio from hardo, like as the draft's going on, to maybe taking somewhat of a victory lap. Here was Nick Caserio after he drafted cornerback Kamari Lassiter, tackle Blake Fisher, and safety Kalen Bullock.
We don't really take a needs-based approach. It's more football player-based approach, and you just can't have enough quality football players. There might be a situation where a player maybe doesn't play this year, but maybe his opportunity potentially could be more next year because of maybe how the roster is constructed. But we don't have a crystal ball, so we're not going to sort of make any predetermined decisions about a player's role, who fits where. Honestly, the competition will sort itself out. And what we've hopefully have done is just create a sense of urgency. And you have to play well and perform well in order to stay in this building. And if you don't, then we have to keep the 53 best.
Okay, so you have to play well, you have to perform well to stay in this building, or else you're going to be done. I'll say this about the post-day 2 draft with Caserio and D'Amico. If you would have just played that for me and you would have told me that this is a draft press conference, it felt a lot more like a day 3 where you're talking about, well, you need depth. Well, this guy can play a lot of places. We're not going to pigeonhole players. Like, this didn't feel like in a perfect world you draft 2 starters with the premium picks. This kind of felt developmental, which, again, maybe you're looking ahead when you draft a tackle to C.J. Stroud getting paid, C.J. Stroud not being on his rookie deal, and this guy you feeling at least comfortable that he can replace either Titus or Tunsil, that's fine. But this did not feel like, just on initial feeling, and I'm not even saying this is a bad thing, but this does not feel like, hey, we got a couple of starters, these guys are going to be immediate impact guys. It didn't feel that way.
Yeah, on top of that, we was talking about the day before, that morning, how all of these players fell to the second round, man. How we had at least 10 people that we can pick.
And they were all gone, it felt like, except Adonai Mitchell. And here's the other thing. I hate to be this guy, but I'm already seeing some of this on the text line. It does kind of feel, and I know Seth hates this, and look, I don't love it, but it did kind of feel that the first 3 picks that you selected perhaps could have been there later. Now, I know that Nick Caserio said he got calls and people were going to take Bolick and all that, but I did wonder, okay, would Lassiter be there when they took Fisher, and would Fisher fall down a little bit? Because Fisher himself, they asked him, how interested do you think the Texans were in you? And he goes, well, I didn't know they were that interested. So he was basically talking as if he thought that perhaps the Texans had reached a little bit. Then we go to day 3, and shout out to everyone that was at Daily Sports Club at day 3. It was really fun, and I know a lot of people are talking about depth. I just don't usually hear depth after day 1 or day 2 of the draft. In round 6, in round 4, you took Cade Stover, tight end out of Ohio State. This was the one that made the most sense. You need a tight end. You need a guy that can block. You need a guy that can move around. Even your top 2 tight ends, they struggle to block. The one that you feel good that can block, Tegan Quinteriano. Tegan has trouble staying healthy. So you got Cade Stover. You got to feel good about that. And then you get Jamal Hill, the linebacker out of Oregon, who you look at, started out as a DB, moves into the linebacker role. And one of the things that this Texans team struggled with, one of the things that they struggled with last year was they struggled guarding tight ends. The linebackers couldn't cover. I know Denzel Pierman's not here anymore, Henry To'oTo'o. So they talk about him being kind of a tweener. If you can lay this out right, Jamal Hill can help you in an area that was very, very costly. In fact, some of the games that you lost, if you would have had better coverage at linebacker and you would have had better nickel personnel, then you would have had a better job. So if this guy can play his way into special teams role, perhaps a coverage role, you got to feel good about that.
I agree, man. I agree. He kind of remind me of the guy that played for the Browns, Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah or something. That dude is a fast dude that covered tight ends too. So I think that could be big for the Houston Texans for that defense.
Then round 6, they finally got the running back. My God, they waited long enough. All of the other Shanahan descendants, whether it was LaFleur, whether it was Shanahan himself, they all got running backs early. Mike McDaniel.
They're going to drive you crazy, man.
Yeah, the running back thing, they're not quite there yet. But Jawar Jordan out of Louisville, this is a guy who I think is going to have a chance to make the squad as a kickoff returner, returned 2 touchdowns last year for Louisville. Somewhat explosive. I don't know that you hold your breath and think this guy's going to consistently make plays in games at the running back position, but he's going to have a chance to make this squad when it comes to kickoff return. And then you get kind of in the developmental phase, round 7, Solomon Byrd out of USC. He's one of those guys that D'Amico was pretty excited about, maybe a developmental guy. And then Marcus Harris out of Auburn and Ladarius Henderson out of Michigan. Henderson, a guy, maybe he's a better Austin Deculus. He's one of those versatile guys that you're going to be able to move around. Played some guard at Michigan, played some left tackle. First team All Big Ten last year.
So how you feeling about the draft, man? Are you feeling a little bit disappointed?
TBD. I'll give it a wait and see. I think this truly is a draft. A lot of times we say, well, you can't grade the draft immediately just because you're going to see players develop. I don't even know that they want to see Blake Fisher on the field at all. I don't know what role they liked last year. I think in the perfect world, the guys that they brought in for 1 year, Henderson and Okudah, those guys are your top 2 corners, and then Lassiter plays more inside and then maybe develops into someone you trust as a number 2. So I truly think when you say, and when Caserio says, and when a lot of NFL folks say, you can't judge a draft in 1 year, I think this is the way that you look at that.
It's crazy because, like, in the past, I probably would have criticized this draft, but I got so much trust into D'Amico and Caserio where I'm like, I'm not sure about these guys, but I trust them. I'm actually perfectly fine with this draft, man.
Well, this is interesting because I think this was Caserio kind of doing a little bit of a 180. Because this was Caserio leading up to the draft, talking about the dumbest thing that we do in the world, the dumbest thing in the world to Nick Caserio. Here was what he said about draft grades and all that.
You know, we're going to have on Monday, right, or Sunday afternoon, draft grades, right? I mean, it's the most ridiculous concept that I've ever heard of.
Most ridiculous concept he's ever heard of, draft grades. Most ridiculous thing ever. Well, let's hear him at the beginning after day 3 and hear what Caserio says.
Another productive day for us. A lot of good conversations in the draft room. I mean, a lot of work, a lot of effort. I mean, D'Amico and I were just talking. It feels like we grinded out a win, but that's what this is about.
All right. So you grinded out a win. He didn't say we grinded it out. He said we grinded out a win. I think this was a draft that Caserio and D'Amico were very, very pleased with. And it's funny how he goes from we're not going to hand out draft grades to I think we grounded out a dub. I think the one thing about this front office is they've earned the benefit of the doubt. I would have liked to have come out with more immediate impact and perhaps even long-term impact offensive guys. They didn't look at it that way. I do think the tackle thing is interesting. Are they being proactive in that when you pay C.J. Stroud, you're not going to be able to pay both Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil? So that's the long-term plan. Short-term plan, they both missed time, and you heard Caserio speak on that. So you basically drafted a short-term tackle. So we'll see how it goes. For sure. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Some troubling news yesterday. Woke up to it. I guess stuff went about as good as it possibly could have. But Tank Dell was shot late Saturday night, early Sunday morning in Florida. Sustained minor wounds in Florida. I don't know what the hell that means. I don't know what a minor wound is. I guess non-life-threatening.
Yeah.
He's out of the hospital. I don't know the specifics of that. I think that's easy for us to say. But he was an innocent bystander in a shooting at a nightclub. He's already been released, expected to make a full recovery. That was kind of a scary moment when you first heard it. I guess based on what happened, I guess this is as good as it could possibly have gone.
Yeah, thank goodness. And I'm with you with the minor injury or whatever that is. That could mean anything, man. I'm not sure if he was actually shot or sometimes like shells can hit you from other places and stuff like that. Like I'm not sure what that means, but I'm just glad he's good.
Yeah, I'm glad he's good too. And that's got to be mentally, like whether or not he's good physically. Mentally, that's got to be a little something. I mean, that's got to change you at an extreme level. But it's a good thing that Tank Dell is healthy. They're going to get some on-field work pretty soon, and we'll see how these guys do fit in, where they fit in. There's been questions on the text line about Fisher perhaps moving inside. I don't think that's going to happen. He is, in a perfect world, he's your swing tackle. And in an even more perfect world, he doesn't step on the field this year unless Tunsil or Howard get hurt, but he continues to develop. So as far as drafting a guy, moving him inside, no. As far as moving Titus Howard inside to guard, that ain't going to happen either. Come on, man.
I would be
Caserio dismissed that. Come on, man.
Yeah, I would be shocked if that happened this year, man. If somebody get hurt, then they move the rookie to the right tackle and put Titus inside. I would be shocked, man. Y'all done paid that brother all that money to play inside.
Yeah, he's playing tackle. There's no doubt about it. He's definitely playing tackle. Zero doubt. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The draft is complete. The encore for Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. We will continue to react. John Lopez said that the Texans did not lie. They told us what they think. He says they said it loud and clear. So we'll get into that and a lot more as the show continues. Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig. I actually started thinking about this, and I don't know if the NFL would ever take it this far, but this has to be the only non-sporting event where you get 3 days of the majority of attention from sports fans. What if the NFL went to a 7-day-a-week draft? What if they did round 1 on Monday and then they went all the way up to Sunday? I think I would be down with that.
I would be down with it too, but honestly, I ain't gonna lie. The last 3 days, man, they kind of wore me out a little bit, man. I couldn't wait for Sunday so I could just kind of
relax.
Just relax, yeah. So I can't imagine if it was 7 days of this.
I was definitely a little bit sideways on Sunday.
It was a good day to relax, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Props to everyone who came out to Daily Sports Club. We'll see how this draft goes. Again, the way I can say it is wait and see. If people would have put this out as a mock draft, no one would have said they cooked. But I think the Texans, the biggest transformation that the Texans have made from when Nick Caserio first got here to now is they used to get zero benefit of the doubt, and now they get the benefit of the doubt to where they're going to get defended no matter what.
Yeah, they got my benefit. And the crazy thing is I felt like the most hype all of these draft picks was Cade Stover, man. I never would have guessed that. I thought that would have been somebody like, okay, they picked up a good player. That was probably the most hyped player in this draft for us.
Yeah,
for
and Nick Caserio was really excited about that. I don't think I've ever heard him speak as highly of a prospect. We'll hear that in the 11 o'clock hour. Your thoughts as well, 713-572-4610. How do you think the Texans did? Is there anyone disappointed in Nick Caserio and D'Amico? We'll mingle with the people. We'll go around the league. We'll also talk about what Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans told us based on their actual actions and what they decided to do. Reaction Monday continues post-draft here on Sports Radio 610 next.
Where the Texans
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Most viral moment of the draft. Most viral moment of the draft. It was day 4. Texans make a trade. Position of need. None of that 2-year plan stuff. We're talking about corners. We're talking about tackles. We're talking about long-term plans. This is a guy who should contribute immediately. He's very familiar with C.J. Stroud. And the internet went nuts when the pick was announced by Sketch on ESPN.
What's up, brothers? How we doing? Make some noise! Come on! This is football! Come on! The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 123rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 123rd pick of the NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Cade Stover, tight end, Ohio State.
Now, there was some boos there.
I mean,
it's Michigan territory.
Yeah.
So if you're from Ohio State, you're going to get booed. So there was that. But that had the internet going nuts, and it had Nick Caserio more excited than I've seen him in a while. And I think of all the guys that are going to be immediate contributors, Stover's one of those guys. They need tight ends that can block. They need tight ends that can move around. He might be that guy, and Nick Caserio speaks very highly of him, as has C.J. Stroud. So of all the picks, that had to have been the one that excited Texans fans the most. I do think if we look at this draft, though, it does feel a little bit more like a defensive draft than an offensive draft. And the couple things that I want to know, and a lot of times you can't control this, there's a few questions that I would love to know that we'll probably never figure out unless we do some serious digging. Number one is, what would the Texans have done if the defensive tackles, specifically Newton or Fisk, had been available when they made their first selection? In other words, did they need a corner so bad that they were going to go corner no matter what? Or would they have gone defensive lineman if those two guys had been available? Because coming into this draft, there was talk about, well, the Texans, they really needed a defensive lineman. They got to get a defensive tackle. They didn't take one until round 7. So I was okay with that. I don't mind having the committee guys. Nick Caserio also mentioned that there could be possibilities of acquiring other guys. But what would they have done had that been available? Next question, was it going to be Kool-Aid McKinstry? Kool-Aid went right before them. The Saints traded up and got him, whether it was Cooper DeJean, who the Eagles took. And I've got my mindset has adjusted. Usually it's Baltimore. If Baltimore gets the guy, then I assume that he's going to be a badass. Philadelphia is kind of approaching that territory where if they get the guy, I just automatically think he's going to be a hell of a player.
Nah, they there for me, man. I get frustrated every time I see anything Eagles related at this point. I feel like they just get anybody they want. It's crazy, man.
And then you have Kool-Aid McKinstry, the pick before, who I think would have definitely been the pick. Kool-Aid McKinstry, he goes the immediate pick before. I got to think that Nick Caserio wanted that. And I got to think D'Amico wanted that. They'll never admit it. They do seem to like Lassiter. There's a lot of things to like when you hear Lassiter talks. There's some there's some makeup and stuff like that. But I got to wonder if Kool-Aid McKinstry was really where they were at, because that one felt like a kick in the junk. It also felt like a calculated move by the New Orleans Saints to go up there and get Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah, I was actually at the draft party, and when Kool-Aid went off the board, it was a lot of people in the crowd like, oh, man, oh.
Yeah.
Like the whole crowd was like, oh, man.
You could just see him falling to you, and then boom.
Yes.
And then you go corner, Lassiter. The speed thing is interesting. You hear people talk about, well, it's football, and I know Nick Caserio went hardo and said, we're not trying to draft a track team. We're trying to draft a football team. 4.6 is pretty slow for a corner, though. I know there's some examples. There's talk about the Richard Sherman ran a 5. Yeah, he was also a receiver, and he's huge.
Yeah.
So on one hand, you get it, but on the other hand, 4.6 is a little bit slow. Then the tackle thing, that seems like a 2-year plan type of thing. It was surprising. It was something that was ridiculed, but you went with tackle. I'll put it this way: did the Texans become a better football team with this draft? I don't know. I think a year from now, 2 years from now, it could play out and you could feel that way. But as far as like last year, they drafted C.J. Stroud, they drafted Tank Dell, they drafted Will Anderson. Obviously, different equity, different ranges. Like I could have without hesitation, and I could say this about a lot of teams. Like I could say Indianapolis is a better football team now. I can say that Jacksonville's a better football team now. I don't know that these picks were made with this year in mind, which is fine. It's proactive. But if you ask me, do I feel like the Texans are 100% a better football team based on what they did? I can't 100% sit here and pound the table and say any one of these guys are without a doubt going to be on the field immediately in 2024. So I don't know that I can't necessarily say that.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like this draft helped them as far as depth because we seen how the offensive line was. Even though the fill-ins actually did pretty good, but they were struggling in that area, man. And I guess they kind of anticipating, people getting hurt. So they
added some depth.
Yeah.
Which, okay, I guess that's...
I felt they could have added some starters.
I guess that's the goal. The Kool-Aid thing was going to be crazy, though. There was going to be all kinds of marketing opportunities and stuff like that. I know a lot of people who personally went and bought some Kool-Aid for day 2. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. What did Nick and D'Amico tell us with their actions in this draft, J-Lo?
Yeah, look, I'm listening to you guys, and I can't disagree. Like, you can't say, hey, they got better. But I think what the draft did tell us is they told us where they want to prioritize. Like I say it all the time, the draft doesn't lie. Their actions told us they want to help the cornerback position and the safety position. They want to help the secondary. That was a priority. Whether they think they can be starters or threaten or compete or whatever, 2 of your first 3 picks were in the secondary. And the one I can't get over, and maybe you feel completely different on this, that's not a little thing that they brought in Blake Fisher in the second round. That's a second round tackle, man. Come on.
Well,
come on. I know that's a cop out to just say, come on.
Well,
but that's a second round tackle. When you'd have people talking about like linebacker, running back, cornerback, which they addressed right before that pick, et cetera, you've got a tackle. You got a tackle in the second round. That is a very high place to get a tackle. And for Nick to come in, I didn't expect Nick to say anything other than, hey, you can never have enough tackles. It's a swing tackle or whatever. But it says something. It says something about your confidence level, whether it's you, D'Amico, or both of you with Titus Howard, maybe even by extension Kenyon Green. The confidence level you have in Kenyon Green, because maybe Titus Howard will end up being a better fit at guard or whatever, So I can't get over they got a tackle in the second round. That's not a little thing. That's a big thing.
Well, Nick Caserio had some interesting things to say about that. We'll get into that at 11. The eyebrows raised with something that he said about the state of the tackle position. And he also had some stuff to say about Lassiter, as well as his favorite draft prospect. He did not even try to hide that. I thought it was interesting that after the draft, he said that he felt like they grinded out a win. Mr. Don't Grade Drafts. He didn't say we grinded out. He said we grinded out a win. And I think Nick Caserio might just grind so hard to where if you're in the build up to the draft or you're in the mix of the draft and Nick Caserio is up there, I think he's going to sound a little bit more stressed out. Maybe there's like a sense of relief, but I did think it was interesting when Nick Caserio goes up there and says, we felt like we grinded out a win. That's a direct quote. That's how Nick Caserio started out the final day is he grinded out a win. Okay.
Yeah, that means that there were some struggles. There was some things that challenged them, which means maybe there were some players that they wanted and couldn't get or couldn't move to get.
Maybe they'll get there one day, but as we sit right now, D'Amico Ryans, he doesn't practice what other Kyle Shanahan descendants practice. Why is that? And was there an opportunity significantly missed by Nick and D'Amico? In the Loop continues on a Reaction Monday post-draft edition next.
The pick is in.
With the 42nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter.
you know I'm loco.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I want to get there. Maybe one day they will. Maybe one day D'Amico will get there. Love D'Amico Ryans. Wouldn't trade any coach for him. Love the mindset. Love the relationship between he and Nick Caserio. But, man, at what point are they going to take the running back position more serious? I know that we're trying to talk ourselves into sixth-round running back Jawar Jordan out of Louisville. No, Sean likes him because he had a good game against Notre Dame, which he kind of says tongue-in-cheek. Could potentially end up being a kick returner. But if you look at what all the Shanahan descendants do, despite having good running backs, and in many cases, all cases, they already have multiple running backs, they churn that position. Mm-hmm. The Rams with Sean McVay, they took Blake Corum. They had one of the surprises in the league last year with Williams. Green Bay, they got A.J. Dillon and they signed Josh Jacobs. Also tried to bring back Aaron Jones before at half the money. They drafted Marshawn Lloyd. Miami, they got I don't even know how many running backs. Mike McDaniel, they took Jalen Wright. San Francisco themselves took Isaac Guerrero. The Jets, Robert Saleh, like all these descendants, they took 2 running backs. They took Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis. All of these organizations, if it's in the first few rounds, first 4, whatever, they aggressively pursue running backs. And I of all the things, maybe the Texans just aren't there yet. Those teams are a lot further along in their processes, perhaps. The Rams, they've been good for a while. They made the playoffs last year. Green Bay, maybe their roster's a little bit more complete. Miami, San Francisco, we know San Francisco has been close to a Super Bowl. Maybe those teams are just a little bit further along, but I hope we get to a day where D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, they're trying as hard as they can to get multiple running backs that can make plays, because I think it's something they lack, and I think it's something you can get if you pay attention to it, pursue it, take it serious. Not there yet. Maybe it's situational. Maybe they're further back in the process. But I hope that one day the Texans get there to where they're doing what all the other Kyle Shanahan descendants are doing. Sean McVay, LaFleur, McDaniel, Shanahan, and Robert Saleh. I want to get there. I really want to get there.
I mean, they've told us multiple times that they want multiple running backs. And the only thing I could figure, and maybe this is just me kind of justifying it, is they feel a lot better about Dameon Pierce than the Rebels. No, I mean, I'm not saying I agree. I'm saying that's the only thing I can figure. And they think they're going to try to get this hidden gem, Jordan, in the 6th round and all that. But I mean, they clearly have the confidence in Joe Mixon as they should.
Yeah, but they need more guys.
They need more guys.
Yeah.
All I can figure, like I said, Landry, to be honest, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. I'm saying, just trying to think for them, that's got to be it.
Let's just go inside the mindset. I want to hear Kyle Shanahan talking about why he took Isaac Guerrero. You have Elijah Mitchell. You have Christian McCaffrey. So why take Isaac Guerrero? Here is Kyle Shanahan talking about that.
Yeah, we think he's got a lot of speed. All our backs can run, but it's nice to add one who possibly can run a little bit faster, just for the change of pace and things like that. Like his running style. His running style, I think, is similar to Elijah's and the style that he runs with, and he's built that way, and like the 40 that he has.
Do you want to add speed in general to your offense this offseason?
No, we didn't make a blanket statement like that, but it was we wanted to add some speed to the running back room if we could. But you don't just add that just to add it. It's got to be the right type of runner with the speed. And there's a couple guys in the back and in the draft who had that, and this is the one we really liked in that way.
All right, this is one we really liked. What about LaFleur? Good God, how many running backs do y'all need? Here's Matt LaFleur talking about it.
I think he's a piece that, first of all, he's big. He's 220 pounds. He's got really good speed, and I think he gives us an element out the backfield. He really showcased that the week of the Senior Bowl, especially in the one-on-one situations that he was in, and just gives us a little different flavor, maybe.
A little different flavor.
Okay, so there you go. Multiple flavors would be nice, and we'll see. We'll see how they feel about the running back position. If they feel good about Dameon Pierce, okay, then maybe they're seeing something behind the scenes. He's easy to root for. That's just the one thing that I would have liked to have seen. They didn't go wide receiver. Did you have any issue with the Texans not adding a wide receiver?
I didn't. That's one even going into the draft that I didn't feel like, yeah, cool if they get one. But I didn't have that big a problem with the wide receiver. Getting back to the running back thing, they got Bullock. They love Bullock, but both Corum and Lynch were available when they made that pick. So clearly they made a decision, a decision about that running back position.
Is there anything that you wish would have gone differently for the Texans? Is there
three things?
There's three things that you wish would have gone differently for the Texans.
Funny you should ask, because I think the first one, and obviously touched on this earlier in the show. I wish they would have been able to move up for Kool-Aid. That being said, we'll never know if they actually liked Kool-Aid. Better than Lassiter. I mean, we can speculate, but we'll never know. Maybe they felt that's our guy anyway. We're the ones that were wanting Kool-Aid, from the outside looking in.
Yeah, it's just hard to imagine them not wanting him.
It's hard to imagine them not wanting him, but we'll never know if they're like, you know what, we like Lassiter. This is our guy, So that's one thing that I wish I would have done different. And this is maybe the toughest one for me. Adonai Mitchell going to the Colts, that just hurt. That just hurt. Especially when the Texans might have been able to get him, as well. So that was one. And then the third thing was I think they have real concerns at the safety position if they're going to pass on Corum and Lloyd in the third round. At the running back, they must have some real concerns at the safety position. Maybe I would have preferred them to get Corum. I liked him all along in the draft.
Yeah, and the Rams, they just seem to know what's going on there. Here was Chris Ballard. Adonai Mitchell fell in the draft. I got to tell you, I think they got a pretty good one in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Here was Chris Ballard. There were reports about diabetes. There were reports about attitude. Chris Ballard, GM of the Colts. By the way, how many times is he going to act for the behind-the-scenes videos like he does? I mean, he does it every year. It is. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he said, "Hold on, now record me, let's go." But here was him at the podium talking about Adonai Mitchell.
I don't know. I mean, I read some of the bull that was said on TV. I mean, just the typical, excuse my language, our typical league, unnamed sources, bad interview. That's such bull. I mean, it is. It's bull. Put your name on it. I'm tired of, we tear these young men down. These are 21, 22 young men. And if people out there can tell me they're perfect in their lives, it's crap. It's crap. This is a good kid. And for those reports to come out, like, I said it last year. It's bull. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language. I don't, but I do.
I mean, is he acting? That seems pretty sincere.
No, that is, but these behind-the-scenes videos that they put out, we're about to get the best pass rusher in the draft.
They passed on the best. Everybody
passed on the best.
But see, my point is that acting? Because it was kind of like what he just said there when we know he was being sincere. Or is he just putting a little extra on it?
He's always putting extra on it, for sure. And that's going to be an interesting thing to watch, how the Colts handle Adonai Mitchell. He seems kind of ticked too. Kind of seems like you got the chip on the shoulder. I just want to see how the Texans run the ball. I don't want to ask Joe Mixon to play 80% of the snaps. They need multiple guys that can make plays at the running back position, and that's something that they just don't seem 100% committed to doing. Mixon was kind of a fallback plan for not getting Saquon Barkley. I like Mixon, and now you can't convince me that 2 down on this running back depth chart is something that's encouraging. We don't know if Dameon Pierce has like some miraculous comeback season. That'd be great. It's easy to root for. It's easy to cheer for. It's not going to be for a lack of effort. Dare Ogunbowale, he's a special teamer.
Yeah,
he's been in the league 8 years. Like, Dare Ogunbowale should never be someone that you feel second most comfortable putting out there at that position. And then you drafted the guy in the 6th round. You hope he can be a kick returner, but expecting him to be an immediate contributor seems like a stretch. Caserio did say, though, that they're going to actively be adding players, perhaps subtracting players. So I would anticipate that they might get in on that running back market. which is something that they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
They need to do that, and it's about 2 down. It's not about Joe Mixon. I like Joe Mixon. I think Joe Mixon is an upgrade, but they brought in Devin Singletary last year because they thought he was going to back up Dameon Pierce. They misevaluated that situation. Whether it was a short-term misevaluation or a long-term misevaluation, they misevaluated it, and it hurt them a lot. It hurt them a lot to not have, as Kyle Shanahan put it, as LaFleur put it, as McVay puts it, as all these Shanahan disciples put it, running backs that bring multiple things. The 49ers traded an entire, almost half a draft for Christian McCaffrey. They're still drafting Elijah Mitchell. They're still drafting running backs in the 4th round. Maybe it's about not having the time to build a roster like those other teams, which I can understand, but the running back room is, I don't want to say terrifying, but it definitely is a cause for concern.
I'm wondering if it's more of like a blind spot. Like they're relying on the system so much, and they're relying on Dameon Pierce coming back in a certain way that they don't need another running back. But clearly he's cut from the cloth of you can't get enough running backs. So that's I'm wondering if that's just maybe a blind spot that they have with this system.
It'll be interesting to see how that goes. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, what Caserio totals with his actions and words, including when it comes to the most premium picks. Let's hear from Caserio next.
How does Coach here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
What Nick Caserio said about his most important picks, perhaps his most controversial ones, here on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on a Reaction Monday, one of the best Reaction Mondays on the calendar each year. Appreciate y'all for joining us. Let's start with the first pick that he made, Kamari Lassiter, cornerback out of Georgia. Here was Nick Caserio talking about Kamari Lassiter. There was a lot of talk about the speed, 4.6 40, not ideal. Not the end-all, be-all, but not ideal. Here was Nick Caserio talking about the cornerback that he selected after Kool-Aid McKinstry went the pick before.
Lassiter's position flex. He's played in the perimeter of the formation. He's played inside the formation. He plays with a linebacker type mentality. I mean, he's a corner, but he tackles. He's tough. He's physical. I'm sure there'll be a question about his speed and how fast he ran, but he's not slow. So, the speed really wasn't a concern of ours. So, the time's the time, but, we're drafting football players. We're not drafting track teams.
All right, we're drafting football players. We're not drafting track teams. So that was the explanation on Lassiter.
How does that make you feel about that? Well, let me say what I feel.
I think measurables matter,
dude,
to a certain point. 4.6 for a corner. I don't think that's just dismissive.
I'm kind of torn because we trust what Nick has been this offseason, and really been in general. We trust it. We understand the eye that he's had for talent, the moves that he's made. It's all been good. So as much as I trust him, dude, if there's a position on the field where 4.6 matters, it's cornerback. Doesn't speed matter at cornerback more than any other position?
I would think so. When you start talking about a guy playing with a linebacker mentality and versatility and stuff like that, it just doesn't sound like a second-round pick.
Yeah.
And corners, it's a bust-heavy position, so there's no – I truly wonder where was he ranked when it came to Bijani and Kool-Aid McKinstry. Did they draft for need here? And if they were going to draft for need, I think that's fine. I also did not know, and I wonder how much this went into account. I remember after Georgia just completely wiped the floor with Florida State, and Florida State had all those opt-outs, that Kirby Smart went up there and kind of had a mic drop moment on Florida State. I had forgotten and really hadn't paid much attention that Kamari Lassiter was the reason for the mic drop. Lassiter decided to play in that bowl game. Here was Kirby Smart, and you got to think this is the type of endorsement. If Nick Caserio and D'Amico were talking to Kirby Smart, this was the type of endorsement they got. Here was Kirby Smart on Lassiter.
Kamari Lassiter had a 1-2 grade, first, second round grade, and Kamari had to make a tough decision like all these other people. And I called Kamari in and I talked to him and I told him, you should come out for the draft. That's my opinion. You're one of the top corners in the draft. You got to make that decision, okay? That's one decision. Then the second decision is you got to decide if you want to play in this bowl game. I don't know that you got a lot to gain in this bowl game, Kamari, but I do know who you are, and I do know how you practice, and I do know how you lead, but I'm not going to be disappointed in anything you decide. He came back about 3 or 4 days later, and I met with him and his mom and talked to him. Fully expected him not to play in this game. He called me 2 days later, said, Coach, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I want to be out there. I want to play with my guys. And I think he did it against his mother's will, to be honest. Now, I don't know that, but I think he did it against his mother's will because that's who he is. So all these teams that go shopping, this dude right here wants to play football. That's all he cares about is playing football and his teammates. He ain't worried about the next thing and all that and all that. He said, I want to play football. And he played football for the University of Georgia. And he did it when he didn't have to do it. And that's what's different at this place than a lot of other places.
Right,
Thank you.
So there you go. A little flex on there.
Look, I don't doubt anything he said about Lassiter. I don't doubt anything that Nick Caserio believes about him. He's a player. He's absolutely a player. Look where he played and started. At Georgia and the games that he was in. I don't doubt any of that. I have confidence in Nick Caserio. But there are a lot of players over the years that just one limitation on the NFL level keeps them from reaching their potential.
Yeah, and I think this kid belongs in the league.
Yeah,
it's just when you're drafting there, belonging in the league and corner depth. If they guessed right on Okudah and Henderson, and those guys can hold down the second corner spot, and you can move this guy around and figure some stuff out, then that'll be cool. That's just not typically what you hear when you're talking about a second-round pick. Then you have the next pick, and this was the one that kind of set stuff off. They took tackle Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame. Here was Casario's explanation for Blake Fisher, and listen to what he says at the end here, which really just kind of made me raise the eyebrows, roll the eyes, however you want to look at it.
Good football player. Big believer you can't have enough tackles on your football team. Whether it's Charlie Heck, whether it's George Fant, Jones. Titus and LT are good football players. You need 3 or 4 tackles that you feel can go out there and play. You can't have enough tackles. You all have seen us play. At some point, they're going to have to play. Even going back to 22, we had to play multiple tackles. So, LT didn't play, and then we had to move Titus over, and then Charlie played, so you're going to need tackles. Heck, can't have enough good ones on your team. And, Blake's a tackle. I think Titus is definitely unique. I'd say, Titus is a better tackle than he is an inside player. Titus is honestly one of the better tackles, in the league.
He's what?
Is he? He called him unique. What? He called him unique. And that he could play inside, and then called him one of the better tackles in the league. This one absolutely perplexed me. My whole, the whole big takeaway after the weekend and everything is like, man, I really trust Nick Caserio, but I'm doubting some of these picks.
But if 2 years from now you feel comfortable with this guy as a starting tackle, whether it's left or right, then it's a good pick.
Yeah.
But we're starting to get a lot of David Mills vibes with this, and by that I mean the whole. Well, if he would have stayed in school, he would have been a first-round pick.
No.
Like that, I just that's when I just kind of start to roll my eyes a little bit. Now I know he had Joe Alt and he moved to left, but I have no problem if this kid is going to be a good swing tackle and is going to be an upgrade over George Fant and Charlie Heck, and you're going to keep Titus Howard at tackle, and if he actually is one of the best tackles in the league, like Caserio said, then I would be okay with that. I would be all right with that. But this guy, he's got to develop into someone, maybe not better, but someone that you feel okay as a starting right or left tackle in 2 years, because that's when you're going to have to make the tough decisions. And you're paying C.J. Stroud probably elite quarterback money, and that's where you have to make the decision. Like Kansas City, Baltimore, they've all had to make tough decisions with offensive linemen because you only have so much salary cap space to go around. So if he can develop into that, that's fine. But again, you're drafting a swing tackle who, in a perfect world, if Nick Caserio is truly telling the truth, perfect world, maybe not a realistic world, but in a perfect world, this guy never even steps on the field this year.
But doesn't it feel like insurance?
It is insurance.
Right? It just feels like insurance. So if you're buying insurance, let's put it in those terms. If you're buying insurance, that means there's maybe a concern either at the level of play, or maybe it's that rumored, right hand issue that Titus Howard and some said prevented him from being able to play on the right side as much. So it just feels like insurance right now. Now, if he develops, as you said, great. But it's a little bit of a head scratcher for me.
Just a tad.
Yeah.
Then you have Cade Stover, who Nick Caserio was asked about. I don't think I've ever heard anyone get this much praise from Nick Caserio. The guys that he decides to and not to praise is always fascinating to me. C.J. Stroud, we're just going to take it one day at a time. Him and Davis Mills are in a competition. We got to figure it out. I don't want to crown any of these guys early on. Jalen Petrie amidst a rough sophomore season. If we had 50 of these guys, then we would be a hell of a ball club. And then there's Cade Stover, 4th-round tight end out of Ohio State. I love the kid. What do they call him? Farmer Grunk. Yeah. Grew up on a farm in Ohio.
Massaging cows.
Mansfield, Ohio.
Mansfield, Ohio.
Where's Mansfield?
That's like going towards Columbus. So that's like an hour and a half. It's a prison out there.
So here is Nick Caserio talking about Cade Stover being asked about the evaluation process and what you heard about him leading up to the draft.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's elite. This guy is as tough and hard-nosed a player that they had in the program. Just kind of going back to the question and D'Amico's answer about developing players, I'd say Cade's a good example of a player who has only played tight end for 2 years, so he's certainly not a finished product, but he has the mindset and the work ethic to improve. How he was raised. This guy is everything you want in a football player, and then more. He probably played hurt this year. I think he had an MCL or had an issue where, quite frankly, it would have limited some other players, but he just braced it up, and he just kept playing football. So I mean, I don't want to speak for D'Amico, but I think we feel the same way. This is probably one of our favorite football players in the entire draft, regardless of position, because of his mentality, because of his mindset. And he still is developing as a player. I mean, 2 years ago, he was playing defensive end in the Rose Bowl against Utah. Now he's, played tight end for 2 years, and here he is getting picked in the bottom of the 4th round. And his position is, we think tight end. That's why we drafted him. So, but I mean, blue collar as they come, and from a makeup, traits, toughness, mentality. I mean, this is an elite guy.
All right, there you go. So I mean,
Dude,
make no bones about it.
He called him elite twice.
He did.
He said whatever it is elite.
I like
Should have traded up in the first round to get him.
What's going on?
Look, they need tight end depth. They need a guy that can block. They need a guy that's willing to block. This kid seems like he's willing to block. They need that, very, very much so. And he's got the background with C.J. Stroud. I think this is a guy that I can see as a contributor immediately. All these other guys, maybe they end up being better players in the long term. But as far as, okay, week one, whoever you're playing, I see Stover being on the field. I see Stover being an important piece of what they're going to do because they're going to have multiple tight end sets. They're going to move them around, all that. I think this kid, in the short term, which it's pretty much a 4-year process when it comes to draft picks. None of these guys are first-round picks, so there's no 5th-year option. Stover is the guy that I look at and say, okay, this guy can contribute immediately in a big way.
Is he your favorite pick?
My favorite pick's Bolick, and I like the reaction. Kalen Bolick, the safety out of USC. They need a safety that can be a ball hawk, and the way that the kid was talking and the way that I could see them using him and the way that they spoke on him, he was the one that got me the most excited. I do like Stover, too, and they traded up for it. I could see a lot of these guys being contributing pieces in year one, but I do think Stover's the most important because your top 2 tight ends, even as good as they are, they can't block.
Yeah, if I had to pick one, like my favorite pick, it'd probably be Stover. Nothing to do with what Nick just said, over the top, effusive, complimentary. Just with the opportunity that he has, with the questions you have, even really, just really outside of any position, at the tight end position more than anywhere else is where you have more questions. So I think he's got an opportunity. Probably my favorite pick. Bullock I like. But he's been picked apart, though. Bullock, in terms of his tackling and his coverage and letting people get open, but definitely has the physical ability. He's been picked apart more than anybody that the Texans drafted. Bullock, online and all this, and his highlights and his weak spots and all this other
USC was
stuff.
a dumpster fire.
It was a dumpster fire.
It was a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Nobody was tackling.
That defense was rough.
They got rid of their defensive coordinator. Yeah. Lincoln Riley has a reputation for kind of tapping out when stuff gets bad.
Yeah.
Like you listen to OU folks talk about him. I tend to kind of roll my eyes at guys who just turn on the tape blindly and watch USC defenders.
Yeah,
that's where I would be on that. Something else I observed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Nick Caserio likes the new uniforms, man.
Really?
Yeah, and I think there's people.
Where's that coming from?
There's people who were covering the squad that wonder if Nick Caserio likes these new uniforms.
I don't think he cares.
His vest had the old logo on it, man.
Oh,
D'Amico's up there. D'Amico's up there with the pullover. He's got that nice, he's got the gear on to where I'm sure anyone look at, man, where can I get that? Nick Caserio's up there with the old logo vest, man.
He doesn't need your marketing.
I don't think Nick Caserio likes the uniforms.
Either that or they didn't make him a vest.
Yeah, they don't have a vest yet?
Yeah, not yet.
I don't think he cares one bit about the uniforms one way or the other. He's had his nose down, focused on this. He just grabbed the next vest in the closet, man. I wouldn't put too much into that.
On the text line, the 832 says that he, being Fisher, is definitely not a swing tackle. Says that John Harris said that. Okay, I'm pretty sure that John Harris said he's your swing tackle this year.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. In the first year, he's your swing tackle, and then hopefully he develops into being someone that you feel comfortable enough when you're paying CJ to be a starting tackle.
Mm-hmm.
But in the short term, he's a swing tackle.
It has to.
You think he's beating out Titus?
Nick said it.
I mean, you think he's beating out Titus or Tunsil?
And Nick said it as well.
Yeah, that's what he ideally needs to be. So That's the short term.
Yeah.
If hopefully he develops into a better player than that, because you're going to have to make tough decisions whenever it comes down. Harris was pretty high on Fisher. He liked him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Does he like him better than Titus? I don't think Titus. I'll put it this way: I would actually feel more excited if you were drafting this to come in and be your right tackle.
Like, just be the right tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would be more excited about that. And you're not paying Titus Howard top 5 right tackle money. Because when Nick Caserio says we think Titus Howard's one of the best tackles in the league, I just don't get that.
Yeah, well,
I don't know anyone who agrees with
based
that.
on what?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he goes out there and that would be great, and you don't see the guy on the field. But if you were drafting this guy and you were telling me he was your starting right tackle, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
But if he's not, then you're basically taking a guy that in a perfect situation isn't playing. But if Titus and Tunsil get hurt, which they have, there you go.
Yeah, I think he's that kind of insurance, but he's also that kind of insurance in case Titus just didn't as good. It's not just insurance for injury. I think it's insurance for level of play, and so that's a sign. I mean, like I said, the draft never ever lies. You know, they can say whatever they want before. They drafted a tackle in the second round for a reason. That's not like any subterfuge or mystery, or they drafted him for a reason.
If he beats out Titus Howard, cool. But the contract, the first 2 years of it, not great for that. And I don't know what that says about your evaluation of that extension. Is that even a possibility? Like, are we sitting here thinking, could this guy beat out Titus?
Well,
what are you going to do? Have the fifth highest paid right tackle? Are we moving him back to guard?
I think here's what I think is going to happen.
Shut up, Biggie.
I think they're going to give, obviously, for a number of reasons, Titus Howard every chance to win that job. But if they decide, look, it ain't going to happen, then and maybe not right away, maybe not even this year, but I think it's going to definitely be on the table. They wouldn't have drafted him. This is the thing that I just can't get over. They would not have drafted him if they didn't have plans to play him at tackle. Wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
Could it be a thing for next season? Not
Maybe,
this coming season, but next season?
Maybe next season. Maybe, 2 seasons down the road. But you draft a tackle in the second round because you want him to be a starting tackle. Period.
No, this is a 2-year period. This is a Tunsil or Howard replacement. Best case scenario, eventually this turns into a Tunsil or Howard replacement. Now, if you truly think that they're 2 of the best tackles in the league, then the guy is your swing tackle this year.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm saying this year. Obviously, you don't draft a swing tackle in the second. You don't draft Charlie Heck in the second round.
Exactly. That's a better way to put it.
But on the short term, you look at him as a Charlie Heck upgrade, and you look at him long-term-ish as a replacement for either Tunsil or Howard. That's why you draft this guy in the second round. That's it.
And let me make very clear.
It's like a quarterback holding the clipboard. They didn't draft Michael Penix to be it's almost Penix-ish.
Thank you. It's very much Penix-ish. Oh, very much.
Not as costly, not as crazy. Not as costly, not as crazy, but you have an expensive player that starts that you feel good about, and then you draft a guy that in a perfect world sits, learns, when called upon is ready to go, but in 2 years or whatever, you're able to replace what you have.
It's very much, and let me be very clear here. When I say these things and things that you're saying, I'm sure fit in the same boat. It's not like I dislike the pick. I'm just telling you why, what it means that the pick was there. That that he got a tackle in the second round. It's indisputable that they want him to be a starting tackle. Maybe sooner, maybe later, whatever. And it's indisputable that he's insurance in case Titus Howard is not good after all. No, notwithstanding what Nick said about one of the best tackles in the NFL. He knows in case he's not good after all, there's your guy right there.
Yeah,
it's very. I don't dislike the pick. I'm just saying what it is.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
So it's a make or break for Titus or Tunsil, huh?
One of them. If not this year,
make or break year.
People lie, but the draft don't. What the Texans told us with their actions, courtesy of John Lopez. What Nick and D'Amico told you. Next.
The pick is in. home of the judgment-free zone.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, what did the Texans tell us? The draft lies.
Lying season's over.
The draft doesn't lie, but the people do.
Yeah.
What did they tell us?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite things about the draft, that you can hear all these, this rumor, this report, this or that, whatever. Once they start making picks and making moves, they are telling you exactly what they've been thinking all along. And that's one of my favorite things to analyze, or at least talk about post-draft. And that is that like their moves don't lie. That's what they want. That's what they prioritized. No matter how you put it, no matter what they say about best player available or whatever, for one reason or another, they prioritize this. So the first thing that this draft told us from Nick and D'Amico is they absolutely, positively are looking to upgrade the secondary. Like you can talk about, some of the players they brought in, how they feel about Jimmy Ward or whomever at the safety. To take Lassiter with the 42nd pick and then go get Kalen Bullock in the third round, 100%, Landry. This is a team that is prioritizing upgrading the secondary.
Yeah, and they should. The safety position, we wondered if that would be something that they were satisfied with. They're not doing that. Nick Caserio said some guys might not be on the team. I do wonder what this means for Jimmy Ward. Like, where does Jimmy Ward fit into this whole thing? Robert Woods, is he going to be here? But yeah, the safety. I think the cornerback pick was a draft for need. Which, yes, you don't always draft for need, but that did feel like, hey, we're going to take the best corner available. We're going to take the one we like. Most of your guys outside of Stingley, they're on one-year deals. So they drafted a guy that they're going to have in the building for 4 years. So that was kind of that was a need pick. Whether or not they evaluated it right, we will see. They're talking a lot about versatility, though, a lot, which can kind of create some PTSD.
Yeah. Here's another thing that the draft told us, and I think it's important. We mentioned Titus Howard in the last segment. The way I'll put it is this. We've been wondering about Titus Howard for a long time. Nick and D'Amico are wondering the same thing. That's the best way I can put it. They're wondering about Titus Howard. They're saying the right things, best tackle, one of the best tackles in the league, blah, blah, blah. But if they're not wondering about Titus Howard, whether it's at tackle or just how good he is, or maybe by extension.
Did you not hear Caserio say he's one of the best tackles in the league?
I did. Don't believe it. If they were, they wouldn't have done this in the second round. And then there's maybe even by extension, is he better at left guard? Is he a better option at left guard ultimately? Like I said, they're wondering.
No.
I'm not saying they're putting him there.
Hell no.
Well, then why do they draft a tackle in the second round? That's
your plan, man.
That's my plan.
Your plan to replace those guys and upgrade at the backup tackle spot.
Yeah. I think it says something. The third thing that the draft did not lie about, they are not crazy about tight end depth and blocking.
It shouldn't be.
Clearly.
It shouldn't be.
Clearly. We've been talking about it. We wondered if they were going to get a tight end. Find someone who loves you as much as Nick loves Cade Stover. I mean, he called him elite from the word go. This is clearly a Nick guy. So that's obvious that they were telling us that they care. They wonder about tight end as much as anything. And here's the most interesting one that we touched on a little bit in the last hour. I know they feel good about Joe Mixon. Do they feel that good about Dameon Pierce too? Because they didn't prioritize running back. I mean, you may be able to find a jewel, a hidden gem, whatever you want to call it, in the 6th round like they did with Jordan. But if they were prioritizing running back, it wouldn't be there.
Pierce wasn't playable last year.
Look who you're talking to.
Like he was not playable last year.
I mean, I don't disagree.
So if they all
so what is it? They clearly didn't prioritize it.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm confused by it.
Mm-hmm. And oh, by the way, when they drafted in the 3rd round, Bullock, there was more than a couple, but 2 in particular running backs that were available there in the 3rd round, including Corum. So when they're prioritizing, it was the secondary, as we talked about, more than the running back position. So I mean,
keep doing it.
It doesn't lie like that. I mean, that was. I know how we feel.
If we get a bounce back from Dameon Pierce, I'll be thrilled.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't really see how that happens.
don't expect me to disagree with you.
Keep doing it.
I'm telling you what they told us with their actions.
The thing is, like, if you're going to proactively go out and get a tackle, and what you're going to say, and what they say is not always the truth, but you're going to say, well, we saw last year that Laramie Tunsil got hurt and Titus Howard got hurt, and you got to feel good about the tackle position when he's talking about short term with Fisher. You're telling me that if Joe Mixon goes down and misses a game or two, you feel good about Dameon Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale in a 6th-round pick?
No.
When it comes to running
Keep
the rock?
criticizing Dameon Pierce.
That's just if you do, great. If that ends up being correct, that's fine. But there was a big misevaluation last year at the running back position, and I almost feel like it's deja vu all over again. With all the great things that they've done, all the things that they've built, last year, whether it was a big or small misevaluation, they thought Dameon Pierce was going to be their starting running back. They thought that Devin Singletary was going to be the backup.
Yeah.
Props to Devin Singletary for coming in and giving you serviceable-ish running back play. Not always consistent, but props to him for coming in and being able to do that. It builds you out from your misevaluation, but they misevaluated that situation, and it almost feels like, I just can't imagine that they feel great about Dameon Pierce at this point. I like what Dameon Pierce told Sean and Seth that he learned a lot last year and the system and all. Okay, but that was a big misevaluation, and I don't think it's minimal. I don't buy into this. Oh well, the Super Bowl teams. I don't care about the Chiefs and the Patriots.
Well,
I don't care about that.
I know someone over there really loves Dameon Pierce because they stuck with him until it was just too obvious that they had to go with Singletary. So maybe this is just a little bit of he's my guy. I think he's going to get it done. Someone over there, whether it's D'Amico, Nick, whomever. But again, what did the draft tell us? That they did not want to prioritize that position as much as we thought they would need to.
Yeah, they did not. Those are the truths told to the Houston Texans and to the people during the draft by the Houston Texans. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's some interesting pieces. I do like that Caserio said, there's going to be market for players, and we could perhaps be in that market. So I don't think they're done before training camp goes down. I don't anticipate that the Texans, the roster they have right now, is going to be the one that they take into camp, which is really, really interesting, something to keep an eye on when it comes to that and what exactly they're trying to do.
And it's undrafted free agent season too now, so we'll see how that plays out.
Do you think there's any chance that Fisher beats out Titus Howard? I don't think Titus Howard's good. I think he's okay. I don't think he's a top 5 right tackle. But if I am to take where their checkbook went and what Nick Caserio has said, and he said that he thought that Titus Howard was a top 5 right tackle, then I'm going to take. I guess I'll take him at his word because it's not like he's just saying it. They paid him like that.
Yeah.
So, is there any chance that Fisher comes in here and beats out Titus Howard? Is he? Do you think?
I'm hesitating.
All right, well, let me put it this way. Do you think he has a chance to?
I'll tell you straight up.
Because Nick Caserio said you got to play good to stay in this building. Do you think he has a chance to? Do you think if he is better that he's going to play?
Yes.
Okay, so then there is a chance.
Yes, I think there's a chance.
They're not that committed.
The reason I hesitated is because it's so political. They paid this guy so much money. Nick doesn't want to.
I don't know that they're political. Though.
Nick doesn't want to look bad, but D'Amico's going to say, "Screw that! I need to get the best guys on the field if it works out." And maybe we're just dumb, and he's going to become one of the best right tackles, in the NFL. I don't see it. He hadn't been that. They paid him before he was that, to be honest. And how many times in different ways can I say this? You drafted a tackle in the second round. Dude.
Yeah.
You drafted a tackle in the second round. That to me was the story of the draft, along with, Cade Stover getting it, and the fact that they emphasized the secondary so much. Like you can tell us anything you want. Your actions told something else. You can talk about Titus Howard all you want.
So what are we saying if he comes in here and beats out Titus?
I think he just becomes the tackle. I mean, it'll end up looking bad for Nick. But Nick's had such.
I don't even know that it's bad.
He's had such a good run.
I mean, I don't know that it's the worst case scenario. I just okay, so the 2-year plan makes sense, but what if he's better than Titus Howard? Beats him out. I mean, that would be hilarious to me.
It would be good.
Because the one thing of all the stuff that's being said, I just don't believe that Titus Howard's one of the best right tackles in the league. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that Nick Caserio said that I just said I don't believe that. Yeah. And I don't think there's any fan that does. I mean, even like the Titus Howard Optimist, like he can be serviceable, and obviously he's better at tackle than guard. Like, let's put it this way: there were a lot of people at the party on Saturday. There's a lot of people that we talk to on a daily basis, whether it's on the stream or here. I've yet to see one person say he's one of the best tackles in the league. I've heard people say he's a good tackle.
Yeah.
I've seen people say, yeah, but one of the best tackles in the league, really?
No, not going to happen.
Yeah, I haven't necessarily. I don't
Shoot,
know.
them mock drafts had them picking their tackle.
All of them.
Remember, we were making fun of them.
Yeah,
in the first
I don't
round.
think they was doing it because of Laramie Tunsil.
All of them.
Yeah.
Coming up, the strongest praise that you'll hear about one of the Texans' draft picks. Plus, if you were surprised by the Texans taking a tackle, the man himself might have been more surprised than you. The hits are lit next.
The draft is done.
613-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on Sports Radio 610. Reaction Monday continues.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Kirby Smart, after Georgia wiped the floor with Florida State, he had a viral moment in which he praised one of his players for playing when perhaps it probably wasn't in his best interest. That player was Kamari Lassiter. Here was Kirby Smart's mic drop moment after Kamari Lassiter's final game.
Kamari Lassiter had a 1-2 grade, first, second round grade, and Kamari had to make a tough decision like all these other people. And I called Kamari in and I talked to him and I told him, you should come out for the draft. That's my opinion. You're one of the top corners in the draft. You got to make that decision, okay? That's one decision. Then the second decision is you got to decide if you want to play in this bowl game. I don't know that you got a lot to gain in this bowl game, Kamari, but I do know who you are, and I do know how you practice, and I do know how you lead, but I'm not going to be disappointed in anything you decide. He came back about 3 or 4 days later, and I met with him and his mom and talked to him. Fully expected him not to play in this game. He called me 2 days later, said, Coach, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I want to be out there. I want to play with my guys. And I think he did it against his mother's will, to be honest. Now, I don't know that, but I think he did it against his mother's will because that's who he is. So all these teams that go shopping, this dude right here wants to play football. That's all he cares about is playing football and his teammates. He ain't worried about the next thing and all that and all that. He said, I want to play football. And he played football for the University of Georgia. And he did it when he didn't have to do it. And that's what's different at this place than a lot of other places.
He just wants to play football. He's a football player. You heard Nick Caserio say, we're not drafting track guys. We're drafting football players. And this guy's a football player. 4'6", which there's examples that people can point to. I hear Richard Sherman quite often.
Yeah.
He ran a 4.5. Well, he's 6'3", you know. He's kind of big. Played receiver his freshman year at Stanford. Elite ball skills. All that. But that is something that is interesting. And you do wonder that if Kool-Aid McKinstry or Cooper DeJean had been there, do the Texans go with Lassiter? I think the answer would be no, right?
We'll never know, but I think the answer would be no.
Yeah, I mean,
Saints getting up there, I think it surprised them a little bit.
I think they think that they need corners. And if you look at what they're doing at corner right now, they're kicking the tires on a couple of guys who, I guess, for lack of a better term, could be looked at as busts. And depending on what happens with Okudah and Henderson, you bring this kid in, he figures it out, he competes, and he's a pivotal part of your squad. They talk about him like he could play some safety too. Like I don't know. There's a lot of versatility talk, a lot of inside talk. So you do wonder what their vision is for him, but it's clear that Nick Caserio likes him. D'Amico seems to really, really like him. And you just heard Kirby Smart. I'm pretty sure if they picked up the phone and called Kirby Smart, it would probably be hard to hang up the phone and not like him as well.
Yeah, look, I don't doubt anything that Nick has said. Clearly, Kirby is saying right there. And Nick has built up so much equity that it's hard to doubt his this pick, and his perspective. But I think two things could still be true. They wanted someone else, number one. And number two, 4'6" in the NFL is something that you have to, if not question, at least keep an eye on, because that's a trait that a cornerback has to have is speed.
But now you have the other drills that are being mentioned, which could end up working out as well. Then the Texans took Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame. If you were surprised that a tackle went in the second round, you're not alone. In fact, the man himself perhaps was a little bit surprised.
They kind of hit it. You know what I mean? Like when you can kind of tell, you kind of sense like, okay, like this team could be in the play. But I really didn't get any signs from them. I had a quick Zoom with them, a couple weeks ago, and, that was it. And then for about the combine, I haven't heard anything else really. So, to kind of know that there was a team, interested, in me kind of, under the rug, if you will, is a blessing, a blessing for sure. Let me know that somebody believes in me and believes that, I can be, a big contribution to the group.
It's always fascinating to me how there's always, and it happens every year. I didn't even know the Texans were interested. Never talked to them, never interviewed with them. Or whomever the team is, but in this case, the Texans. It's always fascinating to me. They're doing some serious work behind the scenes.
Caleb Williams, he was the number one pick. He faced the media. This was a much-anticipated interaction. This was Caleb Williams being asked about his confidence level and really just the overall demeanor that he always feels he's the best. Here's Caleb Williams facing the Chicago media for the first time.
Caleb, you touched on those growing pains a little bit, but kind of everywhere you've gone, you have the confidence that you are the best. Do you come in here expecting to be great right away?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Obviously, if there's growing pains, you handle them, but that doesn't mean that affects your greatness. There's trials and tribulations that you go through. Why would I go somewhere, work so hard for so many years, in every situation that I go to, believe I'm the best, and then I get here and I don't believe that. That doesn't mean that I go around and boast. It doesn't mean that I go around and say that. But the way I handle my work, the way I carry myself every day, how I treat my friends, families, teammates, the faculty, the executives here, the custodians, whatever the case may be, treat everybody as they are. We're all equal, and everybody should think that they're the best when you do things and you work so hard for stuff.
All right, there you go.
There's pretty impressive stuff from him. I know you probably saw some more. I saw a little bit more from those press availabilities. He was impressive. He really was. For all the questions that were out there about him, he was pretty dang impressive.
Tank Dell, sad news for the Texans, although it's not as bad as it could have been. He was shot late Saturday night, early Sunday morning in Florida. He was an innocent bystander at a mass shooting. Someone says in a nightclub. Others have said it's a bar and grill.
It was an event center.
Event center or something. I don't think it was like a nightclub. I don't think 16-year-olds are at nightclubs.
No.
I wouldn't think else there would be a lot.
Ain't really look like a nightclub either.
It was a pool, kind of indoor, outdoor.
Aaron Wilson called it a nightclub, right?
Probably.
Yeah, so I saw that, and I was like, I don't think it was a nightclub. He's already been released from the hospital, expected to make a full recovery. Whether you're physically good for him, but I do think mentally, like you get.
Oh yeah,
you catch a stray bullet at a nightclub. It kind of, I don't know. I don't think that he needs to wake up and establish himself or anything like that. I don't think it's like he was looking for trouble or anything or in the wrong spot. But that's got to mentally you're just going out to hang out. You get grazed by a bullet or whatever.
Yeah, just think about it. You were that close to whatever could have happened. I just hate it that the speculation machine goes off the charts when things like this happen. Dude, just let's just see what happens in terms of where he was, et cetera. It seemed like he was just an innocent bystander. There was some sort of fight. It was indoor, outdoor kind of event center, and some crazy kid with no regard for anything went nuts.
I haven't seen anything about where he got shot or anything like that.
Glad you brought that up too.
Shoulder, I don't know.
The only report that I saw on this is that most of the injuries were minor and most of them were in the lower extremities. And I'm like, that's the only thing that has me kind of okay, I want to find out, because if it's a leg, it's a whole different thing, for Tank in terms of when he might be available. That's all I'm saying. That's the only speculation I can make. If they say most of the injuries were lower extremities and his was a lower extremity, well then it kind of, you have to look at it differently, right? In terms of when he could be available. If it's a lower extremity, his legs,
just stitches, right?
I don't know. I don't know the severity of it. He did have a lower extremity injury.
Just take the stitches,
last year,
right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know this. What happened?
Yeah, it's not really something to
be
in a hurry on.
Yeah.
He got shot. He's okay.
Take your time.
That's it.
Take your time.
No hot takes here.
Exactly.
Save your hot takes for your Facebook page. Astros go to Mexico. Astros get a nice little sweep. Nice little two-game sweep over the Rockies. Never hurt anybody. They got the Guardians at the Juice Box tomorrow. So the Astros, they're right back in that win column.
Are they? Oh, I thought you were going to say something else.
Climbing up, baby.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. You faced maybe the third worst team, or I should say the worst team, and you're the third worst team in the league, and you got the 2 wins. So I guess that's good.
Now 9-19 on the season. Got the Guardians tomorrow. Guardians in first place. But Guardians, you're 9-19. Guardians are 19-9. So it would be a nice, a nice series to start getting things going. But it's not ideal.
No.
Guardians, by the way, got the best run differential in the American League. They are plus 46. The Astros are minus 22.
Ouch.
So not ideal.
Not ideal at all.
The NFL draft has concluded. A lot of excitement, a lot of exciting moments. Did Nick Caserio partake in the dumbest thing in the world? We really got to get to the bottom of that. I don't know what happened with Caserio, but man, his vibe completely changed. We'll get into that at noon. What were the things that you think went against the Texans, not including their own picks. We'll touch on that as well at noon. We have a reunion in the NFL. This is almost kind of funny. Zeke Elliott's going to the Cowboys on a one-year deal. So you ignored the running back position. You didn't even tip your toe in that market, that deep running back market. You didn't draft a running back, and now the guy that you got rid of, the guy that you moved on from, Zeke Elliott, is coming back to town.
This is just a Jerry deal, right? I mean, it's got Jerry written all over it. So, yeah, what does that even do for the Cowboys?
I guess it gives them.
I mean, he's not effective.
With the jerseys out, I don't know.
Yeah, he's not an effective guy.
Yeah, he's a little bit interesting, to say the very least. Nick Caserio, by the way, not rocking the new logo this weekend.
Which I think is just sort of.
I don't think he likes the unis, bro.
I think it was just the next sweater in his closet.
I don't think he likes the unis, bro.
He does have a type.
They just put out these new unis. D'Amico's up there rocking it. Nick's not.
You
up
would
there
have thought the
rocking
PR people was like, "Hey, Nick, can you wear some of the new gear we
I
got?"
don't think he likes them, man.
Get out of my face. That's
I
what
don't care about no uniforms.
Get the hell out of my face.
He's going hard.
I got work to do. He'll wear it. He'll wear it now that he's calming down. How did he celebrate the draft finally being done?
I would say he didn't, but it did seem like. I mean, he called it a win.
Yeah.
So
they grinded out a win?
Yeah, he said they grinded out a win. He didn't say we grinded out the draft. He said they grinded out a win.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't. Maybe he did celebrate. Nick Caserio, that was
celebrated with some hard.
Oh yeah, him and D'Amico, they were up there smiling.
Oh yeah, high fives.
They were up there smiling. They're still going to be active though, according to him. So we'll see about that. We'll see how active they are.
Maybe they get an undrafted running back.
Although I think they will.
Yeah,
they get an Arian Foster or something.
I think they will, and we'll be getting those reports. We already had some of those reports. They had that kid Payne, spelled the same way as Seth Payne, coming in at defensive tackle. So we'll see about that. I know they paid him, but we'll see. We'll get them all the undrafted free agents, if any of them are interesting.
Nick Caserio said some interesting things. Did he partake in the dumbest thing in the world? We'll discuss next.
All right, right now, D&M Auto Leasing.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, the NFL draft has concluded. This was Nick Caserio in the moment. This was after he drafted Lassiter, Blake Fisher, and Kalen Bullock. This was Nick Caserio explaining his mindset and really just the overall mindset of day two of the draft.
We don't really take a needs-based approach. It's more football player-based approach. And you just can't have enough quality football players. There might be a situation where a player maybe doesn't play this year, but maybe his opportunity potentially could be more next year because of maybe how the roster is constructed. But we don't have a crystal ball, so we're not going to sort of make any predetermined decisions about a player's role, who fits where. Honestly, the competition will sort itself out. And what we hopefully have done is just create a sense of urgency. And you have to play well and perform well in order to stay in this building. And if you don't, then we have to keep the 53 best.
All right, that's cool. Look, I've said this before, and I think Ocho puts it the best perspective. I think the pick of Lassiter was a pick for need. And I think if they were going to draft for need, I think cornerback, not defensive tackle, was the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to convince me, and I don't think we're going to look back at this 2 years from now and say that Kamari Lassiter is a better football player than Adonai Mitchell. I'm sorry. I don't believe that. I don't think that's the case. He's in Indianapolis now, so it's probably going to hit a little bit closer to home. We're going to get 2 looks at him.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're truly just trying to draft the best football players, I like Lassiter. I like the makeup and all that. I do wonder if he would have been there a little bit later on. But you're not going to convince me that he's a better football player than Adonai Mitchell. You probably can't convince me that he's a better football player than Edgerrin Cooper. I think Edgerrin Cooper is really good as well.
Yeah.
I have no problem drafting for need in that situation. They're not selling him as this guy can be a starter. They're selling him as versatile, tough. Don't worry about the fact that he's pushing 6 feet and he runs a 4.6. Some say he benefited from the surroundings at Georgia. Some say it might actually have held him back. Kirby Smart has a lot of good things to say about him. I'm fine drafting for need there. And really, it shaped up to where that was just the kind of situation. That was where you found yourself. Cooper DeJean, Philadelphia trade up and got him. Never a good sign for me when Philadelphia aggressively wants someone and then the Saints went in front of you and got Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah.
If this had been Kool-Aid McKinstry, I would feel a lot better. Now, sometimes our feelings get proven as suspect or wrong. That happens every draft. But I just look at this Kamari Lassiter thing, and I'm a little bit more understanding of it because I looked at that as a draft for need.
Look, the way he put it was very clever. He says, we don't draft for need. We just draft good football players, the best football players we can. Well, you're drafting a football player there that is going to be able to compete, as he put it, at that high position, at the cornerback position at a high level. But if you're talking about just the best football players, look at the next 10 picks after Lassiter. In those 10 picks, Edgerrin Cooper, Jonathan Brooks was in those. Another running back, Tyler Nubin, a safety that was highly regarded from safety, from Minnesota, and then Adonai Mitchell was in there as well. So all those players could have been a very good fit for what the Texans, quote unquote, needed.
Yeah.
But they felt more compelled at the cornerback position.
Yeah, and I think Adonai Mitchell and I think that Cooper immediately contribute to what you're trying to do.
They needed a linebacker.
Fine. Yeah.
They needed a running back.
But they needed a corner more.
This
was a draft for need. That's how I look at it. And I know we always say need versus best player available. Sometimes you draft for need. I looked at this as a need, and things just got kind of stripped from you as Kool-Aid McKinstry goes right in front of your face.
Yeah.
So there was that. Then you had Blake Fisher selected, tackle out of Notre Dame. Now, there are some people that believe that he might be better than Titus Howard now. I know John Harris said on the draft show, I know people have brought this up, he's not coming here to be a swing tackle. Okay. Well, then when Nick Caserio says that Titus Howard is one of the best tackles in the league, you got to kind of roll your eyes at it, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Now, I think in the long term, this is a guy that you want to be a better tackle than either Titus Howard or Laramie Tunsil, so that when you're paying C.J. Stroud, he is the guy that you start and you have to make tough decisions. But again, John Harris says that he's not coming in here to be a swing tackle. I don't know what the hell that means. Does he beat out Titus Howard? If so, you move on from it, and you respect being proactive, but that would be kind of a misevaluation of Titus Howard, given the fact that you're paying him like a top 5 right tackle in the league.
You brought this up earlier, and I think it's a great comparison on a different level. You know, the whole Michael Penix Jr. when you have Kirk Cousins. That's at the highest level.
Yeah,
bizarre.
And Kirk Cousins is better at quarterback than Howard is at tackle.
Proven.
Yeah,
proven. But that's an extreme example. But at this level down here, it's the same. You got a guy that got paid, not whatever the guarantee was for $100 million in 2 years or whatever, but got a big guarantee. You pencil him in at right tackle, and then you draft somebody who plays that position. That's not an accident.
Here was Nick Casario's explanation of that pick, the Fisher pick, and listen to how he ends this. I want you to tell me how you feel with the final sentence of what Nick Casario says here.
Good football player, big believer you can't have enough tackles on your football team. You know, whether it's Charlie Heck, whether it's George Fant, Jones. I mean, Titus and LT are good football players. You need 3 or 4 tackles that you feel can go out there and play. You can't have enough tackles. You all have seen us play. At some point, they're going to have to play. Even going back to 22, we had to play multiple tackles. So, I mean, LT didn't play, and then we had to move Titus over, and then Charlie played, you know, so you're going to need tackles. Can't have enough good ones on your team. And, I mean, Blake's a tackle. I think Titus is definitely unique. I mean, I'd say, you know, Titus is a better tackle than he is an inside player. I mean, Titus is honestly one of the better tackles, you know, in the league.
You know what's weird about that? He says you can't have enough tackles because you played multiple. Dude, you can't have enough cornerbacks. You can't have enough running backs. You can't have enough guards. Receivers. How many guards they play last year? You can't have enough wide receivers. So I think it's just sort of he's just sort of saying that to kind of fit the draft pick.
Yeah, look, this is a plan to replace Tunsil or Titus Howard. Maybe not this year, but eventually. That's the plan.
Yeah,
you're talking about 2-year plan. That's the plan. If Titus Howard's one of the best tackles in the league, that's great. Cool. Then you got 2 of the best tackles in the league, and you got a guy that you feel really good about. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep an eye on that, and whether or not that is the case. Let's keep a close eye on that.
Yeah.
Then you had Kalen Bullock selected out of USC. I don't think I've seen the Texans war room as excited as they were when this pick went down. You had Nick Casario and D'Amico Ryans high-fiving. This is a guy that's very athletic. This is a guy that's kind of a ball hawk. Play multiple positions, played wide receiver at USC. You draft the safety. Your 2 safeties right now, not necessarily known for being ball hawks. What does it mean? Does it mean that Jimmy Ward is going to play more nickel? He has said that he doesn't want to. Does it mean that Jalen Petrie is going to be off the field? Who knows? But you added some safety depth. It's a guy that they seem to like a lot. And it's a guy that does something that nobody else on your team at that position really does, which is see ball, get ball. By the way, faster than Lassiter in the 40, a lot taller as well. So that was your day 2 / your day 1 because you didn't have a first-round pick. Short term, long term, we don't know how much these guys are going to impact things.
Yeah, but I think you can say the combination of a cornerback at 42 and then Bullock getting taken at 78, the combination of a cornerback and safety there tells you, as we've mentioned, they're prioritizing the secondary. And good.
Then you got a linebacker that used to play DB at Oregon. Maybe he can cover. They need linebackers that can cover, that can run, in Jamal Hill. If it's a linebacker, you got to think D'Amico likes him. I don't know how he fits in, but again, if he can get on the field in 3rd down and cover better than Denzel Perriman and Henry To'oTo'o, that's a good starting point, and that would be a very, very useful thing for the Texans to have. Then you have Jawar Jordan, the running back out of Louisville. Perhaps this guy wins the kick return job. There'll be some competition there, but you heard them mention kick return, had 2 touchdowns at kick return last year. We know there's new kick return rules. It's going to be impactful. Then another linebacker out of USC, Solomon Byrd. D'Amico Ryan seems to like him. He project type of guy. Who knows what happens there. And then you finally draft a D-tackle, Marcus Harris out of Auburn. And the tackle out of Michigan, Ladarius Henderson, who also, by the way, played a little bit of guard. So he might be one of those guys that can just play wherever, the versatility that we always talk about. I don't anticipate that Fisher's going to be lining up inside. He's a tackle, so keep an eye on that. Henderson, a guy that maybe a better version of Austin Deculus. Is that fair? Better version of Austin Deculus.
Yeah, and don't forget Cade Stover, the tight end in there as well. So
how could I forget?
How could you forget?
I'm glad you brought it up.
Cade Stover, he's one that that's a position of need, and I think we both agreed on that going into the draft.
So here is the announcement of the Cade Stover pick, one of the most viral moments of the NFL draft. Sketch, who you've seen running routes with CJ, Stephon Diggs, etc. Here was Sketch announcing the pick.
Let's go! What's up, brothers? How we doing? Make some noise! Come on! This is football! Come on! The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 123rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 123rd pick of the NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Cade Stover, tight end, Ohio State.
All right, there you go.
This makes you smile.
Well, it made Nick Caserio smile because I've never heard Nick Caserio in my entire life. I've never heard Nick Caserio praise a player like this. He was asked about the evaluation process, what he heard about Cade Stover. This is what the general manager, often robotic, general manager, your Houston Texans had to say.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's elite. I mean, this guy is as tough and hard-nosed a player that they had in the program. Just kind of going back to the question and D'Amico's answer about developing players, I'd say Cade's a good example of a player who's only played tight end for 2 years, so he's certainly not a finished product, but he has the mindset and the work ethic to improve. I mean, how he was raised. I mean, this guy is everything you want in a football player, and then more. I mean, he probably played hurt this year. I mean, I think he had an MCL or had an issue where, quite frankly, it would have limited some other players, but he just braced it up, and he just kept playing football. So, I mean, I don't want to speak for D'Amico, but I think we feel the same way. This is probably one of our favorite, football players in the entire draft, regardless of position, because of his mentality, because of his mindset. And he still is developing as a player. I mean, 2 years ago, he was playing defensive end in the Rose Bowl against Utah. Now he's, played tight end for 2 years, and here he is getting picked in the bottom of the 4th round, and his position is, we think tight end. That's why we drafted him. So, but, I mean, blue collar as they come, and from a makeup, traits, toughness, mentality, I mean, this is an elite guy.
All right, elite guy, okay.
Man.
I think Caserio must have, smoked a cigarette or something after day 3 of the draft, because he kind of partook in what he considers to be the dumbest thing in the world. This was Nick Caserio leading up to the draft, while he was still in the mix, talking about draft grades and evaluating drafts.
We're going to have on Monday, right, or Sunday afternoon, draft grades, right? I mean, it's the most ridiculous concept that I've ever heard of.
All right, it's ridiculous. Then this is how he started it on the day 3 post-draft conference.
Another productive day for us. A lot of good conversations in the draft room. I mean, a lot of work, a lot of effort. I mean, D'Amico and I were just talking. It feels like we grinded out a win, but that's what this is about.
All right, grinded out a win.
Grinded out a win.
That kind of sounds like a grade to me.
It's in the neighborhood.
Kind of sounds like a grade to me.
It sounded to me like they had some setbacks in terms of what they thought they were going to get and had to make some adjustments. But that's always.
You think they got hopped a couple times?
I think they got hopped. I think they got hopped. Now, maybe they were going to end up with the same player anyway in Lassiter, but they definitely got hopped.
No, I think they were going to get Kool-Aid.
Yeah. They did. I mean,
you won't be able to convince me that McKinstry was going to be the guy there.
Yeah. No, I don't know, but I would tend to lean with you if I had to give an opinion on that.
Yeah, that just seems like the kind of guy that they would like. So that's the encore, if you will, with D'Amico and Caserio, the draft. A little bit different feel, no first-round pick. Seemed like they hopefully established some depth. As far as immediate impact guys, TBD is what I'll say, TBD.
You always look at a draft. Now, they didn't have the first-round pick, but you say, okay, how many starters to get out of this draft? Maybe 0. Maybe 2. I mean, or more. That's the thing. It's hard to say because these are guys that are going to be, very much compete at positions where they need an upgrade, specifically, the top guys, cornerback, safety, and tackle.
And I mean, this is when you talk about not rushing when it comes to draft and stuff like that. I mean, we look at the second-year guys this year, it was extremely disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys were getting their you were hearing a lot of praise of them. Dameon Pierce, Jalen Petrie. And then they come back and they don't look very good, you know? And then you saw Derek Stingley crank it up a notch. It was, man, they should have taken Sauce Gardner. So it is always kind of early to evaluate these things. I don't think I don't think they were just looking. And this was actually a mindset that I praised. So perhaps I should be pleased with it. But I don't think they were just looking at this year when it came to these picks. There is a theory on the text line that maybe Nick Caserio is trying to pump up Titus Howard so he can trade him.
Yeah, no, I don't think that.
I don't think you can trade that contract.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But look, the other part of this that's really interesting to me, not just the secondary, is that the running back position was not prioritized at all.
No, and everybody,
that was key.
Everybody from that Shanahan pipeline does. So there's got to be a little bit more for them to do, for sure.
Yeah, well, they're bringing in undrafted free agents, et cetera, but that's still not a priority compared to one thing that we talk about a lot. I mean, the really good running backs are second and third round picks, and that's not something they did. They weren't interested in doing it, And there were running backs available in the third round in particular.
And there were teams that had better running back rooms that went and got running backs.
Yeah, exactly.
Went up and got it. So, yeah, no grade here unless you want to give a grade.
I got to
give a grade. I'll give him a C. Wait and see.
I hate grades so much.
Give him a wait and see.
But shout out to B. Scott because he did have to do the grades for the Chronicle and did a good job on that. I was reading it this morning. But I hate in the moment grades because what are you grading?
I mean, you're grading excitement. You're projecting.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Early on. So yeah, I mean that's.
So what grade would you give him overall?
C. Wait and see. Wait and letter C. Wait and see. C.
I like that.
I don't mean that bad. I mean,
I know.
We'll just see. I mean, I don't. Yeah. There's blind faith, and then, but the other thing is, I think there's a chance that after a year, there's reasons for encouragement. But as far as like making some significant impact, like the Lions last year, with taking Brian Branch and Gibbs and Laporta or whatever, like in the 2 years, that's an A draft. Like after 1 year,
right away,
which isn't the end all be all. I don't think they drafted with just 1 year in mind. A lot of times when you grade a draft, it's 1 year in mind. Sometimes you look back even further and it ends up looking a certain way. So that's where I would put it.
Yeah, no, I actually don't disagree. I think there could be some starters here, and it wouldn't be surprised, even though some of those contracts are going to be hard to move around to put on the bench.
They definitely like the big schools, though.
Oh, he's got a type.
That is for sure.
Oh my goodness,
what
Georgia,
is his type?
His type is big schools, big time programs that go places. I mean, 2 from USC, which whatever.
Still big time.
Yeah, Georgia, Notre Dame, Oregon, Auburn, Michigan.
The crazy thing about Caserio is day one was a bunch of youngsters. And these are kind of the developmental guys. These were all 3-year players, 21 years old, 21 years old. And then day 2 was a bunch of 5-year guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's open to everything. I don't know what his if he does have a type. Actually, I do know he has a type.
Oh, he has a type.
Stover. That's his type.
Oh, God, yes. Yeah, in terms of players, but in terms of school, I mean, it's got to be those monsters. He's not a small school guy. Tank Dell was the exception. And that's not a tiny school by any stretch, but a smaller school.
Yeah, he's the only one who didn't play. I mean, they weren't in the Big 12 yet. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions, post-draft edition here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. First, I want to tell you about Orchard. If you need to Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Getting a little worried about my brain.
What do you mean?
Figgy, I'm a little worried about my brain. So I've had this. I've had this little thing that y'all don't want to look at, and I understand why you don't want to look at it, on my nose for going on 8 days now.
It's a scrape, John.
I had a scrape on my nose.
It's a scrape from goggles. Your brain's fine.
I had a scrape on my nose, and then my nose has turned completely red, so I had to go to the doctor and get some antibiotics because it might be infected. But it's like they said, well, you probably should get that because it's real close to your brain. I was like, yeah, probably a good idea. So I'm going to do that after. So if I start babbling incoherently more than usual, it might be the infection talking.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't know how this ends up. It seems like his off-field questions before had no impact on his where he was drafted. But T'Vondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons playing football next to each other kind of scares me. I'm not very thrilled about the possibility of a 400-poundish freak freeing up space for perhaps the best player in the AFC South. However, in Tennessee, there's a man named Tyler Rowland at Tic Tac Titans. He's not happy about this T'Vondre Sweat draft pick, and he has been the source of a lot of ridicule among Titan fans. My fear is not shared by his optimism. Here's at Tic Tac Titans reacting to the T'Vondre Sweat pick.
It's a smack in the face. It is spitting in the face of Tennessee Titans fans to act like they care about character concerns and then go get T'Vondre Sweat, who is one of the worst character guys in the entire draft. All of that stuff is the all-field problem that you have with T'Vondre Sweat. Now let's talk about on the field. And it kind of blurs together because clearly the dude does not love football, does not take it serious, is not mature, is not professional. And that's why he's been overweight his entire college career. 380 pounds. T'Vondre Sweat only averaged 35 snaps a game in college because he is overweight and not in shape. T'Vondre Sweat cannot play full games as a 3-down defensive lineman. He does not have the stamina and the conditioning to do so. Basically, you just picked Tierra Tart in the second round. Man, to take a player like this at 38, I feel lied to. And then screw the character concerns for a second, just the player himself.
It was a little high. Well, I shouldn't say it was a little high. It was higher than I expected.
Yeah, I thought there would be some sort of fall. That was no fall.
That was actually higher than we might have predicted.
Yeah, you thought he was going to be there for the Texans. Titans took him, and there you go.
But we'll see on that. I mean, he could be right. He could be regretting that he said any of that because I like him. I like him as a player.
Watch this.
So my timing sucked on Saturday, and I want to give a shout out to somebody very, very important to us as a show. So we went out. I went out to the deal that you and Figgy and
Daily Sports Club in Midtown
had a blast. Had mixed it up with some listeners. Had nice chili dog, which I love. That's my favorite thing that they do. And then I got this message. Did you talk to this guy that wanted to meet me? His dad?
Did. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, it just broke my heart.
He actually came. They actually came up there on his fiance's birthday.
Yeah,
dude,
and hung out with us.
So I was there a little over an hour and a half, something like that. Yeah. And then I split because we had stuff to do. And apparently I walked right past him. But he didn't want to stop.
He told me. He said, "Yeah, I ain't want to be that person." I'm like, "No, you got to be that person, man."
Absolutely, stop.
We down to earth.
I wasn't on any schedule. Just needed to get to the next thing. So I felt awful because his dad, he walked right by me and didn't stop me, and he should have. But his dad is Fernando Silva, who's a Tejano composer.
Okay.
And he's been diagnosed with an illness. that is kind of got him down or whatever. So I absolutely wanted to say I'm sorry. That sometimes timing sucks.
Yeah.
I wish you'd have stopped me, but next time we'll get it done. So shout out to Fernando and apologize for that. Don't be afraid to stop us. That made me feel bad.
We
man.
like the streets, baby. We
Yeah,
like
man.
the streets.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I wish D'Amico took the running back serious like all the other Shanahan offsprings. Sean McVay, you already got a running back in Williams, steal of last year. You still took Blake Corum. Green Bay, you got two. You got A.J. Dillon, and you got Josh Jacobs. How about Marshawn Lloyd? Let's throw him to the mix. Miami, you got an array of running backs. How about Jalen Wright, who I really wanted the Texans to get? San Francisco, you got Elijah Mitchell, you got Christian McCaffrey, you got some other guys. All right, well, let's go ahead and get Isaac Guerrero. Jets, okay, Robert Saleh from that offspring. Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis. I long for the day when the Texans take the running back position serious. I had some people pretty close to that organization text me saying I was being too harsh in my criticism. I don't think I am. I think eventually they'll get there, but I long for the day where the running back position is looked at as churning instead of just settling, where you don't have a seventh-year special teams player playing relevant snaps, where you don't have one playable running back. I long for that day where you have the best running back in the league and you have a serviceable backup and you decide, you know what, I'm going to trade up. Not only did San Francisco take it, they traded up. I long for that day. Hopefully D'Amico and Bobby Slowick get there. Maybe it's just not the right point in the process, but I can't wait till this roster is set up to where the Texans are valuing the running backs. I've been dying on this hill for damn near ever.
Since we've been doing this show.
Forever.
Yep.
And I thought we were going to be there. I really thought this was going to be where we were there. We're not there yet. Maybe one day.
Not even close.
Still love you, D'Amico. You're still my favorite coach. Nick, hell, you used to take running backs in the first round when you already had running backs. Maybe Nick will get there as well. Just a little brief vacation. I hope it's not costly. Hell, I hope Dameon Pierce goes there and lights the world on fire. But I cannot wait for the day when, like the guys who came before him from that pipeline, D'Amico Ryans values the running back.
Don't disagree with a word you said.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
That 4.6 that Lassiter runs, it does worry me. Like this is confessions, man. Like I he's done so well, he being Nick Caserio, and he's clearly a tough guy. Kirby Smart loves him, talks about what a great football player he is. Went to Georgia. We know how much talent they have and how good he was. I get it. Big time football player. That 4.6 still worries me a little bit, man.
4.6 is not.
That's
I mean,
a
we're not talking
cornerback.
4.5, 4.6. Yeah, that's
4.6 plus at cornerback. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. It just, this is confessions. It does worry me a little bit.
Kind of slow.
Don't match him up with Worthy and nobody.
Yeah.
Hey.
Like, see ya.
In the dust.
See ya.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I have a greedy vision. Don't know if it would be good or bad. I just know that if the NFL draft is on, I'm watching. It doesn't matter what's going on. What if the NFL tried to make the draft 7 days? What if they tried to go Monday through Sunday, rounds 1 all the way through round 7?
You got to combine at least 6 and 7.
What do you think what do you think the ratings would be?
Oh, they still get something.
I mean, round 7 would still outdraw an NBA game, right?
Probably.
Probably so?
Probably. Because they do such a show.
Just imagine they getting better ratings in the
seventh
7th round over a playoff game.
Which would you watch?
Yeah.
Asking. You watching Bucks yesterday?
Nah.
7th round outdraws NBA playoffs. That's just rubbing it in.
If I'm the NBA, I do not want this to happen.
Yeah, that would just be rubbing it in.
They wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I do.
Y'all take those 3 days.
I do enjoy the Sunday rest day.
Oh yeah.
After the long night that is the draft.
Yeah.
I do enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. The Rolling Stones.
Oh, you went last night.
Freaking awesome. I actually ended up not going.
Oh, you didn't?
Well, because my head was giving me a problem. My nose was giving me a problem last night. That's what made me end up going to the doctor this morning. But so my son, my middle son, is a huge Stones fan.
So he went?
So we had a picnic,
It was kind of like the force love.
So we decided to go have a picnic yesterday, which I can't remember the last time we have a picnic. All the kids, and the 2 grandkids, and we're sitting there at Shepherd Park just eating fried chicken from Gus's. I mean, it was awesome, like a regular, good old-fashioned picnic. And they're all telling me, like, Dad, your nose looks awful. Like, you got to go to the doctor. You got to go to the doctor. Like, look at it. I mean, that's why I'm wearing a hat, because it's awful. And it started aching a little bit right here.
So you missed the Stones, huh?
So I said,
That'd have been the 8th time
I don't know. So I gave him the tickets, but talked to him this morning and then reading the reviews. Like, I don't know how they do it. I honestly don't know how they do it. But like every review, Chronicle, Houston Press was like off the charts good. Dude is 80. Mick Jagger's 80. Have you read about this, Vicky?
Yeah, well, I seen a couple.
They killed it.
Yeah, I seen some people at the concert posted a couple videos. He was moving around on the stage.
They killed it. How does it happen?
Coming up next, that's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Scary moment for the Texans involving Tank Dell. And who are the ones that got away in the draft? Who are the ones that perhaps you wish the Texans would have selected? Reaction Monday continues next.
Reunited and in fear.
Terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Scary moment for Tank Dell. He was shot at a, I guess you call it a gathering in Florida. The reports are that he's fine. He's on his way back to Houston. Nothing life-threatening. Was kind of an innocent bystander. I guess a fight had broken out. The suspect, a 16-year-old kid, being held on no bond, according to Will Kunkel, Fox Sports. I guess they're going to have a news conference about it in 20 minutes or so. But, yeah, Tank Dell, scary moment for him. Definitely could have been a lot worse. Seems like it's not going to impact his football. But just happy he's alive, honestly. That was wild to wake up to. You saw that Tank got shot was the text I got. I was like, what?
We were sitting out there at the park, and my son said, I said, no, check that. Well, it was true. Not only wild, just like the good fortune when bullets are flying, dude. And you don't know what's going to end up, but we'll see just how severe some of those his injury is, if it's lower extremity, if it affects anything, but shouldn't be anything long term.
The ones that got away, guys that you would have liked to have seen in a Houston Texans uniform. Now, the cost to trade up on day two did seem like it just kept increasing. Like the trade up cost, it damn sure wasn't the Jimmy chart. There were some high prices. We saw Philadelphia, they were paying a high price to move up. It was right before the Texans, and when you saw that, you were just kind of like, okay, well, this is going to be expensive. Who were the ones that got away?
Well, didn't get away because they were taken, the first two anyway, didn't get away because they were taken before the Texans drafted. But Ladd McConkey was one I kind of had like a dang it. And then really I wasn't real high on Keon Coleman, as you know, but I sure did like him after I heard from him, which we'll hear from him later. But the ones that I felt bad about were the two, we talk about Kool-Aid, but Cooper DeJean too was taken at cornerback ahead of the Texans. So those were two. And then you could have had Edgar and Cooper. We'll see what kind of player he ends up being, but people are high on him. And then in the third round, the two were they didn't prioritize the running back position as high as we thought they would, because they could have had Blake Corum or Marshawn Lloyd and didn't have those. So I would say those, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid, Edgar and Cooper, Corum, and Lloyd.
Kool-Aid McKinstry for sure. And after he left, I would have loved to have seen him take Adonai Mitchell or Cooper instead of Lassiter. I get it. It feels like a need pick, which that's fine. We'll see how it ends up being. But I anticipate that we're going to be a little bit familiar with Adonai Mitchell. You put him opposite of Michael Pittman Jr. You have the threat of one of the best running backs in the league in Jonathan Taylor. Indianapolis was a game away from the Texans last year. I think Adonai Mitchell might be a little bit of a pain. Would have liked to have seen him here. Wide receiver could be a pressing need next year, depending on what happens with Nico and Diggs, Woods, Brown, all on the final year of their deal. So I would have kind of liked to have seen you add Adonai Mitchell. The Colts did it. You did not. Cooper, you spoke about the linebackers. Would have liked to have seen that. And then one of these elite running backs, whether it was Jalen Wright, whether it was Marshawn Lloyd, one of those guys, I really would have liked to have seen the Texans get to where you feel good about a guy. Not saying, well, maybe he can make the team based on kickoff return, but a guy who you feel like could potentially help in games and add a different element that you don't have at running back. Those kind of hurt. I was glad they got Stover, the tight end. They needed tight ends. And then as far as the rest, I'm not trying to just stick to Texas guys, but I thought that Whittington, I didn't know he was going to go as early as he did in the 5th round. I thought he could have been a 6th or 7th round guy. But when the Rams draft a slot receiver, especially when they draft him earlier than he's supposed to go, it just kind of makes me a little bit concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, they got Cooper Kupp on day 2 of the draft. Then they took Puka last year around the same area, and then they already have those two guys, and they add Jordan Whittington. It automatically just makes you think, okay, what do these guys know?
They know something
that perhaps the Texans didn't know, especially given the fact that CJ was talking about Ricky Pearsall and having someone in kind of the slot. It just makes me wonder, okay, if the Rams like him at slot receiver, what are we doing?
No, that's absolutely reasonable. And there's athleticism. We all know about that. And there's nothing – I mean, Texas had some players this year. That's not like a Texas thing. That's a players thing because, I felt real high about Sweat, not even as high as the Titans apparently. But the only ones I really, really kind of wondered about, and they answered it because they brought in they brought in the safety, was Corum and Lloyd available in the third round. Two good running backs. Like that would have been one where I don't know if I'm going to question it, but I was – as it was happening.
Yeah, the Mitchell thing, I do think that's something to keep an eye on. I don't anticipate that going well. I would be very surprised if 2 years from now we're not looking back at that and saying, damn, the Texans could have had him and now he's in Indianapolis and they have Lassiter. That one just it doesn't feel great. Chris Ballard, we'll hear what he had to say when we go around the NFL. There were some reports that perhaps he's attitude and the old diabetes kind of came into play as well. But yeah, that's where it is. I don't look at this as a short-term draft, though. I think this was kind of that 2-year window that Nick Caserio always speaks of.
In certain cases, for sure. In others, I think there's going to be some opportunities, as we've been talking about, for people to maybe make some noise and get up the depth chart. Adonai Mitchell, he's going to be up the depth chart. He's going to be immediately a factor.
He is definitely starting.
Yeah.
What did you make of Kool-Aid McKinstry going the pick before? Do you think that he was going to be the pick that they were going to make?
In my heart, yes. We'll never know.
Would you feel better about Lassiter if they passed on Kool-Aid to get him, or do you?
Oh, absolutely, right?
Well, on one
hand,
if
they were both there.
Yeah. On one hand, you say, okay, there's nothing they could have done about it, so they took Lassiter. But on the other hand, you say, okay, well, they had their crack at both of them, and they went with Lassiter instead of Kool-Aid. We'll never know that. They'll never admit that. But I find a hard time. Like, do you think they take Lassiter over DeJean and McKinstry?
No way, right? I mean, just in my opinion, there's no way. They have their board. Somewhere there's a list of their cornerbacks. Somewhere they have it. And if Lassiter is above DeJean and Kool-Aid, well, then maybe. But I gotta believe that, first of all, the Saints made that move, too, for a reason. Because they had to believe, whatever intel they had, that the Texans were going to get Kool-Aid. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that was the chance.
Yeah, so that's clearly what they thought.
Were there Kool-Aid chants at the draft party, Figgy?
Nah, it was a lot of people that was upset that Kool-Aid went off the board, though. It was like a big known, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it was like very known.
The assumption that Blake Fisher, the tackle out of Notre Dame, is drafted for depth, I do wonder, a couple text messages, couple of comments, what if Blake Fisher just comes in and beats out Titus Howard?
Okay, then he beats him out. I've been saying that all day.
It's pretty expensive.
I've been saying it since they drafted him, and I don't mean to be redundant, but there is a reason that he was so high, that he was picked so high, and that last 2 years ago, whenever they drafted Kenyon Green, you draft a guy that high in the first round, he's going to be an immediate starter. You got to put him in. You expect him to be a starter. Second round is only slightly, different than that. Left tackles get drafted in the first round and become starters.
This could be just to avoid having to draft one in 2 years, though.
Could be, but again, that's a lot of equity that you're putting in one position in the second round. That's a premium position to just say, well, we'll see in 2 years. No, I don't know. They're going to see what he has. Yeah, that's for sure.
Listening to all the kids talk, it's a likable group for sure. From Lassiter to Stover to Bullock to Fisher. I mean, it's a likable group. They do seem to have, when you talk about a type, just kind of the makeup and stuff. I did find it interesting that the split was 3-year players on day 2 and then 5th-year players on day 3. I don't know that that's I don't know that that's a type of thing. I think that's just Caserio just being able to mix it up and look for the good in different situations, different scenarios.
Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily an approach or a philosophy, but you get into late day 2 into day 3, you're looking for like that one NFL quality that can translate, if nothing else, to special teams. And those are the veteran guys that have been around, and stuff like that. Like look at their picks. A lot of those guys can be pretty versatile.
If I told you that there were going to be 3 starters from this draft class by midway season, who would you say those 3 starters are?
I got you, man, because I was looking at that.
Who would the 3 starters be?
I would say Lassiter.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Lassiter, because he could maybe be nickel or something else. Who knows? So Lassiter, Fisher. Sorry. I mean, sorry.
Lord.
He's drafted there for a reason. How many times can you hear me say that? And this is not very, creative. I would say Bullock. No, let me take that back. Stover.
Okay, Stover over Schultz?
No, over like two tights or something. Like he's going to be, he's the blocking tough guy, all that stuff. So I would say Lassiter, Fisher, and Stover.
I would say Bullock. Lord. I would say Bullock. I guess Lassiter. Don't feel confident in that. And then maybe Hill.
Why are you staying away from Fisher, man?
Because I don't want to believe. I don't want to believe that they gave a guy a contract extension to be one of the highest paid tackles in the league, and he's not better than a second round.
Well, I don't want to believe it either.
No, I mean I don't believe he's one of the best tackles in the league, but I just kind of find myself not wanting to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think on the text line, you let the offensive tackle develop, and then he beats out Howard or Tunsil. That's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
In 2 years. Not necessarily saying that he's better than either one of those guys, but you're going to have to make tough decisions. We see Buffalo having to do it. We see Miami having to do it. When you get to that point, you have to make tough decisions. I think both Baltimore and KC, yes, they've had to say goodbye to starting left tackles in the last 4 or 5 years once you start paying the quarterback. So perhaps the Texans get to that point. If you did draft a guy that was going to be a first-round talent, then maybe you draft him to be an improved depth piece, and you avoid having to draft a tackle 2 years from now. So maybe it's kind of a checker/chess type of thing, but who knows? Interesting draft, to say the least. I don't think if you laid it out like this before the draft that even the most optimistic Texans fan would be saying, that looks great. But who knows? It's one of those things where it can't grade it after a year. Sometimes it takes some time, and that's how I look at it. I gave it a C, which you passed, and we'll see what happens and how this all plays out. Coming up, the craziest sounds from the draft. Let's go around the NFL next.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, this was Chris Ballard, his rant about Adonai Mitchell falling to the Colts. Reports about character and diabetes, all that. It led to the Texas/Georgia receiver ending up in Indianapolis. Here was Chris Ballard addressing the media about it.
I don't know. I mean, I read some of the bull that was said on TV. I mean, just the typical, excuse my language, our typical league. Unnamed sources, bad interview. That's such bull. I mean, it is. It's bull. Like, put your name on it. I'm tired of. We tear these young men down. These are 21, 22 young men, and if people out there can tell me they're perfect in their lives, it's crap. It's crap. This is a good kid, and for those reports to come out. I think I said it last year. It's bull. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language. I don't, but I do.
So what does he mean? People be perfect in their lives. What does that mean?
I think he just says like you're picking up just little things apart when maybe some of them aren't little all the time.
What were the reports? I don't know. Like what were they?
I guess it was was it attitude or
I have no idea.
Love
I didn't
of the
hear anything
game.
about it.
Yeah, I don't know, but it got him triggered. That's for sure.
I mean, who's saying it? You think it'd be Kirby Smart? I mean, you think Kirby Smart's dirty bashing the guy who left Georgia?
No.
Wins a couple national championships and leave. You think Kirby Smart's saying great things? I don't know. Who's saying this?
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
because I didn't really see it. I know the S2 was last year. I don't know what he was saying.
I think it's also just it is kind of ridiculous how every player is just. I mean, it's part of the game, but every player is just nitpicked to death.
I just don't think that this goes well for the Texans. I think this could be the one of the ones that got away.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Neighbors out of LSU. He can't even pretend that he thinks Daniel Jones is good. He actually looked rather disgusted when he was drafted by LSU.
Daniel?
He did. And then they showed him pulling up to the facility. He looked a little bit miserable. Before we hear from him, here was the GM of the Giants, Joe Shane, talking about the quarterback situation with the Giants. This isn't quite a massive endorsement of Daniel Jones.
Did not take a quarterback in this draft. You did a lot of work before the draft has been reported. You tried to move up, or at least had conversations about moving up for a quarterback in this draft. Where do you consider yourself with the quarterback position now for this year and for the future?
Yeah, I said it in January after the season that expectation was Daniel would be our starter, and we brought Drew Lock in to be his backup, and Tommy's been the backup. So that's where we are, and I mean that's where we're going to move forward this season. Daniel's still on contract for 3 more years. So as it sits today, that's where we are.
Doesn't sound massive.
No, when you start talking about he's still under contract, that's not a good endorsement.
Here was Malik Neighbors being asked about Daniel Jones. He can't even fake it.
You talked with Daniel Jones yet?
I actually did talk to Daniel Jones. He was just like, I'm happy that you're here. We're gonna hit the ground running, and then he's gonna learn about me. I'm gonna learn about him, and we're gonna get together.
I know it's very early, but what do you make of him as a quarterback?
I'll wait till I get here to see, all that. I'm just happy to be here. Great organization, here, so I'm just happy to be here.
All right.
Yeah. He's seen him.
Hell of an endorsement.
He's seen him.
Can't even pretend and say he's got some talent or something.
Yeah.
Can't do the undertone. He's got a lot of ability.
Yeah, we'll see.
The backhanded compliment.
Yeah, we'll see when he gets here.
We wait to training camp.
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Can't tell me he hadn't seen him play.
Carolina Panthers, they got Bryce Young some weapons. At least they attempted to do so, despite not having a first-round pick. It started with a trade-up into round 1. Xavier Leggett, who told John Crumpler of the Texans Wire that the Panthers told him they were going to take him in the second round. Well, they had to trade up to the first because that got out. Mm-hmm. And Xavier Leggett, country as hell, by the way, he was asked about what it was like to be a Carolina Panther. This is what the country dude had to say.
Xavier, you woke up a Carolina Panther. Did you have to pinch yourself?
Say that one more time.
So you woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
You got the call
Because I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited my whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be tough guy. But, man, I was really over excited.
Man.
I listened to this far too many times. Like I must have listened.
What was the last part?
Where he's talking about it, holding in the tears?
He said, I really tried to be excited.
Be a man.
Yeah, man, I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be tough guy.
Yeah.
But, man, I was really over excited.
Over what?
He was trying to be a tough
Man,
guy.
I was really over excited.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I'll go with that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, as a result of the trade, the Bears had the first pick this year. Caleb Williams got a lot of expectations. He's had them for a while, and that's not going to change.
Caleb, you touched on those growing pains a little bit, but kind of everywhere you've gone, you have the confidence that you are the best. Do you come in here expecting to be great right away?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Obviously, if there's growing pains, you handle them, but that doesn't mean that affects your greatness. There's trials and tribulations that you go through. Why would I go somewhere, work so hard for so many years, and in every situation that I go to, believe I'm the best, and then I get here and I don't believe that. That doesn't mean that I go around and boast. It doesn't mean that I go around and say that. But the way I handle my work, the way I carry myself every day, how I treat my friends, families, teammates, the faculty, the executives here, the custodians, whatever the case may be, treat everybody as they are. We're all equal, and everybody should think that they're the best when you do things and you work so hard for stuff.
Okay.
I thought he handled himself pretty well. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah,
All
it
right.
was good.
I can get down with that.
Yeah.
Get down with this. Around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So John Schneider and Mike McDonald, the head coach and GM for the Seattle Seahawks, they wore mechanic shirts to the draft. They were wearing mechanic shirts with their names on them. They were asked why they were wearing the shirts. Here was the answer.
What's the idea behind the shirts on day 3?
Sorry. Yeah, our gas station church. Yeah, this is like we're getting up. Yeah, we're going to work, getting up, and this is the day. Like we just like get after it, and it's just like, hey, we're not going to outsmart you. We're going to outwork you.
For Tyrese at 1.
And that has nothing to do with gas stations, I guess, but like just hard work.
Oh my God.
You didn't like that, huh?
That is awful. That is a bit gone wrong right there.
Why not?
That is awful.
They got their sleeves rolled up, ready to change the oil.
That is awful.
Why you call it gas station shirts, man?
It's mechanic shirt.
It's mechanic shirt.
No gas station shirt, man.
Little tire rotation,
gas
maybe?
stations you going to.
Yeah.
The 49ers, they have running backs, although they traded up for Isaac Garendo out of Louisville. Very fast, by the way. Kyle Shanahan asked what made him do that. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, we think he's got a lot of speed. All our backs can run, but it's nice to add one who possibly can run a little bit faster, just for the change of pace and things like that. Like his running style. His running style, I think, is similar to Elijah's and the style that he runs with, and he's built that way, and like the 40 that he has.
Did you want to add speed in general to your offense this offseason?
No, we didn't make a blanket statement like that, but it was we wanted to add some speed to the running back room if we could. But you don't just add that just to add it. It's got to be the right type of runner with the speed. And there was a couple guys in the back and in the draft who had that, and this is the one we really liked in that way.
All right, elsewhere in Green Bay. Oh, another guy who came from the McVay-Shanahan pipeline. Okay, Matt LaFleur. Oh, what? Y'all got Josh Jacobs and you got A.J. Dillon? What, multiple running backs that can make plays and you wanted another one? What's up with that? I can't relate to that. Here's LaFleur on the Packers taking Marshawn Lloyd.
I think he's a piece that, first of all, he's big. He's 220 pounds. He's got really good speed. And I think he gives us an element out the backfield. He really showcased that the week of the Senior Bowls, especially in the one-on-one situations that he was in, and just gives us a little different flavor maybe.
You know, the more you look at this, and this is what you've been talking about all day, like it kind of boggles the mind. Like these guys are all cut from the same cloth. They have the same theory on the running back position and the blocking scheme, and yet they must have high hopes or expectations for Dameon Pierce. Something, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe there's just not there yet. Like there's different steps of the process, and maybe you have to have a more full roster like San Francisco, maybe even like Green Bay, before you start doing that. I would love to get to the point where you're just churning running backs and trying to get that speed going and all that, not relying on CJ. I see the they have CJ. Okay, I really don't want to enter that business. I would still like to be able to run the ball, and maybe you can throw it to one of these guys. I mean, right out of Tennessee, a little bit of a screen. Maybe they like Dare Gumbawale and what he brings to the table. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
we'll see.
Yeah, Sean McVay. They drafted Jordan Whittington, which I thought was interesting. Whittington out of Texas was supposed to be 6th, 7th round pick. They took him in the 5th, which is interesting because this is a slot receiver. They have Cooper Kupp, and they have Puka Nacua. So you had the guy who was damn near shattering every normal receiving record in the slot.
Mm-hmm.
You decided to draft Puka last year. He broke the rookie receiving record for receptions. And then you take another slot guy in the 5th round. Sean, what are we doing here, man?
Sarkisian and I have a relationship, and this is a guy that they love. He's played in all 3 spots. He's a core special teams guy. He's made of all the right types of things. I mean, you look at it even when they're trying to go have that game-winning drive against UW, he's making a big slot fade catch down the sideline that puts them in a chance to be able to score and try to be able to advance to a national championship. But the makeup, the things that he's overcome to be in the positions that he's in, the way that he's affected and influenced positive change with the people that he's been around, we're very excited, and he's got some versatility. It sounds like a really smart player that can do a lot of different things, and that's really valuable for us.
All right, good for him.
That's a lot of weapons over there.
No, but it's just I don't. He might end up just being a guy, and I think it's possible. But it's just when you have all those slot receivers, and whatever the hell you do to evaluate slot receivers is obviously ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is not even just saying, well, this team has a lot of. I mean, this is
no, they know what they're doing.
I mean, Cooper Kupp was a Super Bowl MVP, and Puka, had it not been for C.J. Stroud, was going to be the offensive rookie of the year.
Yeah.
And then you draft another slot guy with a few rounds left in the draft. It just makes you say, okay, well, should other people have probably
you got to respect what
on
they
top
did,
of this,
right? You have to at least respect their decision there.
I saw this tweet. It was from Mitch Seastein.
Mm-hmm.
And he said this about the Chiefs wide receivers. There's a couple more letters after that C. Mitch Seastein.
Okay.
This was what he said about the Chiefs wide receiver room. And this is something nobody's talking about. These are some crazy facts here. And they drafted Xavier Worthy at the end of the 1st round. He said, quote, "The Chiefs wide receiver room is crazy. Hollywood Brown, 4.27 40-yard dash.
Mm-hmm.
Xavier Worthy, 4.21 40-yard dash.
Damn.
Rasheed Rice, 119 miles per hour.
Dude goes 119? How about that? That's a fast wide receiver room. I didn't see that tweet. Who tweeted it?
Mitch Seastein.
Okay.
Yeah. Seastein, however you want to say it. Pinsal. Yeah. That's a wild tweet right there.
That is a wild tweet.
Tank Dell released from the hospital, minor wound in the Florida shooting, so he's going to be back in town.
How long did it take for you, now be honest, to start thinking, I wonder when he's going to be back?
I mean, immediately. What do you mean?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, he's alive. Okay, how serious is it?
Yeah.
That's the step. Oh, he's alive.
When's he going to be able to play?
Serious? Okay.
When's he going to be able to
Is he going to be at minicamp? Yeah.
My
I'm honest. I'm not going to sit here and lie about it.
My son, like in the first 5 minutes, was like, well, I hope it's like in the shoulder, right? Isn't that the one that would affect him the least? Or like a nick here in the arm or something? We're trying to figure out when he can get back.
I was hoping in like something very useless.
Yes, like something that is not going to keep him from getting on the field too soon, too late.
Yeah, he's good. You ready to go? I mean, he's probably not going to be going out as much. I mean, this seemed like it was just kind of a small little gathering. I don't know if it was.
I mean,
sometimes stuff like that happens.
That's the thing, Figgy.
Yeah, you can't avoid that, man.
It could have been the Texans draft party. It could have been the party that he was at. Could have been the picnic I was at Shepherd Park. Could have been Daly's. Like, this stuff just happens. And obviously it's ridiculous and it's sad, but it just happens. And so that's what I hate. Everybody just automatically trying to make some assumption about
Stop
something.
going to nightclubs.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I saw that a bunch of times.
Yeah, NFL players shouldn't go to nightclubs. Bad things happen. Shut up. Seriously.
But it wasn't a nightclub.
It
was reported as a nightclub. It wasn't even a nightclub, though.
But now you got people wanting to ban nightclubs.
But let me give you those 4 examples I just gave, Landry. Would you be surprised if something similar happened at Shepherd Park, where I had a picnic yesterday with my family? No. Would you be surprised if something like that happened at the Texans draft party? No. You wouldn't be surprised anywhere.
Jeez, man.
No, I'm not making any. Whatever.
Yeah.
You want to call it. I'm saying it's not a surprise anywhere. So don't jump to any conclusions because he happened to be at a pool party, in Florida.
It's a pool party?
Yeah. There was a pool there. I don't know if it was a pool party per se, but there was a pool there. That's where the fight broke out. But I'm like I'm with Figgy. Like, people just making these assumptions and don't do this and don't do that, and NFL players shouldn't go. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, it's a lot of NFL. It's a lot of athletes that party, go to nightclubs all the time, man.
Yeah.
And stuff like that don't always break out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it can happen anywhere, man.
Yeah.
Just glad he's all right, dude.
Lopez, you're a slime ball. Why?
I'll just be honest.
Hmm?
The Adonai Mitchell anger would have been a lot heavier right now.
If it was, I'm not even going to say anything.
I would have been like, "Damn it, Nick." No, I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just in all seriousness, though. That is kind of where you start there. Okay, well,
yeah.
Plus, he's already been through a damn lot.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's even like a human. Like, he got hurt in the middle of his season. It was like a real traumatic thing for the team, and then now this. Fortunately, I don't know what a minor gunshot wound is, though. I'm gonna have to get some description on that.
Is there such a thing? Is that like minor surgery? It's minor if it doesn't happen to you. If it happens to you, it ain't minor. It's kind of like that. Minor surgery, minor gun. I'll tell you one thing. I'm never going to tell you I had a minor gunshot injury. Someone else might describe it as that.
Ain't that like a ricochet or something like that? That's how I kind of took it.
I have no idea.
If he actually got shot.
Yeah,
ain't nothing minor about that.
There ain't nothing minor about that. No,
that's not what the report said.
Yeah,
but if you are going to report this, can you? I think, sometimes the words, it's like a small thing. Like, if you say restaurant or bar, that's okay. Like bar and grill or restaurant or something. Nightclub, you got.
That's the worst looking nightclub.
You can't say nightclub if it's not a nightclub.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Nightclub. You ain't getting no pistol or nothing in there.
Yeah, because that was the report I saw. It was nightclub, and that's just kind of that. You got to get that right.
Yeah.
Why don't you just say what the place was?
I don't even know if they can really define what it was. I've seen event center. So it sounds like it was just some sort of indoor, outdoor. Yeah. It was a private party, too. I saw that it was a private party and that it was some sort of event center. But, yeah, the conclusions that people jump to are just ridiculous. Predictable, but ridiculous.
The internet goes nuts. Texans steal the show. Shots fired at a beloved city around here. And my gosh, I might have a favorite prospect. Goodness gracious. Internet nuts next.
The pick is in. judgment-free zone.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop Sports Radio 60 and Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Round 4, Texans straight up. The pick was announced by the legend known as Sketch. Here's what it sounded like on ESPN and NFL Network when Cade Stover was announced in Detroit.
Let's go! What's up, brothers? How we doing? Make some noise! Come on! This is football! Come on! The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 123rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 123rd pick of the NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Cade Stover, tight end, Ohio State.
All right, there you go. Getting booed, though. That's kind of still Michigan territory. But Cade Stover gets announced. Nick Caserio loves him some Cade Stover. My goodness. I've never heard him speak that highly of someone. Stover, going to be a tight end, former teammate of C.J. Stroud. Nick Caserio called him elite, said he was one of their favorite football players in the draft. So he is not even trying to hide it when it comes to his love for Stover.
And called him elite in every way. It's pretty damn crazy.
I got the internet going nuts.
Speaking of crazy, Charles Barkley just makes me laugh. Talking about Pelicans don't deserve to go to Cancun. You may not be wrong.
Where they going, Chuck? Galveston? That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna sit into Cancun. We're gonna sit into Galveston where that dirty ass water be washed up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. Y'all okay? We y'all gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're not taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. We're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water. If that water's so dirty, I'd rather go to San Antonio. I'd rather go to San Antonio with them big old women. No, I'm not going to Galveston. I want to go to the beach down in the river walk and watch them big old women walk around San Antonio.
So you know what? So you know what sets him off. Okay, so you know what?
Would you rather go, Chuck? San Antonio.
He's Chuck, and you might not be wrong on some of that stuff.
What do you mean? You don't like Galveston? Not a fan?
No, the water's not. Okay, I could get into a whole Bite Me podcast segment here, but there's so many minerals in the water that it makes it a little dirtier, a little darker. It's actually a very rich water.
Sometimes it's darker than other times. I will say that.
Yeah.
There are times where it looks clear. There's times where it's dark. Yeah. Charles Barkley. Always got jokes.
I got the internet going nuts.
First pick of the second round, Keon Coleman out of Florida State. Got to tell you, big fan of this guy. Was not familiar with your work, sir, but big fan of him. This was him. He was at his press conference. He was rocking a big yellow jacket, and he asked the media types to guess where he got his jacket, and this transitioned into him talking about his strategy when it comes to shopping.
For 2 years, guess where I got this from, though? I'm saying you got to guess. You're going to be wrong, though, but guess.
Time is up.
Nah, Macy's. What you mean? They be on sale on the rack, all the colors. Look, $79, $89. Nice little deal. You can get the trench coat for like $100. Nice little. I'll take you there personally. I might go get some more colors. I need a blue one and another red one.
There's good Thanksgiving sales.
See, I ain't know nothing about Thanksgiving. I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime. You gotta shop a season or two before, just in case, and they be cheaper. Cause you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? Who we starting with? Oh, we can go. Oh, my bad. Hold up. Y'all can hear me? This on or this off? All right, bro.
Smart shopper, man. Absolute smart shopper.
That is smart. You go outside of the season, it's no doubt. He also, by the way, when Florida State has 6 o'clock games, apparently he likes to feast fast food style, which makes me like him even more. This is another video that went viral. They were asked what he gets from McDonald's on game days. This is what he said.
We play like a 4 o'clock game or something. 2 hot and spicy with cheese, extra mayo. We got medium fry, all your McFlurry, and a 10-piece nugget.
Okay.
So what was that again?
2 hot and spicies, which are like McChickens, extra mayo with cheese, medium fry, and then Oreo McFlurry and 10-piece nugget. That's a normal meal.
For a college football player,
Yeah,
that's
that's normal
probably
meal.
just, but it's nice.
That's nothing crazy.
Yeah.
That's good. Make plays there.
Mhm.
Might be why he's not running as fast as.
Well, that was one of the
perhaps they like.
criticisms. That's one of the criticisms.
I got the internet going nuts.
J-Lo coming to Houston. Joey Loperfido has officially been called up to the Houston Astros. Now, he's more of an outfielder than a first baseman, but he can play first base. So that's it, right? That's it with Jose Abreu? We're done?
I guess. I don't know. I mean, what are they going to do with him?
What are they going to do with him?
Option him?
I mean, it's a big ticket item there, but enough's enough. And so they're bringing up this guy, one of the top prospects. I think he has 18 home runs already, 14, something like that.
Strikes out a lot, apparently.
Strikes out a lot, but does have he is a long ball hitter.
I got the internet going nuts.
T'Vondre Sweat is a Tennessee Titan. He was expected to slide in the draft, really didn't. Went early second round, and one of the main Titans, I think he works for Locked On Titans at Tic Tac Titans, Tyler Rowland. It seems like every Tennessee fan has a little bit of an accent. But here was Tyler Rowland voicing his displeasure about the Sweat pick.
It's a smack in the face. It is spitting in the face of Tennessee Titans fans to act like they care about character concerns and then go get T'Vondre Sweat, who is one of the worst character guys in the entire draft. All of that stuff is the off-field problem that you have with T'Vondre Sweat. Now let's talk about on the field. And it kind of blurs together because clearly the dude does not love football, does not take it serious, is not mature, is not professional. And that's why he's been overweight his entire college career. 380 pounds. T'Vondre Sweat only averaged 35 snaps a game in college because he is overweight and not in shape. T'Vondre Sweat cannot play full games as a 3-down defensive lineman. He does not have the stamina and the conditioning to do so. Basically, you just picked Tierra Tart in the second round. Man, to take a player like this at 38, I feel lied to. And then screw the character concerns for a second, just the player himself.
Feel lied to, huh?
I don't know if that's kind of a bizarre rant that he went on.
Did he say it about Jeffrey Simmons? Because I know Jeffrey Simmons had his one
well,
incident.
You're kind of in the same.
And I like Simmons a lot.
Yeah.
But was he saying that about Jeffrey Simmons?
Yeah, you're kind of in the same ballpark.
Calvin
where
Ridley
I am.
gambled on his own squad. Did he say that about Calvin Ridley?
Yeah, so there's that, but there's also, do you want him to be a 3-down tackle?
That's so ridiculous.
He's like, he's not a 3-down. Well, no kidding. Yeah. no kidding, he's not a 3-down.
I mean, he's 400 pounds. And the thing about schools like Texas, Georgia, Alabama is a lot of times they have blue chippers that are backups, and you give them the chance to just kind of see ball, get ball on third down. So I don't know. Look, it's early. I mean, I thought that there would be a little bit more of a slide, but you put him next to Simmons, I just think that's
worth
doing.
The one thing is he did go earlier than we thought. Certainly I thought.
Yeah, it's almost like the off-field never happened.
Yeah, even before the off-field. But that rant was a little bizarre.
He's got Titans Twitter going crazy.
For me, yeah, absolutely.
I got the internet going nuts.
Draft grades, baby. I hate them so much, and I read them all the time.
Brandon Scott.
Just every time I see draft grades, and I read B. Scott's first thing this morning or whenever it was. They're the absolute worst. You can't really trust them. You know how Nick Caserio feels about grades, and boy, do I suck them down. I mean, I just always look at the draft grade. And B. Scott,
Pause, man.
What you suck down a drink?
Oh my!
I sucked down those draft grades.
All I heard was Nick Caserio and suck him down.
He said, I suck him down.
Yo,
Pause,
that's a y'all problem, not a me problem. Yeah, I'm always in on the draft grades. But B. Scott, if you are going to read any, did a fantastic job.
I got the internet going nuts.
Big day for the Kelsey brothers. Did they just make it to where their good news has to come in twos? Is this kind of where I can't let one do it if I don't let the other? Because Travis Kelsey and the Kansas City Chiefs have agreed on a new 2-year contract extension to make him the NFL's highest paid tight end. Mm-hmm. He was an extreme bargain. Now he's the NFL's highest paid tight end. 2-year contract. He's approaching his mid-30s.
Yeah.
So there's that. His brother, by the way, he's going to be on Monday Night Countdown on ESPN. So hopefully he's replacing Robert Griffin III and they can quit having their studio time used for viral moments to where you send it to the aggregators and they help you go viral.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's the case, but I think Jason Kelsey's going to be really fantastic at whatever he does.
For sure. And speaking of the Kelseys,
I got the internet going nuts.
so this is just happening right now as Billboard has released. This is right in your wheelhouse, Landry, with your Taylor Swift take. Taylor Swift now has the top 14 songs in the top 100. 14 out of the top 14
It's not real.
are hers. I thought of you because of your take on that it can't be real or that it's doing something.
This is so made up.
But
man.
look at that. 14 out of 14. The number 1
So
through
made
14 songs on the Billboard Hot 100 are all.
I think the record companies are buying a lot, and then people are just think it's popular and they're piggybacking on it. 14, come on.
Yeah, the record label's in bed with billboards and all that stuff.
100%. Like that,
Yeah.
14, come on.
14 songs.
Even the ones they play on the radio. I mean, come on.
Name
Let's be
one of the
serious.
songs.
I can't. Well, I'm looking at them now.
That's what
I could right now, but otherwise I couldn't.
Like, if the music was going like that, we'd be hearing that music right now in the air.
Yeah, it's not real, man. It's not real. Coming up, the draft. Did the Texans make themselves better? Are the Texans a better team now than they were before the draft, or are we just going to have to sit and wait? Let's discuss next.
All right, Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Louis Flory. I talked to him just the other day and about some of the great stuff that he does wherever he goes, making trees not just healthier, but more beautiful and helping customers like myself and my sons just sleep better at night. Louis Flory gets it done with complete tree care, unlike anything you can imagine. I mean, he's been doing it for more than 40 years as a licensed arborist, but pruning and manicuring your trees, that makes them less susceptible to wind and storm damage. Spraying for insects and diseases, which obviously keeps them healthy. Deep root feeding. I mean, my backyard would be nothing without that big, beautiful water oak that I have that he's taking care of.
studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Did the Texans become a better team, yes or no, after this draft? Are the Texans better now? Like, let's say week 1, immediately. Because obviously stuff can play out. But do you think the Texans immediately made themselves a better club?
Yeah, slightly. I'm not going to say, oh, my gosh, here we go. But just based on what they did in the secondary alone, I think that's a little bit it was a big message that they sent. They're going to obviously, they have Okudah coming in. They love what Stingley is, but they're obviously trying to upgrade at safety and cornerback. So by default, they're going to have a better chance to do that with a couple more players back there. Slightly. I'm not going to say, oh, this was a home run or anything, you know?
I would say maybe. Like, I can't 100% say that these guys are going to be immediate contributors. I think they could play their way into it. There's going to be growing pains. I don't know what is Lassiter going to be better than Okudah or Des King? Yeah, I don't know. Is Blake Fisher going to beat out Titus Howard? I don't know. Nick Caserio said that Titus Howard is one of the best tackles in the league, so I don't know. Bullock at safety, I think he's going to develop into a really good player. Is he going to immediately be ready to go? Might take some time. Jamal Hill's kind of a tweener. There's going to be some growing pains there. Jawar Jordan, I know he just sent out a tweet saying, I got something for y'all. But maybe he helps you in the kick return game immediately. And then you have Bird, Harris, and Henderson. I don't know if these guys are like immediate impact guys. And that's not a bad thing. Mm-hmm. It's not a bad thing. Dameon Pierce was an immediate impact guy, and now there's question marks about him. So whether these guys are immediate or not, I gave the draft a C. I think the draft was a C. I know that this is not like the best dialogue to have, but I thought that Lassiter might have been there when you picked next, and Fisher himself said he was kind of surprised he went in that area. Mm-hmm. So as far as them being better right now, week 1, I don't know.
Well, and the other part of it that maybe kind of makes you pause a little bit is what was there that you didn't get, or what you could have gotten and they leaped over you to get. There might have been a player that you preferred, but it's, you're just never going to know if that's the case. But look, the only thing that would have made this an A is if it was absolute big time first round picks that are clearly going to step in and have an immediate impact. Well, you didn't even have a first round pick, so how can it be? It's just not going to happen.
Nick Caserio seemed more pleased with this draft than I've ever seen him with the draft. That's what I thought was really interesting, is that maybe he was just stressed. I'm not sure, but we've seen him after CJ and Will. But after this one, it seemed like this was the most pleased that I can see him, just based on body language, ever with Nick Caserio.
I think this is what he enjoys the most. Those mid-round, finding players in the third round, fourth round, that end up being... And frankly, I think it's probably what a lot of general managers enjoy the most. It's not hard to know that C.J. Stroud is a top 2 or 3 quarterback, or Will Anderson is a really good, edge guy. It is hard to project some of these guys. So I think that's what made him happy. I think he loves the meat of the draft.
You think he likes the hardo in the stick stuff?
Yes, absolutely. I mean,
pause. But yeah. Do you think that's what it is? Is the more like uncertain it is, the more excited he gets?
The feeling like you know something or you see something that not everybody else does, and clearly that. I mean, I think that's where he's made hay, in the past, in recent drafts, in those rounds.
He claimed that the draft didn't surprise him, that they weren't surprised by anything. You agree with that?
Nah, you were surprised by something. You had to be, even if it's just like how the first round board broke down. And then, of course, that leads to what you're doing in the second and third. Now, he had to be surprised by something. I just think they had contingencies on all these things.
I think this is a long-term evaluation of a draft. This isn't an immediate. Let's.
Maybe not. I still believe that there's a real chance that guys like Blake Fisher and Lassiter, and for that matter Bullock, the top 3 guys, could find their way into the rotation this year. I wouldn't be surprised. I know it's not necessarily what the Texans want, because they've got guys that are there that they're paying more money to, but I wouldn't be surprised if any of these guys break into the lineup.
If Fisher beats out Titus Howard, that would actually be kind of hilarious for me.
We'd have ourselves a story, that's for sure. How hilarious? Just because of what they paid him?
Well, I don't think that contract extension ever made sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it would just be funny. I mean, it would just be
And why'd you have to do it then?
Well, I mean, if you improve at right tackle, good.
Yeah.
Like if Titus Howard's going to go out there and not be good next year and you made a pick to where you avoid that and Fisher ends up being better, then that's good. I mean, that's a really, really good thing. I know John Harris is high on him. I mean, really high on him.
On Fisher.
Very high on him, yes.
Yeah.
Like extremely high. Say he's not coming in to be a swing tackle. I don't know what the hell that means. Caserio said he was.
No, I would not be surprised. And just to kind of put a bow on one of my main points all day long is don't just because Nick Caserio says he's a swing tackle, don't assume that that's what they really mean.
Well,
that's what they're really expecting.
They're looking at him as a replacement for Tunsil or Howard.
But it might be
it's just
sooner.
a matter of, is it a 2-year thing,
Yeah.
or do they think it's going to be sooner?
Yeah, and the fact that they put that high of a draft pick on that position should tell you something, that they think that it's insurance. Insurance for either side, insurance for Titus Howard not panning out, and then you got to see, the thing is, you got to protect CJ at all costs.
If you laid this draft out and you said before, if I just showed you these picks and I told you, okay, this is my mock draft, do you look at this as a Caserio draft or a D'Amico draft? How would you look at it just on the surface if you just looked at it and think of it as, I show you this on Thursday morning before the draft starts.
And say this is what they're going to end up with.
Yeah.
Boy, this has got D'Amico written all over, doesn't it? Let's look at the top 3 picks. 2 of them are cornerback and safety. That's D'Amico. That's D'Amico making sure, they put so many assets on the defensive side already during free agency. That's him sort of covering his bases at the cornerback and safety position. And then Blake Fisher at tackle. Like, that's not what Nick Caserio would want you to that would. I mean, Nick Caserio made the pick and clearly did the research and liked him. You heard him talking about him. But he's got a lot invested personally in Titus Howard. So that looks like maybe D'Amico going, what?
Hey, you make a mistake, it's fine. It's going to happen.
Oh, sure.
Even the best organizations are going to do it, but and that's very, very proactive right there. I mean, I rolled my eyes at the notion that they were going to draft a tackle. I know Sean did.
We were laughing about it. Some people had him drafting a tackle in the first round. And we're like, what are they looking at? Well,
whenever he was trying to trade up for a tackle.
Oh.
Making them calls, trying to get a tackle.
What do you think Titus thought about this? He seems to always tweet something. What did he say anything about them taking
I didn't even look at his
Did he
Twitter.
say welcome to town or anything?
I didn't even look at his Twitter.
Is there a welcome to town? Sure.
Well, no matter what he tweeted, it's kind of like Kirk Cousins on a very, very, very smaller scale. Like, hey man, what are you doing? I'm standing right here.
Oh yeah, he retweeted the Fisher, so yeah, he's good.
Okay.
Yeah, he's retweeted a few Fisher things too. So there you go. He's gonna be a good teammate. There you go.
All right.
Train him up, man.
All right.
Train him up. Teach him the ways.
We'll see how it goes.
Let him know how it goes. Teach him how to play Madden.
Yeah.
Is Titus good at Madden, by the way?
He plays a lot, it seems like.
Is he good though?
I don't know.
There's a lot of people that play a lot. Who do you think are the ones that got away? Prospects that perhaps you would have liked to have seen. I know you were big on Edgerrin Cooper.
Edgerrin Cooper was one. And boy, he was right there too. Like we could just feel it watching the draft. I don't know about the party figgy, but you could just say like he's there, he's right there. Very highly regarded. So he's one. But the other one is DeJean and Kool-Aid, right ahead of you. I mean, they got taken, so it's not a whole lot you could have done about it other than maybe move up yourself. But either one of those guys were certainly more talked about than Lassiter.
I thought Mitchell would have been a steal. I think it would have helped you significantly. And I think next year, if you have that guy on a rookie deal, especially with how he slid, Colts got a guy with like a chip on his shoulder, athletic, make plays in the red zone, fast, big. That just kind of seemed like one that got away.
Yeah, because he's going to be really, really, really good. And we've been saying it all along. Like, as many moves as the Jaguars have made this offseason, you're kind of like, okay, but with that quarterback, just how good are they going to be? But you look at the Colts, I mean, it's a big if, but if they do have the quarterback, look at what else they got around him. I mean, if he's good, if Richardson is good, they have got some pieces around him, man.
And I don't look at the Titans as like a big threat in the division, but I mean, Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons on the D-line just kind of scares me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Say what you want. You can say whatever you want about T'Vondre Sweat and 3 downs and 2 downs and all that, but he's just going to be eating up blockers, and Jeffrey Simmons is just going to be able to roam around.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little bit scary, too.
It absolutely is.
But you got Blake Fisher.
You got Blake Fisher.
Doing what?
We'll see.
Not really. What's he doing?
I'm sure he'd be helping out.
Yeah.
Doing what?
Mm-hmm.
He might help out on Simmons or something like that.
What's he going to be playing? Right tackle? Is he your starting right tackle? You think he starts?
Swing tackle.
That swing tackle ain't going to be on the field all the time. What do you think they're going to do? You think he's a swing tackle?
No. Well, for now. Like, if you're looking at, when do they become a starter by round? First round, generally speaking, they become a day one starter, right?
Perhaps.
Second and third round, you expect them, especially second round, you expect them to become a starter at some point. So there you go. You got Lassiter and you got Fisher in the second round. You expect them both to be starters. Just a matter of when is the only thing.
About Tunsil.
What about
He's not
Tunsil?
impacted by this, right? He's fine?
No, he's fine.
Maybe he could take a couple more games off just to kind of chill a little bit.
Maybe that's why they got. Why they got
a couple more off days.
Nick brought up that the tackles left, which was interesting. You're talking about depth and you're talking about succession plans and stuff. I just wonder what I would love. Not the Chris Ballard fake behind the scenes where it's all scripted and he's just doing it to get like a viral clip. He's basically the RG3 of
he's good,
uncensored draft.
He might a little extra on it, but he's good.
Yeah, he's the king of the trying to go viral with the behind the scenes video. I would love to hear what the conversation, like of all the conversations that the Texans could have had, like if we could have heard it, there would be 2 conversations that I would really want to hear. Number one, the cornerbacks, where they're sitting there and they're talking about cornerbacks, talking about Lassiter versus Kool-Aid McKinstry versus DeJean, hearing what they had to say about the cornerbacks.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the number one conversation.
Yes,
that I would love to. I would love to be on a fly on a wall for. Like, where did they stack Lassiter up against Kool-Aid and DeJean? Where are we at there?
Yeah,
that would be conversation 1. Conversation 2 would be how far did the discussion go when it came to Blake Fisher at tackle? Like, but not behind the scenes, not this Nick Caserio going up there and saying Titus is one of the best tackles in the league crap. But did they at any point say, okay, this guy might be a better player than Titus Howard now? Did they say, okay, we need this guy to develop into a starter in 2 years, and he's already better than Charlie Heck, so he can be the swing tackle in the short term? I'm sure that they brought up the injuries and stuff, but I would love to just be behind the scenes and hear what they actually had to say about those 2 guys and what those discussions were like.
Yeah, the first one, there's a card, there's an email, there's a website, there's a spreadsheet somewhere that has their final rankings of cornerbacks. Somewhere. Now, where was Lassiter on that ranking, on that spreadsheet? Was he ahead of would they have drafted him anyway? I don't think so personally, but I think.
Boy, I tell you what, though.
It's there. No, there is.
If they would have taken him over Kool-Aid, then they should be very. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's fan reaction.
Glad that he was taken.
Well, I mean, I think there would be some upset fans if they passed on Kool-Aid for Lassiter. But I just would love to hear how they had that and what they truly think of Blake Fisher. Because you can convince me that once you start paying C.J. Stroud, not having to draft a tackle and having a guy that you can start at either the left or right side, you can convince me that's great value.
Mm-hmm.
And it's necessary, too, because we see teams all the time having to make tough decisions where they say goodbye to offensive linemen. Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, like they get to that point.
So if you proactively avoided that and your tackles are as good as you thought, that's good. Now, if he beats out Titus Howard, I guess that's good-ish because you got a better player than him, but you're still going to kind of be handcuffed with Titus in the next 2 years. I just wonder what they really think about it. John Harris seems to think that, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I did text him, but and he also said it on the air. He seems to think that Fisher might perhaps be the best right tackle on the team.
There's no way in hell they're going to allow him to beat him out.
You don't think so?
No. No chance.
See, I think D'Amico might have a say in this. Nick doesn't want him to beat him out.
18.
Nick doesn't want to beat him out.
$18 million.
I know, but I think D'Amico might have a say in this. I really do.
He better, boy. I mean, if Titus Howard is making $18 million and is the swing tackle, no, Jack, no chance. Because we know he ain't
What about
going
moving back to guard?
No.
What about moving back to guard?
Why not center? Right
Well,
there.
not center.
Let's see if a tight end. I think he played that in high school. Let's go back.
Running back?
Let's go back to for the life of me. Like to the point you all were making, I heard it earlier. You just said it just now. Man, if he's one of the best tackles in football, and honestly, especially if you take it down to right tackle, the times that he has played right tackle, like as an ascending player, I could see how you could say, yeah, I really like what he does over there. For the life of me, I can't believe you moved that guy to guard.
Yeah. Well,
my whole thing, the whole time it happened.
How'd you feel about the tackle, Clint?
I hated it.
Oh, I can't wait.
I thought it was a wasted pick.
Yeah,
hated it.
I tried, but now Ron tried to warn you.
Well, I mean, yeah, Ron tried to stir the pot on the receivers too, but they didn't touch one of them.
They didn't touch one of them. I told you to be wary of the offensive linemen.
Here's the deal. I mean, the kid may be great, and it may end up working out for the Texans. I just don't think the Texans are in a place right now to use premium draft picks on guys that may contribute in a couple years. If this kid's better than Titus Howard, then one, is a good pick, but two, we really got to talk about Titus Howard getting that payday.
Yeah.
We really got to talk about the comments of the general manager talking about him. He is one of the best right tackles in the game. Play him at right tackle, and here we are having a conversation about a second draft pick, and that ain't never pitched a drop. That was the second best tackle at Notre Dame, by the way. That ain't never pitched a drop in the league is better than him.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live.
Damn it, Landry got my blood. He got my blood boiling. We ain't been in the same room yet for a minute. Damn it.
That's all right,
Landry
baby.
Lopez, boy.
Come out the gates firing.
Yeah, I mean, I just hate it. I hate the pick. I hate the pick. Lopez, you like it?
I wasn't a huge fan.
Fired.
It surprised me.
I don't like it. I didn't like it.
Didn't surprise me at all. Didn't surprise me at all. All right, you hear Clint. You hear Tyler in the building. I'm trying to feel my inner Tyler if you're on YouTube and Twitch. I went backwards hat today. You know, as somebody in their 30s, I wanted to make sure I feel that, you know.
I get you're only in your 30s for how much longer?
Couple more days, man.
Is that why you're doing it? It looks good. I like it.
You're inside a week.
Oh, man.
I just I like it, man.
What are you doing, man?
I like it.
Inside a week.
I'm just saying, people in their we're in our 30s. Me and Tyler in our 30s. We can pull backwards hat, and I'm just.
But in a few days, I'm going to be the only one on the Drive in his 30s.
Got a good show planned.
Hey, man, 40. Hey, look here, man. You ain't never going to feel better when you hit 40. You're going to wake up when you're 40, you're going to be like, damn. I've been thinking about this.
I just don't believe that.
Oh,
No,
man.
I don't believe that at all.
I firmly believe
I believe that's what you say when
I
you're
think.
40.
Do you feel a lot better at 39 than you did 36?
My 30s. Yes. Feel great.
4 years different. We're going to be about a 6 difference here. You
No,
gonna feel
man, I'm
better?
having a good time. Yeah, good to be in the 30s. Still in the 30s.
I mean, by the time Tyler gets up near 40, he's going to be the oldest one of the group. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
Clearly.
Tyler just smirked and turned his head.
You're in Tyler. But you're in Friday. Like, you know, we've been running at this pretty hard. And Tyler seemed to be floored when I said I was turning 40.
No, I really was.
I forgot about it, too. I didn't realize you were that close either. I thought you had a ways to go, too.
I don't know why. I thought you were
Hold on,
36, 37.
Neither one of you thought I was 36. Shut up, Tyler.
I'm being dead serious. I did not know you were 39.
Listen, don't try to
Being dead serious.
smack my little butt. to make me feel good.
Let me rephrase that, your big ass.
Don't try to
You got a little butt with a long crack.
smack my long butt, trying to make me feel good. No, you.
Oh, I'm dead
36.
serious.
You know, I think I was 36 years old. How old are you, Tyler?
I'm 33.
You thought I was 3 years older than you?
I didn't know which. I thought you were in your
Man,
late
you look
30s,
young.
but not coming up on 40.
You're looking good, man. I don't know what you're doing with that hairline, but I'm telling you.
There are listeners who knew I was coming in 40. Stop this.
When did
How
we go? When did we? I thought you were 38. When did we go?
You thought I was 38?
Yeah, I thought you had a couple more before you got to. When did we go to Cinco de Mayo over there on the? When did we do that?
Last year at 39.
I didn't realize that was you turning 39. I thought it was
I guess
38.
I didn't either. I was there.
I thought it was 38, man.
We went and watched
I'm
those
happy for
horses
you.
dance and stuff.
I'm happy that I was wrong and you're at 40. You're gonna love it. How old's Courtney, by the way?
38.
38.
38 family greats. She's
Hey,
one
man.
behind me.
You gonna be 40, bro? You gonna? Hey, man.
I'm good, man. No, we don't have to talk about that. I'm 39. I'm in my 30s, baby. In my 30s, feeling good. But I thought the Texans might slide themselves in their 30s, in the draft selection, but they stayed in the 40s, trying to get in the. So they might jump up a little bit to try to get somebody they want. I just want to get this from you all of you, Tyler, Clinton. People a part of the Drive family on YouTube and Twitch. Those of you on the text line, 713-572-4610. Real talk. What was your reaction? I'm going to assume that you knew prior to the name being called, but what was your reaction looking at the draft at the time when they said it was going to be Kamari Lassiter, the cornerback out of Georgia? He was going to be the 42nd pick where they were staying. What was your honest reaction? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Were you excited right off? Like, were you excited about this? Or did you kind of have to talk yourself into excitement? What was your reaction to the Kamari Lassiter selection at 42?
I had to talk myself into this one, Ron.
Did you?
I had to talk myself into this one. I thought this thing could not have set up – the first round could not have set up any better for the Houston Texans. And when the second round started – it was all about, getting some picks out of the way, and hoping that some guys slid down the draft board and get within 3 or 4 or 5 picks of the Texans picking at 42. And what does that look like? And what does Riverboat Nick and D'Amico Ryans, what do they do at that point in time? And I'm telling you, man, for me personally, the second round could not have played out any better than the way it did. It could not have played out any better than the way that it did. It got to pick number 38, and the Titans go, big boy Sweat out of Texas. I'm like, okay, great player. Probably not, although I'm not convinced it's not, probably not a fit for D'Amico Ryans' defense with that 350-pound body.
I thought he went a little early, too. But
right. Then all of a sudden, I'm looking at the board, and I'm thinking, big Brandon Fisk is still on the board out of Florida State. And I thought he was going to last. I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't realize that the Rams were going to jump. The Rams jumped up there and took Jared Verse.
Well, it started to be a run on those D tackles.
Yes. It went Sweat. It went Brandon Fisk. I'm still thinking, you still got Cooper DeJean. You still got Kool-Aid on the board. This is nice. We're going to move. What are we going to do? And then both of those come off the board. Boom. The Eagles take the second corner of the day. The Saints take Kool-Aid.
The Eagles and Saints both trade up above the Texans.
Because they knew what was coming.
To get them. Yeah.
And I'm sitting there at that point, and I'm like, I ain't going to lie to you. I'm scrambling thinking, okay, well, who's left on the board? What in the hell's going on here? And we get Kamari Lassiter. Had to do a little scrambling. I like the pick.
I know you definitely like the position.
I like the position, and I know Nick gets a lot of flack for the position flex, the flexibility, the being able to play multiple positions. But I do think in terms of a guy finding a place on the field to help this particular football team in 2024 take the next step, I think I like Cooper DeJean for that spot and the ability to play multiple positions in the secondary, really every position in the secondary. Kwame Lassiter is one of those hybrid type corners that can play inside or out, plays with great instincts and plays probably above his tangible skill set, plays at or above his ceiling. I always say that. I think that's a huge plus. came out of a program that develops the hell out of players for the prepares players for the league in Georgia.
Yep.
With Kirby Smart. So I like the guy they ended up getting, but I'd be like, your question about how'd you feel in the moment? I got real excited with 4 picks to go, thinking that they could get one of those guys.
Yeah, you saw it setting up, and the thought is, like, even around like 35, maybe 34, wherever it was, Newton was still on the board.
Yep.
Right, like all of those. Dijine was still on the board. Like you said, Kool-Aid was still on the board. Like the thought was, boy, these positions that we need, are there.
Yeah.
If you're
positions that you need, guys we've talked about, guys we've studied, guys that I really, really liked. And again, for me, I made a huge jump from pre-draft conversations. I was like, look, in the second round, you're not going to get somebody that's going to jump off the field for you week 1 in 2024. It's about role players. And I think that's who Kamari Lassiter ends up. I think that's who the Texans ended up getting. But I felt like at that point in the draft, they could have moved one or two picks and got guys that would have jumped off the screen, very well could have jumped off the screen or the field, if you will, for the 2024 Texans. And so I felt like it was a missed opportunity. I felt like the wind was kind of yanked out of my sails at that point in time when Kwame Lassiter was the next up on the board.
Kamari, we're going to do that a lot.
What'd I say, Kwame?
Kwame, who played in the league. Yeah, he played for the Saints. I think he went to Vandy.
I think I played against him in college.
He's got kids, and he's got one that the Colts just picked up as a free agent. But this ain't his kid.
This ain't his kid.
This is a different Lassiter.
Yeah, when I saw Kamari get taken, when Caserio made that move, I was good with it ultimately because the first thing I was happy to see was that this was a pick on the defensive side of the ball. That's where I wanted the Texans to go with whatever their first pick, wherever that landed. But he wasn't. I mean, Kamari definitely wasn't one of the names I was as familiar with as like a Kool-Aid or one of these guys we had seen taken off the board. So once I dove into, trying to find out more about him, looking at, stuff on YouTube with the kid and everything, I was very good with the pick. Underwhelmed, but good.
From the text line, I think they wanted Cooper DeJean. My reaction was, who? I said, who to the Lassiter pick? My reaction was, and I think maybe you're in this camp too, Tyler, I have full trust in Miko and Nick. I'll make sure I can say that. All right. I knew during free agency and was proven wrong. We got our exciting picks last year. This was about building a successful team, judgment reserved now. It is hard to think, and clearly, Clint, Tyler, they did it this way. But when you look at a lot of what people and how people had it rated, it's interesting that it seems like the Texans, just by what they did and allowed, that they had the Cooper DeJeans, the Kamari Lassiters, the Kool-Aid McKinstry. They had them all in the same, obviously in the same level, obviously in the same type of grade, that same area, which I think most people did. Like, I never heard Lassiter really being talked about as a first rounder. DeJean, Kool-Aid, we heard and saw them in a lot of first-round mocks, and that were two of the people we were talking about coming into Friday thinking, good God, they're still on the board. We thought they'd be in the 20s, that they'd be gone. So it's interesting because we know you call him Riverboat Nick. We know Nick ain't afraid. And if Nick had those guys separated enough, I think Nick would have prevented the Saints and would have prevented the Eagles from jumping above him to go get one of those guys. So clearly they have those guys rated in the same area. I'm a bit surprised of that because I thought most people had those two players separated from Kwame Lassiter. Damn it, I just did it. Damn it. Kamari Lassiter. Well, when you just get going and you don't think about it, it's just going to be Kwame.
I never knew I was so fond of Kwame.
I didn't either.
Old Vanderbilt
You
Commodore.
see Lassiter, it's just Kwame. Yeah. But no, that's the thing for me is I saw those two on the board, and I'm thinking, all right, they're going to get one of them. And then, bam, I mean, they're jumping up. I'm listening to John Harris and the crew on my way home. And then, dang, I could hear them. Dang, they're coming up. You know who they're going to get? They're getting Kool-Aid. They're getting Kool-Aid. So that was a surprise for me, Clint, is that it went that way. That they went in that form, because I feel like those two were ahead of Kwame.
Well, the two guys the four guys that got drafted before Kamari Lassiter are guys that, again, to me would have made an instant impact on his team.
Yep.
And would have been more guys. And look, maybe Lassiter ends up being that guy. I just don't see it. I didn't see it before. I don't see it now. And I feel like I don't know if I agree that they had them graded as much as I think it takes two to tango. And when the other teams started jumping ahead of you, I wonder how much in play they were, how much they expected that at that point in time. Are you jumping to try to make a trade there? Are you even interested at that point in time? So, needless to say, I know me personally, the way I wanted it to unfold was right there in the reach of the Texans, and they didn't do nothing. The draft, I'm not talking about the Texans, the draft just teased the hell out of me the way it unfolded. But we'll see. Well, I mean, we'll see. Clearly, I mean, you're talking about a second-round graded corner that comes with some high praise from everybody that's met him, from his college coach Kirby Smart to Nick and D'Amico now. He seems to be a guy that they have zero doubt about helping this football team take the next step.
But wouldn't you say, though, clearly, if they wanted to go up and get any of those guys that we're talking about, with having 2 2s this year, a third, 2 4s, which they eventually moved up in the third round to get the safety, but 2 4s, 2 2s next year, or another 2 next year. Like that, they could have gone up and made that happen.
Yeah, maybe.
They clearly, I think,
I just don't know.
The same level.
I don't know. I know the Saints and the Eagles were the two teams that traded up to get spots ahead of them. I just don't know. I don't have the draft order right in front of me to know how far they jumped, and so what the compensation was to the teams that were drafting ahead of the Texans. I don't know what that looked like. And maybe the Texans weren't willing to give that up to get there. I don't know. I don't know exactly how that unfolded, but I know it teased the hell out of me. I know that much. I know I was getting real excited about it. Hell, I mean, I'm sitting there going, hell, it can be 1 or 2 or 3 guys now. Let's watch this thing unfold.
Yeah.
Who?
So what's the expectation for Kamari Lassiter? I mean, this is a 2nd-round pick. I'm gonna tell you right now, my expectation of Kool-Aid, and to that even Cooper, with those guys, if they would have gotten one of them, and I just say it out loud, all right, these guys were brought in, many thought would be first-rounders, and they are battling 2 failed former top 10 picks that are now on their third teams. My expectation for Kool-Aid, for damn sure, and Cooper, would be that they win that battle. That they win that battle over C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah. That would have been my expectation. My expectation for Kamari Lassiter doesn't feel the same. I don't know that I expect him to compete a lot. I don't know that I expect him, like I would a Kool-Aid, to jump right in. That's what I'm saying. I wonder what the expectation is. Well, 2nd-round pick in a position where you had young journeymen.
Sure.
Like it's a
I'm going to take a different approach to this. To me, this play was for nickel defender. We've all made jokes about Tavares. Tavierre Thomas. We all made jokes about him last year, but I'm dead ass serious. He should have never. I don't know how he survived as many games as he did at nickel.
I just don't know how many jokes they were.
Well, that had to good point. That had to handcuff D'Amico multiple times in games for hell almost 2 months, if not more. So you end up bringing Des King back. I like Des King. I really like Des King when you butt him up against Tavierre Thomas and what the nickel defender looked like, that position room looked like with the Texans last year. Kwame Lassiter to me.
Kamari.
Gosh dang it. Kamari.
We got to start introducing shots.
It's unbelievable. It just rolls off, man.
We've done it 5 times.
Holy hell.
We have got to start introducing some sort of a punishment here with this. Because
Let's start hammering y'all with a buzzer when you do it.
It won't happen again.
Yes,
from
it will.
from this side, it
Okay,
won't.
I'm
From-
not.
from
I'm not
this side,
sitting
it
there and
won't.
promise that.
But this has got to be a nickel defender play to me.
You think so?
Yeah, it's. And look, I'll
With
be honest
Des
with
King
you.
in the fold?
Yes, yeah. I think it's like, so. To answer your question, I feel like, I mean, Nick is on record, and maybe even D'Amico too. I'm not sure which one, but I know I've heard one of them talk about his position flex, his ability to play multiple positions inside and out. I got to believe if you've got two former top 10 picks at one corner opposite Derek Stingley, and you got Des King with really nothing behind him at the nickel defender position, I got to believe that Kwame Lassiter is at the very least depth for Des King. And if we're talking about expectations, I expect him, if that is where they play him, I expect him to push the hell out of Des King. Because I like Des King, but Des King is not good enough for me, in my opinion, where a second-round pick that's, 21, 22 years old shouldn't come into the fold and push him for his damn job immediately.
In a minute, but if you're saying that about Des King, you got to be saying that about C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah. But it seems like you don't get the feel that Kamari is much of an outside corner.
If I'm looking to me, if I'm Nick and D'Amico, which clearly I'm not, and I'm looking for an outside corner, I'm doing everything I can at the very least in that moment to go get Kool-Aid McKinstry. He's an outside corner, right? I mean, at least I think he is at this level. Instead, they wait and they end up with a guy that they themselves say, the ability to play multiple positions, the speed thing's not a real big deal. Well, it's not a big deal if you're going to be protected with safeties over the top all the time. It's not a big deal if you're not going to be put on an island with a corner, right? So, I don't know. It seems to me, Ron, like hearing what they're saying, knowing kind of what the kid did in college for what that's worth, and then looking at this roster makeup, it just makes sense that they looked at their depth chart right now and said, we got to find some help at the nickel defender position.
All right, we're going to be wall to wall, keeping you and giving you our thoughts on this draft. But we want to duck in here. The Astros made a roster move, but that's just one. There's another roster move that they need to go ahead and make. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The pick is in.
With the 59th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Blake Fisher.
Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm personally going to hold my feet to the fire. If I say Kamari's name in the form of Kwame again, every time I say it, I'm just going to smack the hell out of myself.
That's harsh.
Every time.
That's what a leader does.
I'm going to smack the hell out of myself every time. Every time I mess it up.
I can't wait.
It hurt. I'm going to lie to you. That stung a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it did.
Just let the glasses a little bit, but I'm going to hold my feet to the fire. All right?
I, however, am not. Just to be clear.
You just got to keep on
Don't
going?
you even think about reaching over here with one of them backhands.
No, my arms ain't that long. All right. Listen, we'll get to the draft because there's a lot to unpack there. But the Astros do make a move here, fellas. And after that 2-game sweep, which was needed in Mexico City, they have called up their prospect, Joey Luperfido. They called him up. He leads the minors in homers. Does strike out a little bit. He leads the minors in homers. He has been over there, getting some reps at first base. He's an outfielder, but he's been getting some reps at first base. I know we heard from Joe Espada and coaches saying that it looked like Joey was picking it up better, was playing better over there. So he is going to be up with the team tomorrow. So that's one move, right? And what's the move? Have they made the move, Tyler, that will get him on the roster? I think they got to make another move, don't they?
Yeah, they did make a move, and they sent Cabbage down to Sugarland, but the corresponding move for this one is not going to come until tomorrow, so we do not know as of right now.
Guys, it's time.
Absolutely, it's time. The guy deserves it, and the guys up on this big league level, they're not doing anything to keep it from happening.
No. Yeah, it's time for that, but really, it's time. I think they've got to go ahead and just cut ties with Jose Abreu at this point. And listen, and when I say cut ties, I don't mean he needs to go on the 15-day IL. Clint, I know you talked about a 2-week break. It's over. You know it. I know it. I think he knows it. And I know he had 2 hits the other day. But it's over. You're calling kids up. You're giving, which is an everyday position, to somebody who is making $20 million. He is on the bench as much as he is starting for John Singleton. And now they're calling guys up. And I remember we had Tony on, Clint. He said sometimes it's the pride that gets in the way for teams to admit that they're wrong. Listen, I mean, this isn't helping you with him being up there to begin with, right? Like we saw last year, it came about. We're looking at it this year. This is completely different, Clint. And I just think you got to rip the Band-Aid off. I know you're paying him money, but you're not getting anything out of him anyway. And to think that this thing is going to get better the rest of this year and next year, I think you're just hurting your team when you play him.
Well, you're definitely hurting the team. I mean, hell, it's at the end of the day, I mean, you've got to get some level of production out of your first baseman. You got to get some level of production out of a guy that's making $20 million. You got to, and now that that's not happening, you've got to hope that whatever call up you have can work. You got to hope that John Singleton plays better and swings it better. You've got to hope that Joey Loperfido is a guy that can come up, and if first base is what you're moving him up for, because it very well could be center field as well, but if first base is what you're moving him up for, then you got to hope that he swings it better. I mean, this is one of those deals where there's no getting that money back, obviously, and you've got to find a way to make it all make sense. But I've seen enough as well.
Like enough. Like there's like I I don't think we're going to have a resurgence like he had last year. I don't think you can even seriously give him the play or the time right now to do it. Even with this 2-game winning streak, you're still 10 games under 500. You got to roll, and like you just can't afford it. Like you just can't do it. And clearly you could see it, Clint. It's not getting better.
It's broken. And look, I was at a spot where I'm cool with John Singleton getting a ton of run. And as soon as I say that, hell, they ended up starting Abreu. So I'm with you. I think it's broken. I think it's time to make a move. I think the saving grace here for all of us Astros fans is that Dana Brown didn't make this decision. The decision to bring Abreu on.
Oh, it was made before him.
This is a Crane Bagwell decision, and the general manager right now, who appears to have no problem voicing his opinion, stepping on toes, sticking his chest out and making moves. He doesn't seem to have any problem doing that. This was not a Dana Brown move, but it has to be a Dana Brown fix.
Yeah, and
the fix is on his watch. The move was not. And so I think as fans, that's our only saving grace is we don't have a general manager that's sitting there like Bagwell is talking about, it'll come around. We're going to get an hour in the cages on off day. It's going to come around.
Come on.
The saving grace is Dana Brown is in a position where it's his job to fix a problem that somebody else created.
Because Clint and Tyler, if he's there, you almost feel like you got to play him. And so, like, if he's there.
It doesn't make sense for him to be there if you don't.
Right? Yeah. Because you don't want him to come off the bench. What is his reasoning there? You have now, this to me, and unless Joey's just going to play center field or something like that, which I don't think, you've brought now another fix to try to get something out of first base while he's still there. And that, to me, the move, and I think it will go a long way towards Astros fans. I think it will go a long way even I think everybody loves him in the clubhouse, but I also think they understand, like we ain't serious. The more this is going on, there's issues in the field. There's issues at the plate. You got your $20 million first baseman batting eighth when he does play. I think the move that needs to be made to make room for him needs to be Jose Abreu. Thank you for your time here. You helped us get to an ALCS. You were great in the postseason, but we got to move.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. We can talk it in circles. We can talk it all day long. It's your original point at 2:28 whenever we start. It's time.
It's time.
It's time. And look. Like quite
Jeff
frankly, I think
Jeff could stand out there, and you could stand out there with him for 5 hours.
Yeah,
it's not going to matter.
Look, I think there's a lot of people that again, if you didn't have an answer, like if John Singleton was your only answer, then I could see you keeping him around and playing some back and forth at first base the way you've done center field for some reason for the last 3 years. That's whatever. But the fact that you got Fido, and now you're making the move of moving him up. And he can play some first base, and he is hotter than. By the way, he leads Major League Baseball and Minor League Baseball with 13 home runs. That leads all of them. And this kid's swinging a hot bat with some power.
That you should let him play every day.
I think there's enough people, because of what Abreu's been doing, there's enough fans now that know about him, that care about him, that are saying, hey, you got an answer right there. You got an answer right down the street. Let's see what happens.
At least somebody to try to see if it's an edge. All right, we talked about the first pick with Kamari Lassiter. What do you think about the draft overall? What's your feelings of the draft overall as they made multiple picks, second round, 2 second-rounders, moved up to get a third-round pick? What's your thoughts overall with the draft? We'll discuss that next on the drive.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
The draft is done, and it's time for the Texans to get back on the field. Can you tell Coach D'Amico's ready to go?
We got the guys we got, and we're moving forward. Now we can get on the field, get outside. That's what I'm excited about, getting outside, right, getting some.
Pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
With the 42nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter, defensive back, Georgia.
All right, that is how it got started right there. Kwame.
Line it up.
Kamari Lassiter, he is the first selection for the Houston Texans. And then from there, they go in the second round, which I thought there was a possibility that they could go for a future pick here, get a player of need with one of the second-round picks, and then potentially a future one. They do draft the offensive tackle Blake Fisher from Notre Dame, and then they trade up to get Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC. They come up and get rid of one of those fourth-round picks to the Eagles to get up almost 10 spots to get him. Kate Stover, the tight end, out of Ohio State, former teammate of C.J. Stroud. They pick up in the fourth round, and then the sixth round they get a couple of running backs, a defensive tackle in the seventh round from Auburn, and then a guard with their final pick in the seventh round out of Michigan. So 713-572-4610, you can jump in with this, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Your overall feeling as this draft unfolded for the Texans.
It's easy for me. I'm back where I initially was in thinking, hey, you've got a couple of twos, a three, a couple of fours. Like, this draft is not necessarily the deepest draft. The Texans are probably going to get guys that are more like rotational players or developmental players. And that's where I was initially. I let the first round, the way it unfolded, I let that get me a little bit excited, get me good and turned on. And then I let the way that the second round started get me good and horny. And then, boom, here we are. I'm right back where I started. I think you got Kamari Lassiter as a guy that could play multiple positions inside and out from a coverage perspective. I do believe there is a way he gets on the field early and often. in a couple of different rotational spots, whether it be corner or nickel defender. Blake Fisher, completely developmental player, nowhere near on the same level as either one of the guys that you have right now at the tackle position. I think he's more of a guy that's on the level of what's my man that's been a swing tackle for the last couple of years, was injured half of last year, Charlie Heck. I would expect a Blake Fisher to beat out Charlie Heck as that swing tackle. Maybe be involved in some of the heavy formations, be on all the special teams. Kalen Bullock, again, look, I know right now, coming off a bad year for Jalen Petrie and an injured year for Jimmy Ward, the safety position is one that's kind of that is, in some people's eyes, maybe suspect. I think those two guys are your starters no matter what. I think Bullock could potentially contribute. Obviously, we went through about 6 safeties last year. Yeah. Kalen Bullock is a guy that could get into the rotation. Cade Stover in the 4th round, the tight end out of Ohio State. He's a guy to me, Ron, again, that has some very similar assets, if you will, to Dalton Schultz, the tight end that you currently have, with a higher side of at least being a more physical, will stick his face in there, at least wants to fight, wants, and I'm not knocking Dalton Schultz, by the way. His forte is catching a football and being a secondary blocker at that point in time. Cade Stover could potentially bring what Dalton brings to the table from a pass game perspective, and he might develop, because he's only been playing tight end for 2 years, he might develop into a better blocking tight end as well. And I think once you get into that, they didn't have a 5th-round pick, you get into this couple of 6th-round picks, several 7th-round picks, you get a bunch of guys, Ron, and I think all of these, with the exception of Blake Fisher, the tackle, fall in this category. I heard Nick Caserio, I believe it was either right before the draft or after round 1, talking about the change in the kickoff team and the kickoff return. And special teams have always been important. They've always put an emphasis on it. Nick has always put an emphasis on it. But that change in the kickoff and kickoff return is I think probably going to drive some of these depth players. You got to be able to run, and you got to be a physical tackler now. It's going to be a little bit different in terms of how you handle a kick return. And the guys returning the kick, I think it's going to favor more of possibly your Dameon Pierce running back type guys than maybe your thin-framed, speedy wide receivers. So I think these 6th and 7th round picks are, for the majority, are guys that can run, guys that love contact, guys that can tackle. And they see helping them there. But your 2-2s, your 3, and your 4 pick, Ron, are all guys that I think are more, if we see them, it's going to be in rotational. It's going to be in more, I'm talking about see them on offense or defense. It's going to be more in a rotational role early on, and hopefully one of them can develop into something by the end of the year that actually helps the team win ball games.
Yeah, coming through from some on the text line. Lassiter, I believe, had the fastest cone shuttle in the entire draft, reported by coaches and analysts. Bullocks is the best 4th rated in the draft. Fisher is a perfect swing tackle. Stover will match CJ short passes in a very exciting way. Some of the people here on the text line who expressed how they feel about this draft. I just look at this, and to me, this is I think the way that you feel about this draft is, I think, really pushed in how much you just full out trust Nick and D'Amico in what they see and how they evaluate.
Sure.
Because there's not, I mean, if I'm just being honest, and some they call it a hater or whatever, but there's like really no one on the thing that jumps off the page where you're like, damn, okay. Like, I don't really care who the person is who selected this guy. That one, you jump up to go get Will Anderson. That one's not hard. Hell, even last year, Tank Dell. A lot of people, especially around here, saw a lot of Tank and thought, ooh, yes, that's just. There's just not one that jumps off the page that said this. So all of it is your trust in Nick and D'Amico, which is very fair if it's high. I think that's where you were, Tyler, right? Most of this is coming off of your trust of what Nick and D'Amico can do here.
Yeah. Ultimately felt very underwhelmed whenever this was all said and done with this draft class the Houston Texans got. But I'm finding myself in this space where I'm leaning on the trust and what I've seen from Nick Caserio, especially here recently. I mean, the dude's been on a heater. So I gotta not be. I can't let the underwhelmed feeling overtake my overall evaluation of this draft class. If that makes sense.
Well, Tyler, that's becoming like, I think your timing's perfect in terms of your trust. Like somebody saying that last year, like, oh, I'm just going to blindly trust these guys,
right?
Before anything ever happens.
It's much better now. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you've got a year experience in watching them draft and develop players and bring them along on time, and the offense or the defense putting those guys in position to hide their warts, if you will, and play towards their strengths.
2 rookies of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, the best example of what you're talking about of guys like Juice Scruggs last year was a guy that when he's drafted, you're like, got it. See, I understand it. That guy's going to play immediately. But the overall point is, like, they've built this roster strong enough to where, hell, I hope we don't look at every draft and we can't see 5 guys in that's like, yep, that guy's going to be this position, or that guy's going to help tremendously. I just don't. I think that's going to become few and far between. Maybe not like with next year's first round pick, but it's going to become few and far between of times when, boy, the whole damn board, we're sitting around going, yeah, man, hell, we can see where 75% of them draft picks are going to play next year, right? Like I'm saying, like you said, Will, CJ, Juice, Tank. I mean, every one of those guys, when they were drafted last year, yep, they're going to help. Yep, that guy's going to start. Yep, Tank's going to lead the team. You know, I mean, that's where we were at.
But those would have been guys you would have been jumping up and down to take anyway, right? There's certain guys before a draft that you can talk about that you've seen play. Like, right, and it's not even just at the top. Like, we've talked about, Ananias Smith, boy, with the right situation, he would be, you know what I'm talking about? I'm not even talking about guys at the top. I'm just simply saying, maybe it's just us. We didn't bring up any of these names.
Mm-mm.
I'm just saying that in terms of the basis of your feeling on this has to be surrounded around your trust factor and how high ever your trust factor is with Nick and D'Amico. Because, I mean, nobody was texting in, hey, man, boy, wait till you see Solomon Boyd. I mean, this cat here, he's got a chance later on, maybe in the 4th round. Maybe if you see Jamal Hill, this running back out of Oregon, right? Like, Cade Stover to me is the one that's most intriguing to me. Saw him some at Ohio State. He's physical, former defensive end player that, could be physical at the point of attack. But just like these guys, or like if it were Kool-Aid up there at the top, you were talking about Kool-Aid.
Sure, yeah, yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
If it were Cooper, White Cooper, we were talking about him. Like, there were certain players that you were this rolls off your trust. And if you have full trust in Nick and D'Amico, it's completely understood. I understand it. Now you don't have to. Now, I think there are some who are, like my man Jeff said, meh. Jesse, said, meh. I could see that. I could see, like, damn. Well, I hope they got it. I hope they're right here. But no,
Well, I mean, Ron, this is why I personally, just as a fan, like, I didn't like them trading out of the first round. I didn't like them not making that jump from 42 to 40 so that they could get Cooper DeJean or Kool-Aid or Brandon Fisk or one of those guys. Like, I don't like that as as a fan. Strictly because I agree to your point. I mean, there's nothing with any of these guys that screams they're going to go push a starter for their job. Now, Kamari Lassiter better, especially if it's inside and it's Des King. But
like last year, there were about, even if you don't count CJ, Will, Tank, those were guys that before the draft, those were names that were being thrown out.
Absolutely.
That you were excited about. And some of the others, you're like, all right, I'm going to trust Nick on this one.
Right.
We'll trust Nick on this one. All right. Coming up, Big 3 at 3. We'll continue with the thoughts on the draft. What was the biggest moment in the draft for the Texans? What was the biggest moment for you on over the draft weekend. Also, we'll dive into this weekend series for the Astros. What does it mean? They sweep through the Rockies to win 2 in a row to feel better in Mexico City. What does it mean? All of that coming up and more right here live on The Drive.
The Drive is live.
It wouldn't be a Nick Caserio draft without a trade. The Texans sent the 86th pick and a 4th rounder to the Eagles for even more depth in the Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
With the 59th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Blake Fisher, tackle, Notre Dame.
I had nothing to do with this one, Clint. That was all Tyler. That's all Tyler. Tyler, why you
What's
do
that?
to Clint?
What's that?
What?
You know,
it's a 59th pick overall, man. Second pick the Texans took this year.
Clint despises this pick.
Hate it.
I really didn't do that to take a shot at you, bro. I want our people to know, get up to date on the new Texans.
This is the one that digs up his
crawl.
Thanks. All right, we'll get to guys that maybe your favorite picks, but this is clearly one that you didn't like. When you saw this is the direction they went at 59, a premium pick with the tackle. Your thoughts. I remember what you texted me, but your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's a terrible pick. I mean, it's not about the kid. No, yeah, it's not about the kid. I mean, I'm sure the kid may be great, and it may end up working out in 2 or 3 years. I mean, you've literally got two of the highest paid tackles in the game right now, and you've got them under control for multiple years. But I guess if you wanted to get out for some reason in 2, you could. But I don't feel like the Texans are a team from a rock. I think they've done a hell of a job now. Don't get me wrong. I just don't feel like they're a team that the two most premium picks you have in a draft this year are picks that are used on guys that, best case scenario, you make a run and everybody stays healthy. I think drafting guys that never touch the field for you are ultimately bad picks for me. Premium picks. Like, I just don't think the Texans are in a spot right now from a roster standpoint to look at their corner position, their safety position, their D-line position, their edge rusher position, their linebacker position, the tight end position, which they addressed, the running back position, the left guard position. You can argue even the center position, so let's just say interior line. Like, all of those places I could see where you need premium picks. Let's draft guys that can help you in those positions, not guys that, again, cross your fingers, things go according to plan, never touch the field, never help you win a ball game in 2024. I don't know. There's some teams, the Ravens, the Chiefs, maybe the Eagles, there's a couple of the San Francisco 49ers, maybe some of those teams are in a spot where it's, hey, man, all we need is corner help. So once we get this guy, we're going to move on, and we're just going to start drafting depth and safety nets. Cool. I just don't think the Texans are there. I don't like this pick at all.
Yeah, I think this is just one where we kind of see it differently. I think because of what they have, multiple second-round picks, and at the time a third and multiple fours, they could afford to have a future pick, a pick for somebody that is going to be. I think in a year he is going to probably be the right tackle for this team, and a future pick. So I could get that. Now I know it does suck right now because he's probably the hope, the plan, if everything goes well, is that he really never sees the field unless he's been able to make field goal team or something like that. That's what the hope is. But I could get that and understand that. But boy, as soon as I heard that name, I said, "Oh boy, Clay gonna be smoking hot about this."
Yeah, that's a tough one for me. I mean, you're like
second best. He's not even the best tackle for Notre Dame.
I mean, for you to move on from Laramie or Titus in the next year, they're gonna have to play terrible.
Or it could be a tough decision in which
or a guy's going to have to practice really, really well to convince you he's better than those two guys. But hey, look, Titus has been injury prone. I mean, you can argue he's been injury prone, has a hard time staying healthy. If something happens again, you got an out after one more year. You can move on from him. If this guy's worth the flip, then maybe that's the thinking there. But I still don't like it. I would have
felt better if it was a third.
I would have felt better if you'd have used it to move up and draft somebody that is a plug-and-play starter. I mean, I would have preferred you draft a running back that can do some different things than the guys than Dameon Pierce and Dameon Pierce ain't even in the conversation, being honest, that can do some things a little different than Joe Mixon, who's going to be your bail. I would have rather you have done that. I don't even like the thought of, truth be told, of running. But I can at least I don't have to agree with it. I can at least see the method of the madness is you're getting another weapon. You're getting CJ another weapon that can go do X, Y, and Z, and you don't feel real comfortable about the guys you have in camp right now, on the roster right now, that could do that. That's where my mind's at with this team right now. I still think you are weapons away, if you will, from like proving that you are a true contender in the AFC. And I don't like the thought of wasting draft. Look, I'm sure the kid's great. I mean, I'm sure everybody had him slated as a second-round tackle, and this was a tackle-heavy draft, which means if he probably could have even been a fringe first-rounder on a normal year. But I don't like it for the Houston Texans.
I will tell you my favorite pick, and I'm sure you have one. My favorite pick is the Cade Stover kid, the tight end, Ohio State. It was probably the first one where I was like, oh, I'm really intrigued by what this could be. The other ones were like, okay, could be solid. We'll see what they do when we see how they play them. But this one was, yes, a bit of a project, but you can see the physicality that he brings. We talked about it. They just don't have a physical tight end right now. And we'll see what Quentin or Tegan Quatoriano does. But they don't have a real physical tight end at this point. This cat is physical. He said it himself. I heard him on with Sean. I'm a throwback. He said that himself. Yeah. And watching him, I saw him with CJN last year with Ohio State. There's something there. There's some wiggle. He gets open. He's a really big target, and he's physical at the point of attack. So that one probably, of all the picks, that one excited me the most. Is the kid from Ohio State. Obviously, he has a good relationship with CJ, but that one is the one where I was like, well, I like that one.
I'm with you. I'm right. I'm in lockstep with you. I think what he brings to the table right now is a guy that is going to get serious run from jump. Like, I think he's going to be thrown in the mix with Dalton Schultz, and in their 12 personnel type stuff where it's a true hand in the dirt type of tight end. I think he'll be the second tight end in the game, which means you're a starter if they start the game in 12 personnel, which is one back, two tight ends. I think now with this happening, assuming that his technique, and he's only been playing tight end for 2 years, but assuming his technique can catch up and he can at least not be a problem when he is in the game, whether it's a run play or a pass play. I would believe that Brevin Jordan, again, I like him more as that hybrid type fullback, tight end type guy anyway. So That's the guy to me that as a fan we're probably going to see sooner rather than later.
I think he's going to find himself in a lot of the run games.
Yep.
Two Titans out. So I like him. That was to me a priority that I think they didn't solve during free agency, and was hoping they would find somebody that could give them that. And I like this pick a lot. My favorite pick of the draft.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right. Before we slide here into the Astros, sorry about this, Tyler. This is on me. Before we slide into the Astros, did want to give an update. Wasn't going to go too far into this because we don't have all the understanding of it. But the latest update, Sheriff, about an hour ago with the Tank Dell situation. Texans wide receiver Tank Dell was a victim, an innocent bystander at a club shooting in Stanford, Florida this weekend, per Seminole County Sheriff Dennis M. Lima says. As you can see, there was a video made there. Dell was in between the two shooters when shots were fired. The sheriff says they were working with Dell to gain more information about the shooting. What we do know is that from the Tank Dell situation, that he appears and sounds to be all right, in terms of health and everything, and that these were minor injuries that he suffered. And thank God, from the 10 people that were injured, most were minor injuries there. So just an update there on the Tank Dell situation, as I know many people, when you saw that headline, that was a really scary headline.
Yeah, I got the text and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I mean, it's look, man, it can happen anywhere, anytime. Don't matter whether it's noon on a Sunday or midnight on a Saturday, man. It can happen anywhere, anytime, and you just gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful. We've all been there. We've all been out and about. Hell, ain't nobody ran them streets harder than I did especially at that point in my career. But you gotta be careful, man. Thankfully, he's okay. It's from the sounds of it. I hadn't seen the video. From the sounds of it, it could have been a whole lot worse. And so, thankfully, he's okay, and we can move on from this.
Yeah. So that's the latest there. Anything else updated, we'll get to. All right, the Astros, they were in Mexico City this weekend, and they sweep the Rockies behind Blanco and Framber Valdez, each of them getting wins. And Clint, you said you thought there was a chance we could see rock bottom. If this thing would have swung left, I may have had to throw in that towel in. That might have been it on the season. But the offense comes alive. But more importantly, Blanco and Framber Valdez, and Framber coming back in his first start since the injury, they give you 10 2/3 innings, 14 strikeouts, 2 walks over that time, and 4 earned. Both games they each allowed 2 earned runs. And were able to be the catalyst for them to get it done. This was big for the Astros over the weekend, Clint, because if they found themselves losing to teams like the Rockies when they gotta have it, and we're moving to gotta have it territory, that would have been a damn shame.
Yeah, look, big wins, convincing wins in a moment where you were standing on rock bottom. You may not have fell flat on your face on that damn thing, but your feet was touching. That's for damn sure. And they needed this win. See if this doesn't carry this momentum doesn't carry them into a little bit of a streak here that can. We're in that. Hey, let's just get it within 10 points midway through the fourth. Let's just get it within. You know what I mean? Like in basketball, when you just get buried by 20 or 30 at half, it's like, okay,
let's just
midway through the fourth. Let's get it to single
do you
digits.
Do that? I do that.
Oh yeah,
I have times in my mind.
Yes, absolutely. Let's get it to single digits with 5 minutes to go. I mean, that's where the Astros are at. Can you go on a run here to just get out of the basement, to get off of rock bottom, and get all that funk off of you and get to moving in the right direction? You got the horses. They've got the horses, especially as people start to get healthy. They've got the horses to rattle off a hell of a run. It's just a matter of Colorado don't mean nothing unless you use it as a catapult.
Right. Yep.
Unless it doesn't just catapult you into a run. Those 2 victories in Mexico City mean absolutely nothing.
And, well, they get a day off again. This is 3 days off here in the past week. And then they play what has been the best team in the American League, the Cleveland Guardians. They come into town, and Verlander gets the ball tomorrow, and this will be a big series. Like, if they can win this series, then I think you can maybe start talking seriously about, all right, maybe that Mexico City was a turn. But they've gotten me twice this year, Clint. They've got me with big W's twice this year. I thought maybe it was going to be a turnaround that day they saved, not Spencer, but Blair. Lane.
Henley.
Blair. Yeah, Blair Henley. When they saved Blair Henley and he gave up 5 in the first inning and they came back and won that game, I thought, all right, here they go. That did not happen. So that is it. They've got to now take this and keep pushing with this. They got Cleveland coming up starting tomorrow.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, here in the state of Texas, this is I don't know if it's a surprise. I don't know that I thought this was going to happen again, but Ezekiel Elliott, he reunites with the Dallas Cowboys. They didn't really get a running back in the draft, which many people thought they were going to go early and get. A lot of people had Brooks from Texas mocked to them or Benson from Florida State mocked to them. They went in other directions, and they bring back Zeke Elliott. Who's the starter there? Is he the starter currently?
I think currently he's got to be, right?
Oh, hell.
I mean, they still have the kid out of, what was he, out of South Carolina?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. He was kind of the change of pace with Pollard last year.
Yeah. I got to think that Zeke's going to be the starter.
Listen, I haven't had a huge issue with what Dallas has done in the offseason. I think it's just really been made a big issue because Jerry opened up his mouth and said they're going all in.
Right.
But I thought they would make running back a priority here. I thought within the first 2 rounds they were going to get one of those top 2 backs or even top 3 backs. That is not a direction.
Did you hear the? It was a podcast with Derrick Henry. Said Dallas never even called him. Wasn't even interested. He was like, man, it would have been awesome to play in Dallas.
Oh, really?
They never even called me.
Jerry's going all in, though, boys.
Yeah, Rico Dowdle was the one, and then Deuce Vaughn.
Neither one of those are starting backs, and neither is Zeke.
Glory hole.
Zeke slotted in as a starter immediately.
Got to be. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I mean, Zeke was rolling in Dak's rookie year. How long ago was that? God almighty. All right.
I mean, that offensive line he ran behind back in the day is a lot different, too.
Yeah.
Like a lot different.
A lot different. All right, coming up, we'll continue with the draft. There are two things that surprised me in this draft for the Texans. 2 things that really surprised me. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, spring has sprung and the rental rush is here, y'all. Clint Stoerner here from my guys over at Renter's Warehouse. Is it me, or does selling a house right now feel more volatile and uncertain than ever? Well, if so, if you're on the same page with me, this is why if you own a home, renting it out and generating revenue is so much smarter, and the timing right now is absolutely perfect, especially if and when.
Home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I really appreciate some of the things I'm seeing here from people on YouTube and Twitch and the text line saying, Ron, I never thought you were close to 40.
I thought you had at least a few more years, man.
That's a damn shame. You I've been talking about it.
You were closer to 40 when I met you.
Now that's a damn good point.
It's not true. It's not.
I'm just telling you,
I
man.
felt like you were
35.
But thinking back, I would have guessed you were closer to 40 then.
No,
I'm gonna be honest.
So you
I'm
didn't
gonna be
shut
honest.
up, man.
It's a good thing. You're in a good place.
Look there, Tyler. Let's be honest here. Let's just pull the curtain all the way back.
Pull that carpet back, bro.
What the hell are you about to say?
I mean, the polo shirt you had on was closer to 40.
Mm-hmm.
The hairline.
The hairline's what I thought
the
of first.
receding hairline.
The green button-up polo shirt. Oh,
that with the hairline.
He had to think back to what exactly he had on. You hear him? Yeah. Hey, the hairline, which has somehow, I mean,
it was looking 45.
I mean, it's gone reverse. Like you're in your 20s hairline wise,
which is badass, man. Good job.
I mean, the obvious. I mean, you're 122 pounds heavier.
Yep.
What? Oh, I don't recall. Did you have a haircut when you came down here?
Yes.
I don't think.
Well, with the hair he had.
I don't think it was brand. I don't think it was a clean haircut. I don't think it was a new haircut.
Of course it was.
It was just the hairline, man.
That's why I'm thinking. I'm like,
it was a low cut. You think I came down here and Caleb Williams did? You think I came down here and didn't get a cut?
I'm pretty observant of like.
Damn, Dan Boyd is rolling around in his living.
I'm pretty observant with like hair, with like, hey, my man was clean.
Enough. It was low.
No, we had a cut.
Just to keep it like Kobe.
I just don't know if it was a fresh lineup. I don't know if it was
definitely fresh.
It didn't look as fresh because of the hairline.
Maybe the beard. Maybe he was letting the beard kind of scraggly. There was something that's
telling you,
like
it's just
right
the hairline.
now. You are definitely. I mean, there's a lot. If I think a little bit more, I could probably go a longer list here. I got 3 very, very strong. You were closer to 40 when I met you. Takes. I mean, you have. I mean, it's unbelievable. The hairline's unbelievable. The weight loss, unbelievable.
Okay, the hair. We get it. Text Dan. How did you fix the hairline? Let us know. I didn't do anything.
So he says.
It's got to be some secret.
So he doesn't. He's not real comfortable.
You think I would have done something and not got money for it? You think I would have done something and not got money for it?
When he needs a little assistance, he's not real. He's not real eager.
I would tell you.
The glasses.
Shout out to B.
The fade glasses right there.
I mean, listen, this is just natural.
Upgrade.
A natural deal.
The glasses you had on were closer to 40 than when I met you. These right here are straight fashioned out, man.
You've just really improved your overall appearance since you've been here.
Just telling you, man.
Wow.
I'm proud of you, man.
It's a good thing, dude. You're killing it.
So you saying you met me, you thought, well, that guy's 41.
I thought you were closer to my age.
I probably would have guessed like mid-40s.
Oh, you're dead serious.
No, I knew you were younger than me. Hell, I was.
When I found out how close you were to my age.
You thought he's got a foe in there. He's got a foe.
Yeah, he's got to be knocking on 40. I don't know when you came when we met that day. Hell, I was 42.
How old are you? You
46.
46. Yeah, you got me about 6 years. This fool Tyler up here talking about. I couldn't believe Tyler said, "Hold on, what? You're 40? You're about to turn 40?"
I swore you were 37 or 38.
You just told me earlier you thought I was 36.
I said I've been consistent saying mid to late 30s, but I thought you were at least 2 years away, 2-3 years away.
Oh my God,
this is big. Well, what are we gonna do for it? I guess just wait till you get back.
Oh man, I'm telling you, good times, baby. NYC, here I come.
I told you, my 40s is when I knew my father-in-law was like, all right with me. He was all right with that 13-year age gap.
That's when he was all right.
My wife threw me a 40th birthday. I had friends from Boston come. He surprised nothing about it. I just walked in. This tequila bar, room rented upstairs. I was like, damn, my boys from Arkansas, my boys from Boston, a couple of my boys from Dallas.
Damn.
I mean, there was about 40 people there. It was live. I looked over in the corner. Oh, Parrish was there. I think Parrish made it till midnight. And if you know my father-in-law,
what's his normal time?
Hey, 9-ish? Let me tell you what. He is snoring like a freight train by the time the sun goes down, typically. and on the weekends, if he makes it past 10 o'clock, boy, you have accomplished something. And when I looked over there and old Parrish was still up, he was still up and out in Houston, I said, oh, okay. Old father-in-law. Father-in-law is all right with me.
Ron, what have you been using for that hairline? Could use some assistance myself. I have not done anything.
Whatever you use, just give me their number. Let me call them and get you a deal so you'll talk about it.
It's not a use of anything.
I don't know.
All right. Harold I got Harold removed, and I couldn't get a haircut.
All joking aside, Harold, people out there don't know, Harold was a growth he had on the back of his head, usually where a bald spot starts for most 40-year-olds, right?
It's frightening.
Right, where a bald spot. And Harold just kept growing, and Ron kept picking on him. I really believe this. I believe all the blood and nutrients that were flowing to your scalp were going to Harold. And when you had Harold removed, he quit sucking your scalp of all the nutrients, and now it's evenly scattered out. And so your hairline's back. I think it was Harold's fault.
Harold was taking all them vitamins.
I think Harold was like just sucking your scalp dry, man.
My hair was in decision time prior to Harold. No, I'm not going to lie. Even though you all thought I was 46, at 30, right before around time about 6 months before I moved here, I said it was a good run. I had given myself, I saw where it was heading. I kept it low, started doing the Kobe cut, real low. I thought, hey, man, I got 12 to 18 months tops. Starting to get in here. I told you that story that time. I told Courtney, you tell me. Whenever it happens, you tell me. So I'm not sitting here looking out here like some fools in here trying to work up a lineup. And I'd done TV for the local CBS affiliate. And she had that thing on pause when I got home. And that whole left side was darting up like, you know, I didn't want to have to be on the bench like LeBron to always have to have a brush to do it. And at that point, I said, well, all right, we got to just keep it low now. We got to keep it low. And then the Harold situation happened, and then my barber B started lining me. He said, well, here, he said, at least let me just line it up. And he lined it up, and I remember I got that picture, the first one. The first time when it was long, and I said, well, this is coming in a little thicker.
Coming and change the game.
What is going on here? And I mean, he's working miracles out there. I'm telling you.
Hey, Tyler, could you imagine? Ron comes in feeling 10 feet tall.
I feel good, man. I had 3 segments that day. 3 segments. I felt good about that.
He done did a little TV, boy, come strutting through that damn ball. Could you see Courtney sitting there with
on pause?
Look, she got the Crown Royal out. She done poured them both one. Got TV on pause.
She had just changed diapers.
Hey, here you go, honey. I got these kids to bed. I mean, you need to have a talk. I mean, I'm sorry. You told me that.
You told me to tell you. You told me to tell you.
This here, this ain't it. This right here ain't it.
And you know, as she went to bed, I stood there. I went back and forth repeatedly, pausing it.
Saying it ain't true.
Again. No, I'm pausing it to really look at it. Like, I got a mirror. I'm looking at it at the same time. Like, is this what I'm seeing? Like, if I just brushed it down, I'm getting all kind of angles as it turns away. I'm like, well, maybe farther away. Like, good God Almighty, what happened? What happened?
At TV, man. At TV, it'll turn.
That wasn't at TV. It was me.
I know, but that damn TV, though, boy, if you got any kind of problem, you got anything that's not working right.
It's going to show up.
Oh, you got anything that you just don't feel 100% confident about, boy, get on that TV. Turn that thing on. And it's going to just, I mean, time to have a cup of Jesus meeting, baby.
It changed lives. I was rolling with the short look.
You think something's clean as hell, boy. Clean as hell. I got me a nice beer. This thing clean as hell, boy.
It was getting tricky right there.
That's crazy.
It was getting tricky right there.
Send that to Tyler, man. That old beat-up-ass hairline you got right there. Now you got that thing nice. Golly.
Call it damn.
It looked like Bear been chewing on your head at night or something, right? On your hairline at night or something there.
This a-hole is rolling, ain't he?
I mean, that's nice. Golly. That's what my friendship does, Tyler. Our friendship, man, got his hair growing back.
Glad we could help you out.
And that dude look like he about 41 right there.
Hey, man.
Trying to keep him with that green tie, ain't he?
Yep, ain't no doubt.
All right, we will. There are a couple of things that did surprise me. There are a couple of things that did surprise me in this draft. We'll get into that. And I got some high, and there should be some high expectations from a player, especially if we look at what CJ did. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Academy Sports.
and restrictions. See Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details. Subject to change.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Did want to give an update real quick. Here is the Sheriff, Dennis Lima, giving the latest update on Tank Dell's situation, who was shot over the weekend. Minor injuries has been reported in Florida. Here is the Sheriff with the latest update there with Tank Dell.
Let me show where Tank Dell, Nathaniel Dell, is obviously a third-round 2023 draft pick, 69th overall from the Houston Texans, somebody who is a star athlete in the Daytona Beach area, known to a lot of people there. He is standing literally between the firearm altercation. The video shows that he's walking. His report, because he is a victim in this case, he has been injured as a result of this. His report was that he saw this, or actually he saw what was going on. He took his cell phone out, had the cell phone in his hand, but you can see the position that he's in. He's right in the middle of this firearm altercation. And again, we will continue to work with him as a victim in this particular case.
All right, so that is the latest there. I thought he was going to give him his statistics from last year. The way he broke that down early, I'm sorry, that caught me off guard.
That old boy must have been a fan of the NFL draft. Did you hear that?
Yes. When he said the 69th pick, I said, my man has gone through his whole deal there. Third round pick, Nathaniel Dell, third round. I thought I didn't think that was going to keep going there, but that is the latest there. As we said earlier. The best news that could come out of that with him. No updates since the report of minor injuries, but if we do get any updates with him, we will certainly go ahead and give you the latest on that. So that is there with Tank Dell. All right, a couple of things that surprised me with the draft, Clint. I'm wondering where you are on this. I would say the number one thing that shocked me is that Nick, D'Amico, the crew there, Clint, especially the way the draft board shook out, I'm surprised that they sat still with picks 42 and 59. Like, I am genuinely floored that they didn't make a move up to get somebody, because this is just something they have done a lot. I mean, if you could just think about some of the picks, a lot of them are picks that they've moved up to get, from Nico to John Mechie to obviously Will Anderson, the big one, right? They've made a lot of moves in the draft to get up, to go get guys. Juice Scruggs, Tank Dell, others. They traded up in the draft to get. And the way it was shaken out, I am genuinely surprised that they stayed at 42 and 59, Clint.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. For me personally, I'm sitting there and I'm watching the way. I love the way the first round shaped up for them. I love the way that it pushed some guys with some first round grades, for what it's worth, down into that early second round. And then there was a run on wide receivers, I believe, and it started pushing some guys down. There's a run on some D tackles, maybe. Or actually, that's where it started. I'm sorry. It pushed all of them about 38. Pick number 38 is where, boy, I got good and excited. I thought right now you've got Brandon Fisk, one of my I guess more favorite defensive tackles that I thought could potentially get to them on the draft board. At that point in time, T'Vondre Sweat was still on the University of Texas, a big kid out of the University of Texas. D-line was still on the board. Cooper DeJean was still on the board. Kool-Aid McKinstry was still on the board. And I thought, okay, now we're in reach. Now if Nick or D'Amico wanted to jump and move up and take one of those guys, they could. And I'll be honest with you, at that point in time, I thought, hell,
you might not have to.
Unless the next three picks just fly off the board in order, they're going to have a chance to get one of these guys that I think are going to be plug-and-play starters and contributors in a big, big way immediately. And
it's the same thing that a lot of people were thinking too, because they all came up and jumped the Texans.
Well, the Titans take Sweat. The Rams jump up and take Brandon Fisk, the other defensive tackle. The Eagles jump up and take Cooper DeJean. The Saints jump up and take Kool-Aid McKinstry. And I thought, well, that happened fast.
Those last three were trades, right?
Yes.
Trade-ups.
Yes. I know the last two were for sure. I'm not sure if the Rams were, but the last two were for damn sure.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and I thought, oh, wow. It just – like the only thing that what I hope didn't happen happened right in front of the Texans pick. And then Kamari Lassiter popped, and I was like, okay, let's do a little dig and see what this kid's all about.
Yeah, to me, now he eventually did make a move to go up to get Bullock, safety, and trade it. But for me, when you looked at the ammo he had and the Texans had, I was a bit surprised that they didn't move up and that they said, because we talked about it Friday, like you thought maybe they sit pretty with that 42, but at least 59 they may jump up. I thought they might jump up with 42 to go get, whatever they needed, because they had plenty. Those two picks, a third and 2 fourths. So that was
we were just a little early because that third rounder is where I thought he may use one of the fourth round picks and pair it with that second round pick and move up in the second round a little bit.
Because that's what the Saints did. They gave up a fourth. They gave obviously their second, flip-flop second.
Right.
And then gave up a fourth and I think like a sixth.
Yeah.
To get up there to get Kool-Aid.
Well, they clearly we were just a little bit early because they used one of those fourth round picks to advance their third round pick, which ended up being Kalen Bullock out of USC, safety out of USC. So they did make a move. They did get jumpy. They did get froggy. They did jump. They just did it a little bit later than we expected.
And another thing for me, Clint, is I think they clearly showed where they are at the defensive tackle spot, at least where they feel they are. I am also surprised that they didn't really attack that position until the 7th round.
Yeah.
Now, when you draft a 7th round defensive tackle, I mean, that's not really anybody. I mean, that guy might not make the team. That feels more practice squad-ish than to think somebody is going to add to that team. So, like, clearly – either they couldn't get the guy they wanted or they feel somewhat confident in what they have in the interior. Because, all right, yes, some people can get cut, and there may be some guys that don't make teams and that they can pick up.
Yeah.
But, like, that is something you can't really control. I was a bit surprised that defensive tackle with those picks, you'd have told me, all right, the top 4 picks, they're 4 top picks. I would have guessed that defensive tackle would have been in that top 4. So I'm surprised they didn't really address that.
I am to a certain extent, Ron, with that second round pick. Like, I think D'Amico and Nick, which they've all but told us, like I think they are fine with the rotational pieces in that interior defensive line.
No, clearly, yeah.
And I think for me, once you got beyond the Fisk kid that went 3 picks before Kwame Lassiter, I think to me, and look, I'm no draft analyst. I just, to me, that was the last. Newton and Fisk were the 2 on the board in that second round that the Texans could have flirted with. That I think could have been okay. These guys at some point in 2024 are going to be upgrades over what you have. At some point, these guys like 4 picks before the Texans. When the Titans took T'Vondre Sweat, and look, I know T'Vondre Sweat's maybe not a fit in this 4-down, the 4-3 that D'Amico has. I get it. Forget that. Push that to the side. The minute he was drafted, the draft analysts immediately started talking about T'Vondre Sweat next to Simmons in Tennessee is going to be a problem. Like, that's going to be those guys together are going to be a handful immediately. Right, and that guy went 3 picks before the Texans drafted at Kwame. God dang it, Kamari Lassiter.
Never gonna happen again, is what he said.
Never's a long time, y'all. I lasted an hour. Lasted longer than Ron.
It was certain it's the first time you had to say it.
Oh man, but yeah, like that. That's what I was hoping for. Was you draft a guy in that D-line area and you go, okay, that guy's going to be a monster next to Will Anderson, next to Danielle Hunter. That guy's going to be a monster. And I don't know that was going to end up being available, but boy, I know it was close enough to get me excited when Sweat Newton, and Fisk were all there within, I'd say, 8 picks of the Texans.
Yeah, and I think to me, clearly, I think they feel comfortable with that, right? Because you don't, like, your plan is, if you don't feel comfortable with it, you don't bypass free agency, the draft, or at least the back end of free agency, the draft, to just say, all right, we're going to wait and see who gets released.
Yeah, that's a tough way. That's a tough way to live, man.
So clearly, D'Amico and company feel good about it. They feel good, or at least good enough right now.
I think D'Amico feels like I think they feel like they can win with it. I don't know if they feel good about it. They can't convince me of that. I think
it's doable.
I mean, D'Amico overcame 82 defensive backs getting hurt last year. I mean, schematically, there's nobody. I don't know if there's anybody better in the game schematically, covering up deficiencies and overcompensating for guys for weaknesses in it, or should I guess they should compensating for weaknesses in the defense kind of deal. Like, I think D'Amico has got that nailed. I think he feels like he can win with what they have. I think in order to be a better defensive front than what they were last year, I think they're going to have some guys play well above what we've seen them do to date.
Yep.
I'm talking about the interior guys. I'm not talking about Hunter, and I'm talking about Will Anderson.
Yeah, YouTube and Twitch, Autry next to Will Anderson is going to be a monster.
In passing situations, I think you are exactly right.
Oh, yeah.
I think you are exactly right.
That other side, huh?
It's that run. It's that run when Baltimore comes, since they've added Big Boy. When Indy comes and they got 245, 250, they can come out downhill at you at quarterback, and they got a running back that went for $180 on you last year. It's those kind of teams that I go, Can you stop that bleeding when it happens? Yep. Maybe not. Maybe CJ. Maybe the plan is, hey, if we can't stop the bleeding, CJ Stroud can outscore him. Maybe. That's clearly their thought offensively is we're gonna have some firepower.
Potentially a route that they may go. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, the Texans drafted Kamari Lassiter, defensive back out of Georgia.
Good job.
Yeah, I did it. I got it written right here. Won't happen again. Won't make the mistake again. Not Kwame, Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia. Nick Caserio spoke about him, and his college head coach had something to say that got me good, really good, and turned on about that draft pick by Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. I'll have all that for you next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Advanced Hair. Look, I know there's a lot of you guys out there
Staunton, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
With the 42nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter, defensive back, Georgia.
Lassiter is position flex. He's played in the perimeter of the formation. He's played inside the formation. I'd say he plays with a linebacker type mentality. I mean, he's a corner, but he tackles. He's tough. He's physical. I'm sure there'll be a question about his speed and how fast he ran, but he's not slow. So, the speed really wasn't a concern of ours. So, the time's the time, but, we're drafting football players. We're not drafting track teams. So, I know speed's important. I'm not saying speed's not important, but we don't feel that that's an issue for this particular player. And when you watch him play in the SEC, you don't walk away and have that concern.
6 foot, $190, Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia. Ron, I'll be honest. The way the second round kind of unfolded there for me, I got good and excited. And then when it came the Texans' time to pick, I watched the three picks ahead of them, and prospects went off the board that I would have loved the Texans to have gotten. And then they draft Kamari Lassiter, and I'm like, well, I guess I need to go do a little research. I guess I need to go do a little digging and find out what this guy's about. Now, look, here's the deal. The Texans are obviously in search of a corner opposite Derek Stingley, right? I mean, Jeff Okudah, former the top 10 overall pick. C.J. Henderson, former top 10 overall pick. Both veterans have played some football, but for whatever reason have not lived up to expectations and have not been able to stick somewhere that they've been. They've been in multiple organizations, and for whatever reason, they hadn't been able to stick. Kamari Lassiter, do they draft him to be to compete with those guys and, again, be the corner opposite Derek Stingley? Or, as you heard Nick Caserio there, is Kamari Lassiter more of a guy with that linebacker's mentality? You heard that. When I started hearing GMs and coaches talking about linebacker mentalities and being physical on cover corners or cover defenders, I immediately think if it's a corner, we got to be thinking some nickel defender here. We got to be thinking some slot defender here. If it's a safety, and they start talking about that, okay, well, now we got to think about him being the strong safety and rolling down, covering some tight ends, playing the run kind of deal. This is a corner in Kamari Lassiter. And I view this a little different than Ron does, I think. But I view this first and foremost as competition with Des King at the slot corner position. Based on, one, what you heard Nick Caserio say right there, and number two, I do think that that's where the need is on this football team in terms of depth, at least as you go into training camp. Is last year it was Tavier Thomas for a good chunk of the year, and then it was Des King, and then it was a bunch of kind of mixing pieces in there wherever they may fit. Who's going to do it this week? Is it Ward? Is it Petrie? Is it one of these other cover defenders? A couple of times it was backup third, four-string corners that were having to play there. I think Kamari Lassiter is a play as a cover defender, and you never know what's going to happen. He could end up outside, but I think initially it's a play as a flexible, from a position perspective, a guy that could play inside or out, given whatever kind of how this cornerback and cover defender room shakes out for the Texans.
Man, I sure hope not. From kind of what you just set up, my perspective is I have a good amount of confidence in Des King playing that nickel position. I think he's been really good. I think he came close to making some game-changing plays where I think he got a tough whistle a couple of times last year. I liked him, and my eyes never confused me, even though the Texans tried to, by their actions, tell us that Tavier Thomas was the better player. They ended up bringing him back, and it was clear. The first game he was back, he made more of an impact in the game than Tavier Thomas. So I feel really good about.
You like him outside, right?
Who?
Lassiter.
Des King. Well, I feel. Well, to me, if you're drafting him, and you're like saying, all right, maybe him to compete with Des King. Shoot, man, you better have somebody to compete to the outside because the outside right now is you have two failed bust that were top 10 picks that are now on their third teams, and they're in like year 5, right? Like so, like that. Like I don't feel good with the thought of Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson. One of those two will take that outside spot. When you use the most premium pick that you have and you stay where you stayed to draft him when there were other higher-rated corners on others' boards, maybe not yours, but more higher-rated corners that maybe fit the outside role that we know played that, and you didn't draft him to go compete with those dudes? Because I feel better with, say, all right, they got a second-round pick that they brought in to compete with Henderson and Okudah. I would not feel as comfortable if they brought him in to compete with Des King, and that competition outside is with those two. That one I'm not sure. So I hope he's looked at as an outside.
Yeah, no, look, you may very well be right, and I would be. It would turn me on a lot more if that were the case. I'm just listening to Nick. And I'm looking at a guy that did play inside and outside. I'm listening to what the GM is saying. I'm looking at this going, clearly they feel like C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah are at least an answer outside. I don't know how convinced, truth be told, I don't know how convinced they are on C.J. and Jeff or Dez, to be honest with you. Hell, they cut him and brought him back. And anyway, Kamari Lassiter, I do think when it's all said and done, I know Nick throws around this position flexibility a lot, and we push back on it and laugh about it a lot. I think this is a legit situation where there is one of two positions where there are potentially two positions where this guy can help. I don't know where it's going to be, but I would expect to see Kamari Lassiter at some point in a heavy rotation at one or the other.
Well, I guess let me get this from you. You watched a lot of play at Georgia.
Yeah,
you watched him play a lot over the years. Do you get the sense that you have concerns about him being an outside corner in the NFL? Is that what's kind of pushing you towards the inside, or more just what they said?
Well, I just you're bigger, more physical corners that don't necessarily run as well, which I know football speed's different than 40 speed. You know, that guy, if those are like the evals on him in college, he's going to have a hard time playing corner out of the gate, outside corner out of the gate in the NFL. Now, again, unless he's just a second round, just a phenom that slipped and ends up being a guy that at the line of scrimmage can, jump press guys and press them into the turf kind of deal. And kind of like we saw, what's old buddy's name? And they just went to the Titans, the top corner this year. Sneed. I mean, we saw him somehow jam Tyreek Hill into the damn turf to the point where Tyreek Hill even had a meme about himself, I believe, on social media. I mean, it can happen. I don't have any concerns. I think it's going to be easier for that youngster to get on the field behind Dez than it is outside with those two former top 10 picks competing for a spot. Well, I hope like hell I'm wrong and you're right and you're closer to what the truth is, because if he's outside competing and he's pushing those guys, then they got a hell of a steal. Here's my good. This is get you good and worked up. Let me get you good and worked up real quick. I really fell in love with the kid when I heard Kirby Smart talking about it. And this is the Georgia Bulldog head coach, Kirby Smart, who obviously coached Kamari Lassiter. And, Kirby is a DB guy. Kirby is, I know he's a head coach, but Kirby is very involved in the defensive side of football, particularly in the secondary. It's what he's always coached. Here's Kirby Smart on Kamari Lassiter, the new Houston Texans DB.
Kamari Lassiter had a 1-2 grade, first, second round grade, and Kamari had to make a tough decision like all these other people. And I called Kamari in and I talked to him and I told him, Kamari, you should come out for the draft. That's my opinion. You're one of the top corners in the draft. You got to make that decision. Okay, that's one decision. Then the second decision is you got to decide if you want to play in this bowl game. I don't know that you got a lot to gain in this bowl game, Kamari, but I do know who you are, and I do know how you practice, and I do know how you lead. But I'm not going to be disappointed in anything you decide. He came back about 3 or 4 days later, and I met with him and his mom and talked to him, and fully expected him not to play in this game. He called me 2 days later, said, "Coach, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sitting out. I'm over there coaching. I can't do it. I want to be out there. I want to play with my guys." And I think he did it against his mother's will, to be honest. Now, I don't know that, but I think he did it against his mother's will because that's who he is. So all these teams that go shopping, this dude right here wants to play football. That's all he cares about is playing football and his teammates. He ain't worried about the next thing and all that and all that. He said, "I want to play football," and he played football for the University of Georgia. And he did it when he didn't have to do it. And that's what's different at this place than a lot of other places. Thank you.
I don't know if it's different at Georgia, but it's definitely different for Kamari Lassiter. We're in a day and age where we call these kids crazy for playing in games that don't mean anything. We give every excuse under the sun when a guy decides to sit out a year or sit out a bowl game, and that's fine. To each their own. I understand there's millions of dollars at risk. But with that said, when a kid loves the game and loves his teammates so much that he wants one more swing at it, one more opportunity, and the game is for absolutely nothing. This year they played the Florida State Seminoles, wasn't it?
Beat the hell out of them.
So it meant absolutely nothing. And a lot of people will minimize it. A lot of people will poo-poo it. To me, it means a ton. I love that mentality. I love the fact that the kid played. I don't like the fact that he went against his mama's wishes, if that was indeed the deal. But to me, this speaks volumes. It's not something to just kind of sweep under the rug.
And we know it's something that speaks volumes to the Texans. I think if you follow Caserio and D'Amico, like I don't necessarily think that they, give a strike to a player that didn't. But I do think that because Will Anderson did it. He did it in the Sugar Bowl against Kansas State, where he had no reason to play in that game. But he came back and played in that game. I think that was something that they really, 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 really liked in his character. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a cool thing because I'm telling you right now, I sure wouldn't have.
It's just commendable. It is commendable. If I had millions of dollars on the line, I don't know what I would do.
I just would keep showing him that video of Notre Dame against Ohio State.
Right.
And what's my man's name? Is it Jalen Smith?
Jalen something Smith, yeah. Yeah, look, it obviously is a business decision, but I'll be honest with you, it would be hard, man. Especially when.
No, it definitely would be.
It's like if I could just say, "Hey, coach, I'm not playing, I'm out," and just leave. That'd be cool. But apparently some of these guys go back and they stay with the team. They go on the practice field. They stand around and coach a younger guy. Like that absolutely wouldn't happen. There is no way on God's green earth that I would be able to go do that and not play, legitimately go back on my decision and say, "Coach, I gotta get these pads on and play one more time with the fellas." If I could bounce and go to another city and train or something, maybe. But that way, I got respect for the kid for playing. And it's a hell of a story after the fact, knowing that he obviously didn't get injured. On another note, that's the Texans' second round pick. Have you guys heard the Colts general manager, Chris Ballard? By the way, he's my favorite general manager in the league. I know that pains some Texans fans just because it happens to be the Colts, but he is. I remember coming face to face with him the Lovie Smith year. And, I didn't realize that both Colts games were so controversial. The Lovie Smith year, the first Colts game that was here at NRG Stadium, everybody, you'll remember because it's when Lovie Smith settled for the tie. Right? That was the year the Colts, I believe, had signed Matt Ryan, and they had hopes of having a good year. And I believe it was either week 1 or week 2 when that I think it was week 1, wasn't it?
Week 1. Tie and
I run
to hell.
I come out of the press box and I'm going to the elevator, and I come face to face with Chris Ballard, and he is MFing those soft MFers on that field. He's talking about his team ultimately, and I thought, okay, Chris, I like a little fire. I mean, suited and booted, entourage behind him, clearly security, and he is sounding off. And I just happened to be standing there and heard every single bit of it. So start there. Well, They draft the A.D. Mitchell kid, Mo City Mitch, local kid out of University of Texas.
Rich Point.
They draft him, and apparently there was some unnamed sources that were spreading some negative reports about this kid. And Chris,
I just can't keep up with how many people are trying to run down these kids.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, I don't have to sleep at night. But nonetheless, Chris Ballard's pretty passionate about it as well. Here's Chris Ballard really defending the reputation of A.D. Mitchell, the kid that they drafted. Was it first round, second round, right?
Second round.
Second round in Indianapolis.
Pick 50.
I don't know. I mean, I read some of the bull that was said on TV. I mean, just the typical, excuse my language, our typical league, unnamed sources, bad interview. That's such bull. I mean, it is. It's bull. Like, put your name on it. I'm tired of, we tear these young men down. These are 21, 22 young men. And if people out there can tell me they're perfect in their lives, it's crap. It's crap. This is a good kid. And, for those reports to come out, like, I said it last year. It's bull. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language. I don't, but I do.
I love that guy.
I don't, but I do.
I love that guy.
There was nothing about him that seemed like he was going to stop cussing.
He ain't the least bit sorry.
Oh, man.
No, look, I think we need more of that. We need more of that. I mean, it's getting out of control, Ron, to your point before we played the audio. I mean, just it's crazy the amount of people that attempt to run these kids down, whether it's trying to get another team to pass on them so your team can get the pick or whatever it may be. It's crazy that in our world the unnamed sources are still a thing. I mean, you got some of the highest paid reporters, if you will. What is that called? What is that called? Breaking news? Yeah. Reporters in the game that still use this unnamed source or sources say. I mean, it is unbelievable that anybody under the sun still puts any kind of, or even remotely puts any kind of credibility into those reports and those people that constantly do that.
Especially, and some of you will laugh it off or say whatever, especially when it's, to me, like kids in college that are coming in to the league. If you, you don't have any problem saying, oh, man, his speed is not maybe where you want it to be or anything. When you start going personal, talking about personal stuff like that, put your name on it.
Yes, I agree. Or don't say it.
Yeah. Don't like that. That's one thing. Like, I wouldn't even trip about you. Put your name on it.
I got into a heated argument one time with a guy, a reporter that's done that in the past, and it was, I don't know, about 3 years ago. And their point was, well, I'm just trying to protect my source. Like, I don't want my source to be out. I said, well, then you put your name on it. Like, if you trust your source so damn much, you just put your name on it. You don't need to out your source. Right?
Yes.
I mean, just put your name on it, and this is what you know, and this is what you experience. This is what you like. I mean, it's easy. If you trust your source so much that you'll report it, then put your name on it.
Yeah, it bugs the hell out of me. It really does. All right, who's gonna have the heart to do it? Everybody over there at Minute Maid, just like everybody in this city knows what needs to be done. Who is going to have the heart to do it? We'll discuss that next.
I know the weather hadn't been great out there around these parts over the last 24 hours. I get it. But this is the time of year.
and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Little programming note here at the station on Sports Radio 610. The morning show, Payne and Pendergast. They have it for you Wednesday, 7:30 a.m. 7:30. Nick Caserio will join Payne and Pendergast. And
thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Sure, they'll be discussing the draft and what the Texans are going to be doing moving forward a lot. But 7:30 Wednesday, so set your alarms. Mark that on your calendar. The general manager will be on with Payne and Pendergast, 7:30 Wednesday. I'm going to be blitzed.
That big Nick energy.
Oh, that's right. You're going to be on your 40th birthday vacay.
I probably won't be drunk by 7:30.
I mean, you got you a run. You got you 3, 4, 5, 6 days off straight.
I might just dive.
Did you already talk to Red about this?
Yeah. Tomorrow's cardio day, so I walked out. He said, "Be ready to go tomorrow."
Get ready.
Forget about calling in sick. I'm just kidding. I gotta hit that one. Just make myself feel better.
Yeah, you got to on the way up to the takeoff. You got to get as many as you can in.
Got to just really
because you're going to backslide big time when you're in New York.
Might, probably will, no doubt about it.
What's the plan in the Big Apple, man?
I mean, food wise. I mean, of course, I've come up in my head some things that I want to attempt. Got to get some New York. Got the bagels. Want to hit the bagels?
Really?
Oh,
that's where you go in New York.
Bagels, yeah. I hear they taste different there. I hear they're serious about it. Want the little pizza?
Okay.
Yeah. Do the pizza there, and I want to do one of them big ass deli sandwiches, like the sandwiches you see, like what's this? What's the meat I'm trying to? Come on, Tyler. What?
Salami, corned beef hash,
gabagool. Yeah, corned beef. Yeah.
What?
An idiot, man. I thought he was coming in.
Man, that's a real thing.
You know the hell I was talking about.
No, I don't.
Look, corned beef, the real stacked high sandwiches. Yeah. Cats like here they got there. So it should be good times, man.
You gonna do any shows or anything? You go to Jay-Z's 40/40 Club or anything like that, or what's?
Don't think that costs too much. Do a couple of comedy shows. Do some comedy. Go to the Comedy Cellar. Got a table there. Little Yankee game action.
That's right, Yankees.
Maybe a nice little walk Central Park. We'll have a good time.
I hear they're letting Judge play volleyball is when folks trying to turn two and stuff. Just kind of block the throw to first base.
That could hurt. Yeah,
I heard they're letting folks do that.
They may be doing that. Yeah, they should be. They should be doing that. But no, be a good time. But you, 7:30, set your alarm. General Manager Nick Caserio, right here, Sports Radio 610, Payne and Pendergast. All right, it's time. With the move that the Astros did today, will actually take an effect tomorrow. They brought up Joey Loperfido, the rookie who has played center field, first base, leads. What'd you say earlier? He leads them all. Leads everybody.
Minor leagues and big leagues.
In homers, 13 homers. OPS over 1,000. Now he has a little swing and miss in him. He will strike out a bit, but I think it is about time for them to give him a chance. There are two positions that he plays that they could probably use some assistance in: center field and first base.
Well, I mean, look, you're talking about a guy that's hitting roughly 280 with some power, with some impressive power. Not just in the minor leagues, in spring training with the Astros, he had, I don't remember the number, but several multi-base hits. He just can swing it. And now's the time. I mean, here's the deal: you've got one guy at first base in Abreu that is broken. He's done. You've got a guy in John Singleton who. Right now, I'm settling for. I'm good with it. Let's see him swing the bat. Clearly, they're not happy with Jake Myers in center field because everybody and their son is playing center field once again. It's a rotation. So I don't know exactly what the plan is with Loperfido, but I would imagine it's to replace Jose Abreu, and I'm here for it. You've got a guy struggling, and you've got a guy that has earned every bit of the opportunity to be in the big leagues.
See, when you say replace, I think he needs to be gone.
Yeah, you talking about Abreu?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
like
okay with that.
Like not IL. No, I mean completely gone. I think that's where we are right now, and I think that the Houston Astros know it.
Agreed.
It's April 29th. They're now taking. And remember, first base and him. This is a game he plays every day. That's an everyday position. First base every day. Man, he makes $20 million a year. He's already gone now to just splitting time, if not less time than John Singleton. And now they have called up this kid who they have been playing at first base in Sugar Land to come up. He's not a bench player. He's not somebody that you're going to bring in and feel good about it in the 8th or in the 9th. And right now, to me, it is just time to cut it. It's over. It is over with him. He's had a great career. As I said last year, borderline Hall of Fame career with what he has done. A former MVP, a guy who has been one of the best run producers in the sport for a decade with the White Sox. It is over, Clint. This is I just don't think at 9-19 you can sit here and think to yourself, man, we can wait on him having a comeback to the second half like he did last year. And I don't think he's done anything to make you think it can even happen. And you're making moves that let us know that you can't just keep running them out there. And if he's on the team and if he's in the clubhouse and on the roster, Clint, it's hard for you just not to put him in the lineup.
Right.
And I think you just got to remove that from Dana's spot, the jump, and just let him roll.
Well, the saving grace here is you take it out of Joe Espada's hands. And I think that's very likely to happen because it's not a problem that Dana Brown created. It's a problem that Dana Brown has to fix. If Dana Brown would have created this thing, in other words, if Jeff Bagwell was making decisions right now, and Jim Crane, which obviously he's the owner, but if he was in a position on a day-to-day basis where he was making decisions like this, they would be more apt to hold on and say, no, let's let this thing work itself out. Because they were the ones that made the decision, and either way you slice it, there's always egos involved. They're the ones that made the decision to bring Abreu in and pay Abreu what you're paying him right now, not Dana Brown. So as a fan, my hope is that Dana Brown looks at it and says, I don't give a rip what the hell, who the hell signed him or who brought him in. It's my job to fix him and to fix what's going on in Houston right now, and that is Loperfido's coming up, John Singleton staying up, and those guys are going to play first base. Maybe even Loperfido plays some center field. I don't know exactly what they're going to do. If it were me, I'd play him at first base in front of John Singleton.
Because he's going to have to get 3 weeks, a month of at-bats every day to give him a fair shot.
Yeah,
there ain't nobody stopping him from getting them.
At this point in time, there's no sense in doing it and making the move if you're not going to play him every day. Whether it's because you're convinced Jake Myers is not the guy in center field, or you're convinced, which it seems you are, that Abreu's not the first baseman and John Singleton's not the answer. Either way it goes, Loperfido, when you bring him up, I would think that this is a story like we tried to paint about Jake Myers when the season started. You play him, you give him a run, you give him a long runway, and see what he can do at the big league level.
Real quick, you two, real quick. They got a move to make to fit him on the roster. Do you think the move they're making is to move on from Jose Abreu?
No.
I don't either.
So their bench is going to be Singleton,
Bagwell,
Abreu.
Veto that real quick.
I hope they do because I think he's broke, but I hope that's the move. But I think they'll find a way to wiggle around and make this thing work with keeping him.
And the only thing to me that would hold it is the pride of saying they're wrong and the money. I don't even know if the money is. It's just we're so
our heels are dug in.
Yep. I don't know what his use is for this. All right. If you're excited about this draft, I think there is one major reason why. We'll discuss that next.
All right. Look here. If you're thinking about
Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
My man Ocho said, Ron, I ain't excited about this draft, so I guess I'm out for the next segment. I said, damn, Ocho. Oh, man, you ain't got to be like that.
Gotta stick around, because if you disagree, you gotta push back.
Nah, Ocho. No, well, that's, the only place you're wrong is yes, you don't need to be out this segment. Because I'm with you.
Listen, I will say this, and I'll let you jump and give your thoughts on this first round, because I think I saw some people texting in and wondering, Clint, what'd you think about it? I saw some people over the weekend saying, Clint, I was expecting to hear from you this weekend, talking about the draft with John Harris and them, and I wanted to hear your thoughts. I'll just say this, in my opinion.
I didn't get invited, for the record.
In my opinion, I would just say this. You okay, though? You good?
Huh?
You good?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine.
All right. In my opinion, and we talked about this earlier before the show, Tyler, and I believe this. I think your feelings for this draft, for the Texans in particular, all are going to stem from how much trust you have in D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio in what they can do with players. That to me, if your trust is extremely high in those guys, I think you're really happy with the draft. If your trust is not as high as maybe others, I think you may have some questions with the draft. Because to me, there aren't any players on here that jump out in terms of, like, before the draft, where you're like, oh, yes, give me Blake Fisher. Like, I think last year going to the draft, people were excited about the potential, like Tank Dales. People were excited about Will Anderson. People were like, and you got them to where it didn't matter who the GM is. You would be excited about those players that are on your team. And there were players we heard from and heard people text in, call in, talk about who they would like the Texans to get. I don't think I heard any of the players that are on this draft anybody talk about. Doesn't mean that the Texans messed up or screwed up the draft. I'm just saying there aren't any get your juices flowing, get you going. I saw Brandon Scott jump on and say, boy, that Cade Stover was the first and most exciting selection I saw in the draft thus far. Again, not to say that Gerard Jordan or Solomon Boyd or Marcus Harris or Ladarius Henderson or Jamal Hill won't work. I'm just simply saying, when you look at this draft and how it came out and the names and things that you saw going into it, you got to say, all right, I trust that Nick and D'Amico see something in these players that will make them great. And if your trust isn't as high, I think maybe you are not as confident in this draft. I think that's where it lands.
Yeah, I don't. I get your point, and I think you better be, if you're gonna be happy with this draft, your ass better be high on D'Amico and Nick and D'Amico's staff developing these guys, because that's what you got. I choose to, like, I hope, like, in the future, even when the roster, like, look, the roster's built, it's more complete right now than it was last year. So I think just obviously there's going to be fewer players that you look at that are just plug-and-play starters. They're guys that would shine right now because there's voids of talent all across the roster. Clearly this roster is built more thoroughly and more complete than last year. So I didn't expect every one of these guys to be potentially plug-and-play starters or big-time contributors. But I the way the first round went and the fact that so many guys got pushed into the second round that I thought would have been plug-and-play starters, big-time contributors immediately, I got my hopes up, Ron, that at least for one guy, one of the draft picks, I would not have had to say, I just hope D'Amico and Nick can develop this guy. I hope D'Amico can find the right place for this guy. I hope Bobby Slowick can get this guy involved in the offense and get some touches. Like, I hope there's enough balls to go around kind of deal. I hope the way that the draft shook out. Before the draft, I thought this is exactly what we're going to get. I thought we were going to get several picks that were developmental, rotational players at best, and it was going to take a while for us to see the class of 2024 shine. And when the draft started, like I said, it shook me a little bit, got me excited. And now that I see the total package, I'm right back to where I started of I think it's going to take a while.
Yeah. Someone texted in, I'm pumped about Bullock and Stover. Tackles are never going to be exciting. It went exactly how I expected. Don't underestimate the fan. That's fine. I'll just say this. There are positions, right? We talked about corners, right? We talked about all kinds of potential corners. How many times do you guys remember seeing people text in or discussions about Kamari Lassiter? What I'm saying is, right, like we talked to nobody talked about Blake Fisher. That one was just out. Like nobody talked about that. But like just these guys, Cade Stover, all these guys, I think there's a chance that they can really help this football team. I'm just simply saying you're leaning on your belief that these guys will last year when you saw Tank Dell. And a lot of it's because many of you got to see Tank Dell a lot at the University of Houston. When you saw Tank Dell, you didn't need no help getting excited about Tank Dell. When you saw Will Anderson and they went up and got Will Anderson, you didn't need any help about getting excited about Will Anderson. These, I think you do. The bulk of you, most of you, I think you do. And as I said, I'm not saying the thing won't work or that they screwed up or they're wrong. Not saying that at all. I'm just saying this is a group in which you're like, all right, look like they took maybe some under-the-radar developmental guys. Because I'm telling you right now, if Kool-Aid was at the top of that thing, the feel of the draft would be a lot different.
Yeah, I would be
a lot different.
I would think that, like, if it was Kool-Aid, I would think, hey, you've got your corner opposite Derek Stingley.
This is a guy a lot of you all were talking about. This is a guy we talked about. This is a guy we were hoping to get. We were coveting. We were saying Kamari Lassiter.
Yep.
Or a tackle.
Yeah. No,
and by the way, I think because Tyler said he's thinking in this form, in this mindset. I think it is well within reason and fairness to say, hell, man, I really don't care who they draft almost at this point. As long as the positions and stuff make sense, I don't care who they draft at this point. I believe that they know exactly what they're doing, and I will give them the benefit of the doubt that D'Amico knows what guys he wants in his system and what defensive guys he wants, and that Nick can evaluate. I think it's fair. They had a hell of a draft year last year. And now we're starting to see guys like Nico, be a bigger factor in the first class. I get it.
Well, look, here's the deal. If we see any of these guys, if you see any of these guys early in the season, then this was a hell of a draft. Like, here's the deal. If Kamari Lassiter goes in there, and if Kamari does play outside corner and he beats out two former top 10 picks in the draft, that is an extreme long shot, by the way.
Shouldn't be.
It is. Kalen Bullock, third-round safety. If a third-round safety goes in there and beats Jalen Petrie, a third-year vet, and Jimmy Ward, who D'Amico Ryans brought in here to be the leader that the safety next to Petrie, if he beats him out and gets significant playing time, that is a grand slam third-round pick. If Cade Stover's not a hand in the dirt, I'm going to maul guys type of tight end. Not yet. He may be one day. He doesn't mind physicality. He may be one day, but right now he's not. He's more of, hey, this guy, what he brings to the table right now is in the pass game. and he can get nasty in the run game, but I don't think it's something that you want to live and die by at this point in time. But if you just paid Dalton Schultz $12 million, I believe it was, a year. If he goes in there and he gets significant playing time with Dalton Schultz on this roster, that is an unbelievable fourth-round pick. I mean, that's where we're at. I mean, the thought of like Blake Fisher playing and beating out Titus Howard or being a replacement, I mean, it's they're all future plays.
Yeah, except for Lassiter.
Lassiter's got a chance to play. I think Lassiter's got a chance to play inside. But yeah, you're right. I mean, he's the one that's got the biggest chance. But the majority of them are like, I would think, future plays. Now, again, if Lassiter or Bullock or one of these guys comes out and they're lights out, then you just can't keep them off the field. That's one thing. But I don't see these guys. I don't see these guys being like plug and play starters or competing with the starter.
Which is fine right now, and maybe that was where they were in the draft. I'm just simply saying your trust in those guys, I think, elevates your mindset of how you feel about this draft. Someone texted in and said that it's crazy because not one person had any idea who Stingley was besides a guy you can't stay on the field. Stingley was the third pick of the draft. Everyone knew who Derek Stingley was.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
Completely different.
Everybody knew who Derek Stingley was after when he was 18 years old, his first year at LSU.
And that was a name we were discussing at the time when it looked like the Texans could be looking at the cornerback. There were he was one of the top two. I'm just saying, man, I've sat here for weeks. We've run through all kinds of receivers, corners, linebackers, defensive ends, D tackles. We didn't talk about none of these guys.
Hold on, show.
So, hey, let's just being honest, but we'll see what they come out and do. And I think it's fair to trust these guys. Coming up, we'll give you the latest report on Tank Dell and where he is after he was shot at a nightclub. Minor injuries is what we're hearing from that. We'll give you an update on that, as well as what happened with the Astros over the weekend and the NBA playoffs, a big day yesterday and big games tonight. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
The pick is in. season. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF.
The big DILF.
Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Really concerning news probably about midday came about. I know Tyler texted our group. At that point it started to kind of float out that there had been a situation with Tank Dell, and then at Tank Dell there was a shooting at a party he was at, and then the report says that he was hit. This is the latest. Dennis Lima, Seminole County Sheriff, speaks and gives an update on the situation, and in particular with Tank Dell.
Let me show where Tank Dell, Nathaniel Dell, is obviously a third-round 2023 draft pick, 69th overall from the Houston Texans, somebody who is a star athlete in the Daytona Beach area, known to a lot of people there. He is standing literally between the firearm altercation. The video shows that he's walking. His report, because he is a victim in this case, he has been injured as a result of this. His report was that he saw this, or actually he saw what was going on. He took his cell phone out, had his cell phone in his hand, but you can see the position that he's in. He's right in the middle of this firearm altercation. And again, we will continue to work with him as a victim in this particular case.
All right, that's the latest there, and really, that's all we know at this point. We hear and heard reports that they're minor injuries that he should be able to recover from, nothing serious. And throughout that entire situation, all the injuries were minor as reported. But obviously, Clint, from what we're seeing, and there are videos and things out right now where it looks like the situation could have been a lot worse, so very thankful for that. But right now, that's the latest. Anything else we hear at all, more to report, we will certainly do that. The Texans put out a statement yesterday expressing being aware of the situation. So that is the latest. That's about 2 hours ago when that was reported. So luckily and thankfully, Tank Dell appears to be in a good spot.
Yeah, and
as good of a spot as you can be out of it.
Yeah, man. Look, it can happen anywhere at any time, midnight on a Saturday or noon on a Sunday, man. It can happen anywhere, anytime. I'm just glad the young fella's all right, and hopefully though it looks like they got one of the guys that was firing immediately, and hopefully they get them all under wraps and take care of them all, because obviously in a crowded place like that, the video is pretty disturbing considering how many people were in the middle of it. Surprising that nobody was pulled in the end. At least reportedly it was all everybody's okay. But 10 folks were shot supposedly. So just glad that Tank got out of there all right.
Yeah, it is. So that is the latest there. Again, when we hear anything else, if there's any other updates in this, we will let you know that moving forward.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the draft, obviously the big story over the weekend, and the Texans draft is out. We've been discussing a lot of that throughout the day. Clint, for you, I'm just curious, in your mind, what was your favorite thing that the Texans did? What was your favorite thing in this draft that the Texans did when we look at all their picks?
Look, the Cade Stover kid out of Ohio State is a good get. I think he's a guy that is not just developmental, but also feels a need and gives you some depth at the tight end position. I think Cade Stover, 6'4", what is he, 250, 255, somewhere in there? Yeah. Guy that's only been playing tight end for a couple of years, so obviously he's got some of his better years ahead of him. He's very much so a developmental player, but he's good enough at the moment to be a number 2 tight end, I think. especially the Texans appearing to want to throw the ball around the park a lot more, be a lot more pass first, if you will, it appears. I think he could back up Dalton Schultz. He could play in some 12 personnel, which is one back, two tight ends. He could play in some of those sets and be effective right now in the pass game. I think physical enough and wants to block, wants to be physical and dominate folks, which I think the want to is a big part of it. So I think he can get the job done now from that perspective. But as he develops, that's the part of his game that potentially could be a game changer for him at this level. So I think Cade Stover's probably the most, which was the 4th round pick, I believe.
Yep.
For the Texans. I think he's the one that gets me good and excited.
He was the one that I got excited about. Yeah, he was the one when you saw that you thought, obviously has a connection with CJ. And to me, one of the, like if you look at some of the different potential holes or things that you said, boy, this team is lacking. And especially, and we'll see how they run offense, Clint, but we know they want to run the football a lot better than they ran the football last year. And I think we would make mention to it, and I know you would, that the tight end as a part of that was an issue as well. And I look at that, and I think his physicality, and he seems to welcome it. He wants it.
Yeah.
Right? He talked about it when he sat with Sean and John over the weekend when they spoke with him. He cussed all over the place. But he seemed to speak and say, I'm a throwback. And the physicality as a former defensive player is something that he's into. And that Clint, there's an argument that outside of maybe Lassiter, but there's an argument that part of his game may be the most ready-made thing that the Texans can expect from the draft class. Like him as an inline blocker, as a tight end, more ready than Bullock coming in immediately playing, more ready than obviously the tackle they drafted in the 2nd round and any of the later picks. There is a potential thought that may be the thing that may be ready to be able to happen right now, day one.
Well, I think
it's him blocking in the run game.
The want to is there. I don't know if the technique and the experience and all that stuff to be a dominant. And here's the deal.
I bet he blocks better than my man from Miami.
Oh yeah. Well, that's not real difficult, dude. Brevin Jordan.
Jordan.
Look, here's the deal. I mean, the truth of the matter is, and as we talk about Cade Stover, as we talk about Dalton Schultz struggling in the run block game, we talk about Dameon Pierce not being able to get going in the run game and essentially being a non-factor down the stretch for the Texans and them having to go Devin Singletary. We talk about all these different guys, right? And at the end of the day, if the offensive line, tackle to tackle, if they become more dominant, if they get push, then it's not just about the running back having space and the running back be able to make more hay and have more success. It's also easier to block for these tight ends, right? I mean, if your O-line is getting no push and every scraper or every defensive end has got a free beeline path to Dalton Schultz, he's not going to win those. It's just that there's not many tight ends that are. I mean, there's some rare breeds out there that are playing in the game that'll have a chance, but they're not going to win those situations. And so what has to happen is as this offensive line, as their continuity grows and they get better in this system, hopefully there's more push and more movement up front. And when that happens, then the blocking responsibilities are more defined and your tight ends are more helpers. Your tight ends they have a chance to be successful. Cade Stover, Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan, guys like Dameon Pierce, who were just wrote off completely last year. If all of those things are happening, then Dameon Pierce will be a good backup running back in this league, right? I just firmly believe that if things up front get better, then there's less of a need to have a little jitterbug type back that can make guys miss 4 yards deep in the backfield. Now you're running lanes. Now you're getting downhill. Now you're putting your one cut back, put your foot in the ground, and get vertical. I think all these little pieces, their job around the offensive line is made significantly easier. I say all that to say not just Cade Stover, right? But all of these guys will play better as it pertains to the run game in particular if that happens. And so Cade will have a chance definitely. at some point in time, and I'm just excited about. He's going to be a different dude week 8 than he is week 1.
Absolutely. Like you said, the want to is a big big part of it.
Biggest part of it all.
I don't know how many guys that the Texans have on the roster that has the physicality want to up front.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, I guess you guys expressed this to me because the Astros, they did sweep the Rockies 2 games, those 2 games in Mexico City. How big was that? How big was that for this team after you come away from it? They get swept on the road in Chicago, and some of those games were tough fashions the way they lost. How big was this weekend for them to get those 2 games against the Rockies?
Well, we'll find out. I think it's undecided.
I'm completely with you on that.
I don't think they were face down on rock bottom. They would have been had they lost to the Rockies. I think they were standing on rock bottom. And they beat the Rockies convincingly twice. And they not only that, but they did so in getting Framber Valdez back in the fold, right? And so when you look at that, it's all about the Colorado Rockies sweep, if you will, which, by the way, give me a break. Whoever in the Astros organization thought it was a good idea to post about break out the brooms. We swept the Rockies in a 2-game series.
What was that?
Get the hell out of
Tyler,
here, man.
did you do that? Tyler.
What?
Did you do that? Were you a part of the Astros staff?
No.
They had to break
out the brooms, sweep the Rockies?
No.
I mean, get the hell out of here, whoever did that.
We need several come to Jesus meetings.
Yes.
They need to run Verlander up into that staff.
Yes, running through that staff and say,
pull your heads out of your ass.
We're having a hard enough time not embarrassing ourselves. We don't need your help.
They maybe Swiffered them, but they definitely, I don't count that as a sweep.
Yeah, that needs to be taken off the hands of whoever that youngster is right now. We don't need any of that help right there. But the point is like if you take that momentum and you run with it now, and you make a little run here and get yourself back into some level of respectability, then that series, that run to Mexico City, could be the turning point of the season that catapults these guys into, again, or more out of that funk that they've been in. Then it'll mean something. If they just come right back into the lackadaisical, nonchalant, bad baseball that they had been playing, then it don't mean a damn thing.
Yeah, I'm with you. It is to be determined. Hey, you did what you're supposed to do.
Yep.
All right. I think the big thing of importance is, 1, O'Neal continues. He gave up 2 runs in the first inning, but Ronell continues, gets into the 6th inning, 5 2/3, 2 runs, and continues to roll with his 8 strikeouts and 2 walks. So it's huge. He has been consistent. There's almost a wait and wonder, all right, when is he going to come back to any kind of earth? And they can't afford it. They need him to continue to pitch the way he is. And then Framber Valdez getting out there and giving you 5 and going long enough to be the pitcher of record, and then going out there, no walks, 6 strikeouts, 2 earned. That was big to get him back. Now you feel like he'll feel better and more comfortable as this thing rolls on. So I think those were the 2 big keys. The biggest thing, Framber Valdez getting back on the mound and being able to go.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the NBA playoffs continue. A big game, big day yesterday. Some news coming from Sham. There is doubt that Bucks All-Star guards Giannis Antetokounmpo with the calf strain and Damian Lillard with his Achilles tendon strain will be able to play in the potential elimination game 5 versus the Pacers on Tuesday. They are down 3-1. Both of them missed the game. Then Bobby Portis decided to get ejected 5 minutes into it, who may have been their next best player. But they may be in doubt. Clearly Giannis shouldn't play. And I think Damian probably should. These things right here, both of them, look like Kevin Durant.
Yes.
They look like they are destined within somewhere, and I hope not, and this is why I think the Bucks need to be very, very smart with this. It feels like if they push this thing that we could have Achilles issues, because both of them are the same thing, basically. This calf strain thing, that's the same thing they said about Kevin Durant before, I think, the first or second quarter in that finals game against the Raptors where it was all she wrote, and he ripped his Achilles, and he had to miss the next year as well. So this one It don't look right to me. It looks like these guys have serious injuries, and they could really hurt themselves if they roll out there and try to play.
That's a tricky area to have an injury, right, Ron? It's one of those where, like, you probably feel good enough to play at some point in time, and you wonder if, like, let's say you don't play. I mean, is surgery going to happen anyway? Are you going to spend all off season? Are you going to have all off season strengthening it and rehabbing it anyway? Like you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but it just seems like one of those that I wonder if you're better off playing until it pops and then
it feels like Tommy John. It's just destined to happen.
Well, you just wonder if, like, whatever, like, if it's strained right now, like, I mean, what are the odds of you straining it again the minute that you try to play next year? I don't know. I don't know how that actually works. I mean, surely you don't just go from like a strained calf to pop, your Achilles is gone.
No, I mean that's why.
Surely there's something.
Like every
causing
time
that.
I see this, it's Kevin Durant, and they tried it and tried. They set him multiple rounds, and then they got desperate against Toronto.
Set his ass on
and
that
he came out there and he was over there jumping. I was like, well, maybe he's all right. No. He thought he felt good about it.
He could take off.
Let's go. Yo. Especially Giannis. But the way that Giannis plays, maybe Damian can get away with them Achilles, man. That's a rough one. Come on, LeBron, please, just one time tonight. God, Lakers, just one time tonight. Just keep me in it. Just keep me to Thursday. All right, coming up. What was your reaction? Now, you saw the board. You saw everything was going. Honest to goodness, what was your reaction when you saw that Kamari Lassiter was going to be the Texans' first pick of this draft? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get
morning paper route and a poorly thrown rolled-up newspaper have in common?
There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, remember, Wednesday, 7:30 a.m., Payne and Pendergast will have for you the general manager, Nick Caserio, 7:30 a.m. He will be on there live speaking to the guys and talking about the draft and talking about the top picks. We got Nick on Kamari Lassiter. We got any comments on Nick? Let me hear Nick talk about Kwame.
Who? Slap your face. There you go. Good. I want them all on that right side, too. Don't try to switch sides.
Tyler, going to go get Nick Caserio on Lassiter has the time to hit the button. Here's the general manager, who you will hear on these airwaves on Sports Radio 610, coming up on Wednesday, 7:30 with Payne and Pendergast. Here is him on his first pick in this draft.
Lassiter is position flex. He's played in the perimeter of the formation. He's played inside the formation. I'd say he plays with a linebacker type mentality. I mean, he's a corner, but he tackles. He's tough. He's physical. I'm sure there'll be a question about his speed and how fast he ran, but he's not slow. So, the speed really wasn't a concern of ours. So, the time's the time, but, we're drafting football players. We're not drafting track teams. So, I know speed's important. I'm not saying speed's not important, but we don't feel that that's an issue for this particular player. And when you watch him play in the SEC, you don't walk away and have that concern.
All right, that's Nick Caserio speaking on Kamari Lassiter, his new corner, the newest member of the Houston Texans, second-round pick at 42. And I want to know from all of you. All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Tyler, lead this off. When you heard that name, when you heard and saw, and Tyler was in here working on Friday, so he was right around it. He probably heard it earlier. When you heard Kamari Lassiter is going to be the pick, he is going to be there. You saw the board, had everything shook out. They were going corner. They were going him. What was your reaction?
My initial reaction was, okay, that is not one of the names that I had really a great understanding of going into the draft. He wasn't one of the prospects I recognized right away, but I did like the fact that he was on the defensive side of the ball for the Texans making that selection, and I love the program he was coming from and what you think about when you think about the Georgia Bulldogs and the defense over there. But knew I had to dive into doing a little research on him. I just thought, all right, Caserio knows what he's doing. He's been cooking here lately. So I don't know much about this kid, but I'm good with it. Let's go.
So I'm saying, how did you have to do? Because it sounds like you had to get to a space of you weren't excited right off the bat.
No, right. That's accurate.
You had to do some research to get your excitement level going there, and some trust to get your excitement level going there. Someone texted in that the Texans will forever regret selecting Kamari Lassiter over A.D. Mitchell is what they were thinking. Your thoughts when you heard that name, when you heard that it was going to be Lassiter as the selection there?
Well, it was a buzzkill for me. Hell, I'm sitting there watching the draft and the way it's fallen. I'm thinking, man, they're fixing to have a shot to get Kool-Aid McKinstry. They're going to have a shot to get Cooper DeJean. They're going to have a shot to get Brandon Fisk. I mean, you got some guys that are really, that's reachable now. Now we're not talking about trading multiple. I mean, obviously more than one pick, but you're not talking about 2 or 3 picks or trading your big picks, your premium picks. I mean, to move up 3 or 4 spots, they're right there, and then all those guys run off the board immediately. Boom, 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 right before the Texans go. And Kwame, God dog it.
Never going to happen again.
Kamari Lassiter just flies off the off the board with the Texans, and I'm thinking, wow, I got to go look this kid up. This is not one that was on my radar in terms of what of who they were going to get. So it was a little bit of a buzzkill for me, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, my thought was, all right, they clearly on their draft board, in a way that was different than teams like the Eagles and teams like the Saints. They clearly on their draft board had Kamari Lassiter in the same range, the same grade, or was comfortable enough that it wasn't that big of a difference between him, Kool-Aid, and Cooper DeJean, right? Because those guys were right there, right? And I think when you say buzzkill, Clint, you're saying to yourself, all right, hell, I'm sitting here, pick 40, Cooper's still on the board, Kool-Aid's still on the board, and I don't even remember who was there before, but you could look and see, well, both of these cats ain't drafting corners. And then you're like, oh, you're going to get one of these corners. They're going to be right there for one of them, if not both of them would be there. Now you got to choose. And then two guys flew up and got you. I feel a little bit better in the thought of, all right, at least those guys, even though I don't think others had them rated in the same vein, those guys, the Texans, had them rated close enough that they didn't feel they had to go make a move to get him. Because we know Nick, and what we've seen Nick since he has arrived here, Clint, if there is a need to go get somebody, he will go get it. He will make the move. There are countless examples of trades that he has made to move up to go get specific players. And clearly this was a sign in which they didn't feel like they needed to go get those specific players.
Yeah, look, I thought they could have jumped. I thought there were plug and play starters that had a higher ceiling, at least. It had more potential to be a plug and play difference maker that we as fans would see on day one. And I think they missed on that opportunity. Kamari Lassiter, look, here the truth is when I hear big, rangy, physical corner with man-to-man skills, and the one question mark is his speed, then for me personally, I think probably more of an inside corner, probably more of a zone corner, not a guy that's going to transition to the league and be this big physical man corner it's reported at his pro day. Didn't run at the combine. It's reported at his pro day. There were some scouts that had him at 4.51, 4.53. There were some scouts that had him at 4.61 to 4.65. Now that's I would say a little bit of a concern. I'm no dummy. I played with a bunch of guys that couldn't run a 40 if their life depended on it, but they played plenty fast. I get it, but that's a big window. 4.51 to 4.65 is a big window. Hell, at corner 4.51 is not great if we're being completely honest with you. So I just look at Kamari Lassiter. I listen to what Nick says. And for some reason, Ron, I think this guy's got a better chance to help this football team inside and spell Des King, if not compete and take the starting job from Des King.
It just, the way they talk, and you never know what's going to happen in the situation, is if DeJean was still there or Kool-Aid was still there, you think they're picking Kamari Lassiter over those two?
No.
I wonder if they had him graded above those two.
I mean, God, I would hope not. If you have Kamari Lassiter graded above Cooper DeJean, something's wrong with you. The thing about Kool-Aid,
so you don't even think it's that. You think there is a clear difference between Cooper and Kool-Aid and Kwame.
Go ahead, get your mic out of the way. There you go, boy. That was solid. You're gonna have a concussion. Can we send him to the trainer? He's got a concussion protocol over here.
And Kamari Lassiter, you think there's a clear, and if you do, I think most people who rated them had them separated. I mean, those two guys were in most people's first rounds in terms of DeJean and Kool-Aid. But you think there is a clear difference between those two and Kamari Lassiter?
Yes. Yeah, I think there is. I think Kool-Aid is more of a true corner.
I just can't accept that this is just for the inside. That was a little tough for me.
I guess I
hear what you're saying. Everything you're saying, it makes sense. I hope he is more or less competing against Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson than he is Des King. That would be my hope for the Texans, that he's competing more with those guys than he is with Des King. I feel like Des King is a bona fide, flat-out starter at nickel. I don't know that those other two gentlemen are at the outside corner opposite distinctly. So I hope when they went and decided to use that premium pick on corner, that it was somebody that they felt could play opposite distinctly.
I think you should prepare yourself, Ron. I think you should prepare yourself.
Really?
I do. That's where I'm at with it. I believe you should prepare yourself.
All right.
Position flex, man.
Yeah, he can position flex to that outside corner. We'll see. All right, coming up, a couple of huge days in Mexico City. What does that mean moving forward? And a couple of things that surprised me in this draft. One thing in particular that really surprised me with the Texans in this draft. That's next.
All right, look here, Houston. I got a quick question for you, man. Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident? If so, you got to know this. You got the right to hold the negligent party accountable, and you got the right to get the compensation that you deserve, right? Sounds pretty simple, but the truth is you do not want to go about this alone. There are big-time attorneys. There's a ton of paperwork. There's insurance jargon that you will not understand. And, it can be intimidating. It can be frustrating. Take all that off the table. Call Mo Karam Law immediately, 281-222-2222. It's a free chat. They got you back. If they don't win, you don't pay. It's as simple as that. So, again, if you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, doesn't matter what kind, auto accident, big truck accident, slip and fall, accident at work, Mo Karam Law is who you need to call. They are one of the nation's premier personal injury law firms. And more importantly, look, they're right here in Houston. They're Houstonians just like you and just like
877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros this weekend sweeping the Rockies. Did this do anything to make you feel like here they come?
Wouldn't go that far.
Did you win any money, Tyler?
I actually didn't. No, I did not.
You can't even bring yourself to bet on them, can you?
You had quit.
Well,
you had quit. You tapped out. You got tired of getting just absolutely.
That's not it, honestly. I normally would have bet, but I just had a pretty busy weekend. Never got around to it.
Damn.
At the smirk
part
on your face.
Part of
What'd
that
you
is
do this weekend, bub.
Part of that is, man.
How'd it go for you?
It seems like you needed a break.
Did Meg enjoy?
Yeah, went and saw a stand-up comic. It was fun.
Yeah, you needed.
Nice.
You don't forget.
Did he make fun of you?
Mm-mm. No, he did not.
Why not?
He probably thought better, but I don't know.
Yeah, he needed a break, man. They've crushed him. I understand.
Who needed a break?
Tyler. He needed a break from the Astros. They've just.
Oh, he tapped out.
They crushed him.
We'll get back on it tomorrow, man. What do you think?
Just not true.
I think he's ready to go now. I think he's ready to go. Oh man, Tyler, don't miss a chance to get a couple of bets with the Rockies. That was easy money right there. I hear you though. And did it get you there? Did it get you excited? Did it make you feel like, all right, here we go?
No, I mean I liked it a lot better than them losing those games to the Rockies, but no, I mean I need to see a lot more.
Joe Espada said he liked the vibe. I don't know if they took my advice that they went ahead bachelor partied this thing like I said they should do and really went off in Mexico City and took all the tequila shots that their hearts could desire and whatever else their hearts could desire.
Boy, that could get hairy in Mexico City, boy. Ooh, boy, I bet they got that good tequila.
You don't think they wax?
You don't think they what?
He's so stupid.
What'd he say?
What? I don't think they wax.
Wax what?
You said it could get hairy. You don't think they wax?
Oh.
Got to pull a fast one. You know this.
I got you. Nah, in this context, not at all.
Jokes. No, but listen, you're right. You said it earlier. If they can just take 2 out of 3 from the Guardians coming in, because that's a big test, right? Like in this thing it's just a damn sure you better not get swept by the damn Rockies. That's what it was. Like you better not. You got Blanco, you got Framber. You better not get swept by the Rockies. If they can get a series win at home against the Guardians, now we can start at least opening the door, as it is almost shut, opening the door that they are potentially able to make a run and get back in this thing. But right now, them sweeping the Rockies just got them to 10 games under 500. And they gotta show more against better competition. They do it against the Guardians. We'll see. I can start to feel a bit better. By the way, I want to go ahead and express this at this point right now. I am not doing the lineups ever again until they get to 500.
500. They got to get back to 500.
I feel like that's something we should discuss as a show here.
There's no discussion.
I agree with you,
No. The damn lineups are for a team that is to be taken serious and a team that's about it. We didn't even start doing lineups until the playoffs. They got to get to 10 games. You know what? They got to get over 500. They got to get a game over 500.
I think you should do one probably tomorrow before you leave for your birthday vacation.
Not a chance.
But I think it should mirror being 10 games below 500. Like I think they should all be negative. I think you
now
should
that's a hell of an idea. That is a hell of an idea.
Batting first.
That's not good juju.
Batting first.
That's
pull the outside pitch. Come out of your shoes every time you swing. Runs bases like a 4-year-old that runs the wrong way. Jose Altuve.
That's accurate,
right? I mean, I think there's something there.
Maybe you light a spark under him, man.
No, I mean, we can get into Larry. What did Larry say about Bregman? What did he say? Bregman's face was. He said What did he call Bregman? Tyler, you remember? Oh, his phone call. I can't remember what he called him, but it was. I think you were out that day. Boy, it was good. Larry
Bregman got to him.
Well, he was going down a list of all the Astros of like they appeared. Well, he's like I made the comment of like they appear to be just out of it, like they're out of sorts, And he had a good one for Bregman. I can't remember what the hell it was. I think Red Ass Bregman or something. I can't think of what it was, but it was good. We can maybe look that up and incorporate that in there. Jordan, maybe we can throw the diva around there.
No, they don't deserve it until they get to 500.
Well, but I think you can talk down to them.
No, I don't want. No,
I think they're disrespectful.
That's like playing out Abreu every day. It just doesn't help. It just doesn't help. I don't want to go negative on them. I think
sometimes you just got to talk to them like they are.
I want to give. I will.
Sometimes you just got to. Sometimes you got to. It's got to just be. It's got to be fact. It's got to be.
It is. It don't have to be the lineup to do it though.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's your way of talking to the team. I mean, so you act like you got a one-way pass to pregame or something. Like you get to talk to them all the time. Like I feel like this is your avenue of talking to the team.
No, I got a pass right here. 2 to 6. I get to talk about them.
Every day, right?
Every day I get to talk about them. I'll tell you, that's a goal for them. I'm telling you, we could do it. Oh, they're 5 games under 500. 5 away. That'd be 6. 6 away. Oh, they're getting close. They're 21-9. They're 19-21. They're getting close.
You better bring something.
And if they do it, I'll bring it.
You better bring it. It better not be no day of.
I will. I'll empty the complete damn tank. I'll empty the tank. I promise you. 500. Above 500. Just a game. Just a game. Text line. They'll never do it. I guess it's the last time we're hearing the lineups this year. Come on now. You have little faith. I understand why you don't have them very much, but you have little faith.
Well, I mean, everybody out there in Astros Nation, the fans that just the reaction to the terrible record and the bad baseball they're playing was, well, they hadn't played any sub 500 teams. They got a sub 500 team. They got them yesterday. They beat the hell out of them. They sweep them
in a row.
Did that make you feel better?
They're probably pissed they didn't get a 3-game set.
That is good point. Really good point. We get 4 out of the gate versus the Yankees, and they take all 4. Then we get 2 versus the Rockies in Mexico City.
Clear it up. All right, Texans All Access coming up behind us. They'll be discussing the draft as you know. They were on it all weekend, especially John Harris, who did a great job. Shout out to John Harris, man. It was I heard him Thursday, Friday, Saturday driving around the city. Did a great job, and, man, he's on it always. So shout out to John Harris. You get to hear them coming up next. And then following them, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Area 45 comes behind Texans All Access. Hey, real quick, Clint, I got to tell you, I was a bit surprised, Clint, in this draft. And clearly, I think when we see some of the things they did in the draft, it says how they feel about parts of their team. They didn't take a receiver in here. It looks like they feel, I guess good enough that they didn't need to take a young receiver there. They take a tackle. It makes you wonder what is their thinking. They take a tackle really early. Makes you wonder what are they thinking down the line with their O-line. But also, they never really addressed the defensive tackle position until round 7. And to me, that's not really addressing it. In a way, in terms of we're going to address it right now and have somebody come in to be a contributor right now this year, we're going to do that. I am surprised that 2 picks in the second, a pick in the third, ultimately what became 1 pick in the fourth. They had 2 there, and they didn't address the defensive tackle position at all, just adding at least a rotation piece, a young rotation piece. I'm a bit surprised they didn't look at that position.
Well, the only reason it surprises me, because I thought from jump that in that second round, pick 42, it would be hard to get a guy that was going to be better at that point in time out of the gate. It was going to, with the way this draft was lined up, I didn't think they would be able to get an interior presence at the defensive tackle position that was going to be better than the guys that they signed. Right, the guys that they told us how many games they started and how many snaps they played last year and all this kind of stuff. The journeyman, if you will. I think it's hard in the draft to find a guy that's just going to be a plug-and-play starter as a rookie over those guys in the second round. We saw a second-round defensive tackle, even though obviously it was a bust, and the kid, Ross Blacklock, the local kid from TCU. That's to me, that's what you risk. But anyway, I thought that they would have a hard time from jump finding it. Then the first round happens, and literally one defensive tackle is taken. And so you're thinking, man, if the teams at the top of the second round draft wide receivers like we think they're going to draft wide receivers, that's going to push some really good defensive tackles into, I think, an arm length's distance to the Texans at 42. And they may have a chance. And then it starts unfolding. Newton is within 6 picks, I think. Brandon Fisk is within 2 or 3 picks, I think. So they could have actually gone up and got those guys. I thought those guys would be upgrades over what they currently have, and would be, if not plug-and-play starters, some high snap count players. And they didn't make that move. So apparently they don't feel like that's the – because they could have, if they wanted to, they could have packaged that 4th up with a 2 and moved up 2 spots.
I thought at the very if you'd have told me, all right, the first 4 picks, first 4 rounds, right, coming into it, they had 2 2s, a 3rd, and 2 4s. 5 picks there where they could do whatever they wanted to, move up, which they did in the 3rd, or use all 5 of them as picks. I probably would have bet good money with Tyler a defensive tackle is going to be one of those picks. I probably would have guessed. So I'm a bit surprised that they stayed there. And we'll see what happens. Certainly there are going to be players that are released or don't make it on teams during training camp that they may be able to sign. But at least at this point, they appear to be fine